Rick on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. And boy, do we have a lot to discuss. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can either call or text that number, and that's the quickest way to correspond with the show. Of course, email is always possible. Social media, all that can be found at rickandbubba.com. Upcoming events, you name it, the store, it's all there at rickandbubba.com. Coming up this Friday, it's real for us, Nashville to Birmingham. Greg and I will be emceeing that event at the Finnick. That's in upcoming events. If you want to go there, click on that direct link to tickets, or you can text song to 866 We Be Big. That's 866-932-3244 for more information. Only a few tickets left as of this past weekend. Going to be a great night, and we're honored to be there. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hey.
What's happening?
Hello.
Wow, what a weekend. We have got a lot to hit, and we'll do that as best we can. And then in an hour from now, Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. So there you go. Well, how was y'all's weekend? But we've been corresponding a lot of it. We didn't get into each other's personal schedules, but just with all the news breaking and everything else outside of that, how was y'all's weekend?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Like I said, a lot of TV time.
A lot of TV time for sure.
I watched a movie I want y'all to watch. You're going to like it. He's going to make fun of it.
Okay. Great. Okay.
The Long Game.
Time out.
Dennis Quaid.
Have I seen this?
I think it's called The Long Game, yeah. It's the golfing movie I was telling y'all about the other day.
Is it recent?
It's on Netflix.
Is it fairly new?
Yeah.
Or is it,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I tell you, I think
You're
him
gonna like
and
it,
Nicolas Cage are in a battle to
you
see who can do the most movies.
And you and Terry will sit down together and both
really?
enjoy this.
Okay. Wow.
You're gonna there's bits and pieces of corny.
Okay.
And that's where Greg's gonna jump in.
What is it on? Netflix?
Well, sometimes he'll like corny.
I like Dennis Quaid.
He'll like corny sometimes.
I do like Dennis Quaid, even though, like I say, him and Nicolas Cage seem to be just throwing movies out left and right.
And
did I see Cobra Kai?
It's coming back. It's their final season.
I'm sorry. When I thought corny, I thought that.
But they embrace the corny.
Yeah, right.
That's their whole thing.
Yeah. Plus,
it's supposed to be corny.
It's 80s. It was 80s corny.
Yeah.
They're
not being serious.
Based on a true story. So that's where he's going to blow a bunch of holes in it.
I got to watch this.
But it's a golf
long shot.
The Long Game.
The Long Game.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I think it was one of these that came out like in
long stretch.
End of 2023.
Okay.
Didn't do well in the theater, and then hit like Amazon Prime or something that you could purchase it, and now it's on Netflix. You can just stream it free.
So, I'll
get ready for that. I'm also into the New York Giants Hard Knocks.
Yeah,
the executive piece to that behind the scenes.
Right,
that's really good. And I guess that's all I watched this weekend. As far as that's just updating y'all on stuff I know y'all would want to watch. And of course, I know y'all started this, and we're probably trying to hold back until everybody gets in here, but was full of the coverage of what happened with our assassination attempt on a former president. So
that day everything changed for me because
me too. By the way,
started with Dr. Ruth, and I saw that. I saw that entertainment,
and I'm like Rick. I thought that had already happened.
Yeah, and I even joked in.
It was always so uncomfortable. I heard that old lady voice and the things she was saying.
Yeah. So that started, and I was like, oh wow, Dr. Ruth is dead at 96, and I too had to think about she's been so out of the news for so long. You think, hey, she's already passed away. I mean, that's just. But I had not heard from her in a long time, and then the Richard Simmons news hit. And then, oh my gosh, between.
Well, I don't know if Speedy told you.
Here we go.
But he said it was really weird. His eye quivered Saturday morning, and he didn't know what the deal was.
Yeah.
And then you heard.
Well, no.
Does that make you psychic?
Well, it was a very uncomfortable moment.
His eye just kind of started like.
Terry's brother had come into town, and so we were over at her parents' house sitting on the couch. All of a sudden, she climbs up on me and starts licking my eye. And I was like, what are you doing? She said, Richard Simmons just passed away. In honor of him, I'm going to get on that eye a little bit.
Is that Richard?
No. But in all seriousness, that came out, and I'm like, oh, my goodness. So all the social media and the emails, everybody tagging me going, oh, Speedy, are you okay? Everybody having a good time with it. And apparently he had just celebrated had a birthday party or something, and the next day, I mean, he was even sending out posts about, hey, I'm reading all your birthday letters, and it's so kind. And then report is that he passed away. On Friday, he revealed he had plans to celebrate his birthday. And then, they say it looks like to be it's natural causes from what the story is saying.
Of course, he hadn't been in the public eye in years.
Yeah, he revealed in March that he had been diagnosed with skin cancer, but apparently died of natural causes, and there's no suspicion of foul play. But he's 76, and that news broke Saturday, and I thought that was going to be the big news of the day.
Doing that, and then Bubba sent a text.
Well,
and said, hey,
yeah, I nearly
I go to TV, and the first thing I see is him with blood, and I think, man, this is real.
I nearly sent a text to y'all that said, celebrity deaths come in threes. Mm-hmm. So who's next?
Yeah.
Well, technically,
and then that's when Bubba.
Yeah.
Well,
technically, I don't know how famous, but the girl from 90210.
Okay,
yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah. She passed away.
Which one was she? I gotta look it up.
She's been battling cancer for years.
She sure has, yeah.
I think I know which one it is.
She she had really been struggling and battling with cancer.
Yeah.
And
know that.
Sad. But yeah, that to me was the third. But then
she was just 53, by the way.
Yeah.
Goodness.
I don't know if y'all have ever had one of these days where you declare, hey, we're not going to do anything, and then suddenly I look up, it's like 2:30, and all we've been doing is something.
Yeah.
And we had had to fix that latch on the shed for Terry's parents.
Oh, got that done.
So we had to get that done and some other things. So we're out running around, going and doing, and finally we get home. And it's later in the afternoon. And we're eating a late lunch and all this kind of stuff. And I sit down. I'm like, all right. So I sit down, and I was going to catch up on a show that y'all had been watching. And I'm like, let's see. Hey, Terry, you want to watch this? Sure, yeah. Just get it started. I'm literally getting it started. And the group text, Bubba says, hey, President Trump's been shot. And I look down at the phone, and I'm like, what?
I know.
And Terry had actually stepped outside with the dogs because apparently it's their house. We just live in it. And she was going to go do something, and I was getting the show started. And then all of a sudden I open the door, and I'm like, hey, get in here. Apparently something's happened at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. And she's like, what? And I'm like, I know. So we turn on the TV, and it's chaos, as you can imagine. And so from that point on, that was the rest of the day. And we were staying in contact as a team because we were constantly texting and trying to, amongst the staff, do our own research as to what is happening here, what's going on. And now what we know is it's amazing. It's really truly amazing that former President Trump is alive right now.
It is.
Oh,
it is.
Goodness.
Absolutely amazing.
Close.
I saw pictures yesterday. If he has his head turned just a little bit, it's over.
Yeah.
I mean, one way or another. And just the bullet. These still shot pictures too that people got where you can see the bullet at length in the picture. They zoom in. It's so eerie.
It sure is. And there's so many questions and we'll have to try to break all this down, but there's so many questions.
There really is.
How this even happened, and it's extremely disturbing when you see the eyewitnesses talking, going, I was screaming. There was a man up there with a rifle.
Something's not right.
And could not get anybody's attention. Yeah. Then come to find out, a local police officer climbed up on the ladder to confront whoever was up there at the time. They didn't know.
Yeah.
And the rifle was turned on him, so he retreated back down. And then shots rang out, and then the sniper, the Secret Service sniper that ended up taking him out, went against protocol and went ahead and shot because he couldn't get approval. It's like, what is happening here? There's just so many questions.
How do you they come to these events and they get there, the Secret Service, and they lay it all out. How do you leave a elevated position at between 100 and 200 yards in an area that's not going to be checked because that ain't, they weren't coming in the facility where they put you through the metal detector and all that? How do you leave that unguarded?
I don't know.
How do you not have people up there? Because even the guys, Big Red, that said I was trying to tell him.
Yeah.
He even said, he goes, there's not that many buildings here.
Right.
Why was there not somebody on every one of them?
And
Why
then,
would you? And how did the shooter know that it was going to be open?
Correct. And how did he
listen?
How did he walk with an AR and then walk up a ladder and then get up on the roof and then marine crawl on the roof to get in position? And there's other video where people are screaming his name. You know, like, what are you doing? Because he was local, people knew him. There's more questions than answers, but sadly,
sometimes there's conspiracy theories, and there's just facts that just doesn't make sense, and you have to point to something. I'm sorry, but this doesn't.
I just don't believe.
I
mean, it's hard for me to believe when they showed up to scope out the event, and it never crossed their mind.
Well,
to cover that.
I think, and to be honest with you, I think it was between 130 40 yards to be exact.
Yeah.
On a rooftop that has direct line to the stage.
Yeah, in the elevated position, which is what you want.
And to Speedy's bigger point, he's the sniper has the guy and says, "Come on, give me the order here." And they won't give it to him.
I guess they thought if he hadn't shot yet, I guess they thought, well, maybe it's just somebody trying to get up there and watch the event.
With
a scope?
What I'm saying before they saw that.
Right, no, you're right. So
but if they just saw a person.
We won't cover all that right now, but those are kind of some of the questions we'll have to try to break down because I know you have the same questions and are just got your hands in the air up too. But we'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters. It's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX to get your discount. This month, as we reflect on the birth of our nation, it's important to remember the freedoms our forefathers fought for. AMAC is actively fighting to protect our freedoms. AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and it's more than just a senior discount organization. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits with free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel deals. Hurry up and get this deal 1 year for $1. I said it right. 1 year for just $1. Go to amac.us/bigbox. That's B as in boy, IGV as in voice, OX. Well, summer's here and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. Maybe it's golf, bike riding, boating, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. But if everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, check out Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Give it a try at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order. Or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally. Fight pain with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. To find the one right for you, take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-day free trial, and they've got over 12,000 five-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G and V as in voice, O-X. helixsleep.com/bigbox to save up to 30% off your mattress order. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to MyPillow.com/bigbox. That's B-I-G, V as in voice, O-X. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blood.
All right, it's 23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. That first segment here this hour, if you missed it, we're just like you all. We're sitting around kind of talking about this past weekend and all the questions that we have, and we'll break it down in more detail during the main show. But the assassination attempt at the Trump rally is, of course, in front of everybody's mind, and so that's what we were discussing. Trump did give his first interview since the attempted assassination, as he opened up on the decision that they say saved his life and why he raised his fist and yelled "fight." I thought he had yelled something else, but he was.
No, that was that other guy with the hand signals.
Yeah,
Did you see
boy,
him?
yeah, I did.
And y'all, I'm not.
And then he also talked about the reality of as this is setting in, what truly happened. And I thought Melania Trump, she sent out a very nice message as well on her perspective of things. But it's truly a blessing that he did not, that the assassination attempt was not successful on him. Unfortunately, the Trump shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, did hit someone there that was attending the event, and he was shot and killed protecting his family. And then another gentleman, a U.S. Marine veteran, David Dutch, 57, was ID'd as one of the two men injured when the gunman fired at the former president. But I don't know how to say Corey's last name. I want to respect him.
That's a tough one.
You want to go for it?
Comparator.
Yeah. He was the.
I noticed
volunteer
President Biden didn't
firefighter.
want to try it either. Did you
No,
see him when he was
he
talking
said
to him?
Corey as well.
Yeah, I get it.
He's a retired fire chief of Buffalo Township and was behind former president and was shot and killed protecting his family. He's 50 years old, and it's just sad news coming out of there. But just so many questions that we have, so many, and I think the biggest thing is how.
Yeah.
How did this even happen?
And not making light of the situation, but I mean, let's just call it. Some of the interviews with the eyewitnesses. Wow.
I know.
I mean, maybe that's some people that want to talk to them, but
Well,
there
we're
seemed to
grabbing
be a
just
theme.
we're grabbing just anybody out there.
Yeah, but
that will
some of them
talk.
This one lady
I mean,
was talking about this card she gave him before, and she wanted to talk about it, and the girl interviewing really didn't. And she even went to the other one. You could still hear her over trying to mouth about some happy birthday. I don't know what kind of card it was she supposedly gave him, and she was trying to tell it.
Yeah, I don't know, but to Helmsley's point, that there were people just trying to get to their cars, and I saw a father-son stopped, and they started talking to them, and I'm like, really? But she was really wanting to grab anybody that she could talk to, and I get that, but hey, you never know who you're going to stop. You never know.
Characters.
But the biggest thing is the eyewitnesses that saw this 20-year-old shooter and were screaming at I don't know who, local officers or somebody, and they couldn't see him. Matter of fact, we'll have that during the main show. The old Big Red that you're talking about, he was the one that was with his buddies that was sitting under the trees going, hey, we're just going to kind of hang out. And then we're like, hey, what in the world? Who's that? And so you've heard that one. And then this other one where another gentleman said, hey, we saw the same thing, and I went and told an officer or somebody in authority, and then walked back to get back to my group, and I turned around, and I still see the guy up there. And he said, I went back, and it's like, hey, hello, if you want to walk with me over here, you can see what I'm talking about. And then the shots rang out.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of questions. I know the easiest thing to do is say, hey, it was an inside job and a setup, which is not off the table, but is it just a complete failure of security? Because the experts are saying this should not have happened.
And if it is a complete fail of security, it is a complete fail of security. Like that, you've got, and there were things going on. I've seen different videos, and some of it's even just laughable when they're getting him in the car, and you got Secret Service agents that look so frazzled, can't even holster their weapon. They just look confused. They don't know where they need to go and stand. It's just the whole thing doesn't look good.
A 5-foot lady trying to cover Trump. He's towering over.
Sure. Can I ask y'all a question? And I've not heard anybody say this, and Amanda and I were puzzled by this. Why was his shoes off?
I don't know.
He kept asking, hey, let me get my shoes. Why was his shoes off?
They might have slipped him off, or when he was down the ground, maybe they were checking his body.
That's what I thought. I said that.
I don't know, but somehow they came off.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
I don't know, but I will say this, and I understand what y'all are saying about the females and being shorter than he is. Totally get that. But the quickness, because, I don't blame those on the ground. They're just standing there at the stage. The quickness, they were on him within a second and a half.
Oh, yeah, they did their job,
for
sure.
And shielding him up.
It was almost like they knew it was about to happen.
No, you're right. They did.
I'm kidding.
And he credits them for helping save his life and put their life on the line to make sure he got to where he needed to be. But
no, the
fail
was whoever was in charge of setting this thing up and pointing out all the where we need to cover and all that. They failed miserably there.
Yeah, agreed, 100%.
So sure.
We'll pick all this back up during the main show, but those are the questions that I know all of you have, and we'll try to figure it out together. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Can't pay the IRS? Haven't filed in a while? Receiving threatening letters? Yeah, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans just like you. You need warriors on your side. You need Tax Network USA. And at tnusa.com/bigbox, Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. Find out if you qualify before it's too late. And never call the IRS alone. Let Tax Network USA and their attorneys handle it. They have preferred direct lines to the IRS. They know which agents to use, which ones to stay away from. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation now. 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. BIGV as in voice, OX.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
You asked, and the folks at MyPillow have listened. They're finally bringing you their most requested offer. Get the queen-size premium MyPillow for only $19.98. MyPillows are made with a patented adjustable feel that will work for your needs regardless of sleep position. They help keep your neck aligned. That's not all. Get their 6-piece kitchen towel set and famous MyPillow bed sheets for as low as $25. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice OX. Use the code BIGBOX at rickandbubba.com. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can call or text that. We have not checked the text line yet, but we can do so. I'm sure all of you are giving us your feedback, and so we'll crank that puppy up here in a second and see what some of you have to say. But that's a new feature that we started last week. You can actually text 866-932-3244 as well as calling that number. So we've talked about this assassination attempt on former President Trump. We've also talked about Richard Simmons passing away briefly, Dr. Ruth, and others. It was an extremely busy weekend. Outside of that, there was a lot going on internally as well. All the staff was busy doing different things. Outside of that, anything else happen in y'all's world?
No.
You good?
I've cleaned windows.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a huge undertaking.
Yeah.
It gets on my nerves.
Oh,
a lot of
yeah.
ladders.
Yeah.
A lot of, yeah.
Cleaned windows.
Listen.
That's never fun.
And Chandler and them, my daughter, they're at the beach, so they're not going to be here for my birthday. So she gave
which
me
is Wednesday, everybody.
She gave me
You
a
58?
present. 58.
Yeah.
So she gave me a present before they left.
Huh.
Anyway, it's this thing, and it really works, by the way. You put it around your neck and turn it on, it blows air up on you. And
you're
So
wearing
you wear this like when you're out in the yard working, or what?
yes.
Okay.
And actually,
You think some of your former coworkers with the power company are hearing
you
you?
can't keep up with the times.
So was it comfortable? Like
Yeah,
you enjoy,
it didn't bother me at all. It worked. It's pretty
So
good.
you
could've
hanging,
used that
hanging around your
yesterday.
neck
I mean,
and
it
it
ain't
blows
like
up?
you're in air conditioning, but it works.
It helps.
It helps.
Yeah.
Well, in this climate and this humidity, if you just air flowing is
It looks like
important.
you got a set of beach or something, but they're around your neck.
Okay.
Not quite as big, just a little bit smaller.
And
it's-
how
and they
what's
blow.
what's the battery life on those puppies?
Well,
It lasts?
you charge it.
Okay.
I didn't run out. So.
Okay,
Because you got
good.
3 speeds, though. You run on high speed, you'll probably run out.
Right.
But so I
Wow.
got there.
Look at that. Huh?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Lisa, if you're listening, I need a picture of Greg wearing
Yeah,
those
I should've
outside
done that.
working. Can you run in them? Or do they bounce?
they don't bounce.
Yeah.
You could, but it's
feel-
hard.
feel a
I
bit
tried that, and I was like, I think I'll just put them on after I'm done running and cool off.
Yeah. You speaking of hot and whatever, the documentary that Netflix put out that talks about the 100 and 200 sprint is the name of it, but it really goes into that world that I was ashamed I didn't know more about because there's a lot going on. I didn't know the names.
Well,
I
we
didn't
don't
know,
care about it until the Olympics. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
don't.
And it's the lead up to the Summer Olympics, which start here shortly. I think the men and women's track and field 100, 200, it's like August 2nd and 3rd, but the Olympics start before that. But on the last episode, they were getting ready for their big, I guess, meet or whatever it is that night, the big showdown, and it was humid and it was hot. And I was thinking to myself, y'all don't know nothing in the Southeast. That's our life. They were talking about how the humidity and how they were sweating, getting ready for that. And it looked like a hot summer day in the South is what it looked like. It's just the humidity just adds to it. So something like that would really help, Greg.
And look, it's hot. I get it. It may be abnormally hot. I don't know, but the way the news portrays it,
it's the hottest ever.
guys, I haven't quit doing it. They act like
I
you can.
haven't
They
either.
act like you don't even need to leave the house. I haven't quit doing anything.
I was out in the middle of it
I run
yesterday.
in the middle of the day.
Right.
And I'm an old fart that don't even in that good a shape.
Right.
But they act like that if you walk outside, you're going to die.
I know.
I mean, my goodness, it's hot, y'all. I can remember many triple digits growing up. I mean,
of
they act like
course.
that's never happened.
Yeah.
Saturday and Sunday. Saturday it felt like nothing but watching television because I watched Wimbledon all morning into the early afternoon, and then everything breaking with President Trump. Then yesterday watched the men's final in the morning, but then I got out in the yard and was doing some things, mowed the grass, whatever. But I had a little project I needed to do, and I actually sent Speedy a picture of this because I didn't know how it was going to end.
And you didn't give me an update.
Well, and that because I wanted to do that this morning.
Okay.
So we've had Braden's basketball goal.
The
Just
ingenuity of strapping it down.
I mean,
was
I didn't
funny.
know what else to do. So it's been sitting there for a couple years, and he hadn't shot a single shot on it in 2 years. And so I asked a couple of months ago, I said, hey, listen, I said, does anybody use that basketball goal anymore? If not, I'm going to get it out of the way because we've got so many cars in the driveway now, and it's hard to turn around as it is. And if nobody listen, if nobody's shooting basketball, I'm going to get it out of here. Brady's like, I don't care. I never play on it anymore. And Amanda's like, I don't care. So I just have been waiting to find a time to do it. And I don't know why I got in a mode yesterday. I thought, you know what? Let's tackle that basketball goal.
You or something.
And I was just going to put it on top of the road, and anybody wants to come get it. By the way, anybody in the shout can hear my voice. If you want a basketball goal, run by my house today. It's sitting right up here at the top of the driveway.
So you just put that at the top. That big thing you put. Okay.
Now trash will get it, but
Okay.
They
here's
will?
yeah.
I was
I
wondering
got to
about
put
that.
in I got to put. They'll get anything. You just got to
But
put
it's
in.
put together. Like,
Yeah, they don't care. They'll you got to put in a request. They'll come get it and do whatever with it. But I won't do that yet. I'll leave it up there for a couple days. Somebody will get it.
Y'all, it's a portable basketball goal. It's like
a nice
fully
one.
put together.
Yeah, well,
You know,
And,
you put water in or
oh,
whatever.
yeah,
that
they're
basically-
such a hassle, but yeah.
So I thought, okay, well, I'll put it in the truck, and obviously it's way longer than the truck.
Yeah.
So
and
much longer.
but it's one of those you can take up and down. It's
Yeah.
so I got it down to the lowest level, which I'm not even sure. I think it's like 8 foot, whatever is the lowest. And so backed my truck up by it, and I thought, wow, okay, this thing's heavier than I thought. And so I tilted it over and got a lot of the water out of it, most of the water, probably like 80% of the water. But I wasn't sure how I was going to stand it up once I got up top, so I wanted to leave a little water in it in case I wanted to go upright with it.
Yeah.
And so left a little water in there, finally got it to where I thought, okay, this is what I'm going to do. So I positioned it in front of the truck, grabbed the rim, pulled it down, got it in the truck.
Greg, I wish you could have seen that.
Then I had to use ratchet straps to kind of get it settled.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, don't let that be the only thing you use to tie. And I went and got some rope that I had, and I tied off both sides. And I thought, okay, it's pretty secure. And I texted Speedy snapped him a picture and said, this may turn out really bad or something like that. And so I took it up the driveway, and I went slow. I put it in four-wheel drive so there wouldn't be any slipping or anything. And so, but here's the thing. One of the ratchet straps broke.
It did?
Yes. So I'm so thankful.
Goodness.
I am so thankful that I had that rope and tied it off. Otherwise, I'd have had me a
So
big
you didn't
handle.
let your strap get rotten?
Well, it wasn't that. It got caught. It went between it was almost like a saw.
Cut it off.
Yeah, cut it.
Yeah.
And
Well,
so
when you sent the picture, I thought to myself, well, I hope he's not going far.
no, I didn't go far.
And that makes sense
Yeah.
that you were just trying to get to the top of the driveway.
So I pulled the top of the driveway and I backed it up where our garbage and stuff's picked
and
up.
y'all don't understand his driveway and why he's doing
brutal.
this. Okay, it's straight up.
Straight up.
So I got it out, and I think I did hurt myself in my back. It kind of landed on me, and I didn't have anywhere to go, and I couldn't do anything but just push up with my body, and my body gave a little bit. And so real sore today, and really don't need that right now, but that's fine.
It is what it is.
Struggled to tie my shoes this morning, but I got it out of the truck, got it up there, and was like, okay, good, I've got this off my plate. So we'll see. My guess is somebody probably by Tuesday afternoon will pick it up.
Now, do you just leave it there, or do you put a note free?
No, everybody knows
Free
that
to
it's
a good
just free
home.
to whatever.
Like a puppy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, it's like all put together. He didn't even take. It's up there.
I didn't want somebody else.
What
to have
if
to
you
deal
look
with that.
up there and somebody's actually shooting basketball in the street?
I laid it down like long ways so it would, because I was afraid it might tip over and come flying back down the driveway. So I laid it down up there nice, and if somebody, like, I see people all the time, like I've put stuff up there before, and in 10 minutes it'd be gone. Somebody come by with a trailer and be like, "Hey, there's that. Let's get it." So that's gonna happen, and somebody's gonna come by with a trailer and go, "There's a basketball goal. Well, let's get it."
Look at that, honey.
And it'll be easy to
like a
put
year.
in somebody's. Well, I'm going to give it until Wednesday or Thursday, and then I'm going to submit a ticket for
I got
the
a
trash
ticket I
people to
need
pick
to
it up.
submit about a basketball goal.
So because they pick up anything.
Goes a little something like
you
that.
just
They would
submit
have
it.
to, I think, take it apart to even take it with them.
Or will they reach
No.
down and go,
Yeah, because about
I don't know.
halfway up,
so they
you
have
can-
that thing that
Yeah, you can take it apart and into pieces.
you're mad he didn't take it apart.
No, well, somebody might want it and just take
Well,
it
that's
on with
what
them.
I didn't want. I didn't want them to have to deal with that.
Oh, I've took one of them apart.
That's
one
a good
time when I
spin.
get rid of the kids.
I mean, really, why, who
Yeah.
wants to put that together?
Yeah. You need a little trailer probably because
The worst thing is
it's
a-
longer than a truck.
The worst thing is assembly.
oh yeah.
Now, who wants that?
Nobody wants that. Throw it on the back of a trailer, tie it off. You're good to go. You'll be
See you
shooting
Wednesday.
hoops in minutes.
I mean, minute. You really would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can be dunking.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
There are a lot of so-called fast food deals out there. But do any of them have the Wendy's Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, crispy fries, everyone's favorite nugs, and a drink for just $5 like Wendy's Biggie Bag? Nope. And that's why no other deals can be called the Wendy's Biggie Bag. That and a little thing called plagiarism. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go: shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Well, summer's here, and everybody's got a favorite outdoor activity. It might be golf, bike riding, boating, bird watching, tennis. Ask 100 people, you get 100 answers. If everyday aches and pains are keeping you on the sidelines, I have one answer: Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free daily supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps reduce or even eliminate it. Wherever you are, and if you're hurting in your back or your neck or your joints or your muscles, in 3 weeks or less, you'll start to feel the difference all day, every day. So whatever you do, whether it's swimming, pickleball, hanging out in the garden, Relief Factor can help you feel good again and let you enjoy all your favorite outdoor activities all summer long. Give it a try by going to relieffactor.com, or you can call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's the number 4, and save on your first order, or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. Do it today. Now, you may have heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before and thought, wait, the same sound auto quality I expect from the big guys, but at half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now's the time to check them out, because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds, which means you get the features that you know and you love, like the optimized gel tips for that cozy custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors to complement any and all skin tones. Seriously, if you've been wanting to check out Raycon's, there has never been a better time than right now with a 30-day happiness guarantee. What are you waiting on? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's buyraycon.com/bigvox. BIGVOX.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's 9 minutes now until top of the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we thank you for being with us. This portion of the show brought to you by PatriotMobile.com/BigVox. For 10 years now, PatriotMobile.com/BigVox, and I'm saying BigVox, B-I-G-V as in voice, O-X, has been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. And when I say the only, I mean the only. They're the only one. That's why we're proud to partner with them. They also work with all three providers, Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, so you're getting the same service you have now. If you're with either one of the big three, you're going to have that same coverage when you switch to PatriotMobile.com/BigVox. You're sending the message when you switch that you support free speech, religious freedom, sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and the military, veterans, first responder heroes. They're in the news from this past weekend, aren't they? But hey, guess what? You're going to support all that, but also they're offering the same dependable nationwide coverage that you want. So you're not going to, you're not going to step backwards. You're actually going to step forwards with supporting something that you believe in and having the same dependable coverage nationwide. You're no longer going to be funding the agendas that we all, talk about every day that the government and others are pushing. This means the money you're already spending anyway will now make a difference. So how about joining us and making your phone money matter? And start spending your money with a company that shares our values. Their 100% U.S.-based customer service team makes switching easy, too. Keep your number, keep your phone, or if you want to upgrade, you can. Give them a try and let them find out what the best plan is for you. Go to PatriotMobile.com/BigVox, or you can call them at 972-PATRIOT for free activation. Use the promo code BigVox, BIGVOX. You'll also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we're rolling back. We've kind of hit a number of different things. Of course, the obvious from this past weekend. We have spent some time on that, and we'll jump back into that when the main show starts. We, have talked about Richard Simmons passing away. That was big news, and one that really took most of the Saturday up to this assassination attempt on on President Trump. That Dr. Ruth also passed away. Thought she had already passed. I'll give you that.
How old was she? She had to be in
96.
96.
Speedy, I'd like to see you honor Richard today by licking someone in the eye.
Yeah, it was funny. Greg said
what
someone
about Big
should
Boy?
just lick me.
What about Big Boy?
No, I'm not going to touch
you.
it.
You could go lick Big Boy's eye, and that won't hurt a thing.
No.
I'm going to have to clean that eye a little bit. Richard Simmons passed away a day after turning 76. He had posted a message to fans on Facebook. His message read, "Thank you. I never have gotten so many messages about my birthday in my life. I'm sitting here writing emails. Have a most beautiful rest of your Friday. Love, Richard." And that was, of course, on Friday. He also revealed on Friday that he had fun plans to celebrate his birthday. In a very rare interview, he told people, but the candle will probably be, I don't know what that means. He said he's a vegetarian, and he was just talking about that. Anyway, he reflected on turning 76. He said, "I feel good, and I'm grateful that I'm here. I'm alive for another day. I'll spend my birthday doing what I do every day, which is helping people." And then all of a sudden, the next day, he passes away.
Wow, that's tough. That's kind of, wow, ironic.
How's he helping people these days? Did you know?
Just through his positivity, according to him, just through his positivity.
He is a positive guy.
He is positive.
And hey, you can do it kind of attitude.
You can do it. Kind of the William Hung.
Yeah.
Oh, well, listen, he'd get all emotional with him. He'd be out there with them big people trying to lose weight and all.
He'd
get squalling.
Because, when you're trying to lose weight, sometimes it can get a little frustrating.
Richard's passion's what it was.
Did y'all know he grew up in the French Quarter of New Orleans?
No, I didn't know.
Before settling in California. He weighed 268 pounds when he graduated from high school.
You're serious about that? Good.
Yep.
That's big.
Yeah, it's big. Wow.
His daytime show was seen on
he
200 stations in America. as well as Australia, New Zealand, the Philippines,
Richard probably did
Japan.
pretty
I wonder
good.
what turned it around for him.
Deal a meal.
Like what was his?
Where did he go? I'm tired of being big giant.
I'd like to know.
He just
Great.
he opened his exercise studio. He of course had all the exercise videos and all that. Sweating with the oldies was the big line.
Oh my goodness, sweating with the oldies.
Yeah. So yeah, he did pretty well for himself. He had the book Never Say Diet.
And he was a celebrity.
He was a bestseller.
He was on talk shows and different things.
And he would
Rick and Bubba show, Licking Eyes.
We were lucky enough to have him. You know, because a lot of times these shows would come through, and you see this in some of the bigger markets where it might be the Home and Garden Show or, you know, some of these big events, and they have these celebrities that come in for an appearance, and he would come in and do Sweat with the Oldies on stage or whatever as an enticement for people to come out to the events and stuff. So we were always lucky to have him in town, and that's how we got him in studio. And so when he would come to these events, it was kind of an annual thing. He would come back the next year, or maybe he would take a year off and then come back again. And so we built that relationship with him over the years that, oh, hey, we're getting Richard in studio, you know. And they would get a win because we would promote his appearance, but yet we'd get a win because Richard was in studio.
Look, all kidding aside, and we have fun with it. But he knew what people wanted from him.
Yes,
he delivered.
Yeah.
I mean, when he was on the show, I mean, you see the video. He's getting. I mean, I know he's licking your eye, but but he's living up to his
more
persona.
than that.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, do you know
he knew what y'all wanted him to do? Maybe not that far, but
he did take it.
Richard being Richard.
Can I tell y'all that? I don't know what this says about me, but until we watched that video again, I didn't remember it like that.
No, I wouldn't.
No, I know.
Hey,
I really didn't.
I wouldn't have either.
I really
I
didn't.
agree.
If I were you, I wouldn't have remembered it like that.
I really
either.
didn't.
Yeah, I saw your face. You were like, "Wow, that was a long time."
Yeah, could you tell I was kind of agitated with him a little bit.
You licked your
I
eyes.
was like, what?
Rightly so.
I was like, what did you do? I thought we were just cutting up doing a bit, and all of a sudden your tongue's all in my eye.
I think he was serious.
And he kept it there a little bit.
I know. How long did it take your eye to clear up? I bet it was blurry for at least 2 segments.
Yeah, quickly found some eye drops.
Yeah, good. No.
Never know where that tongue's been, but
The funniest part's when he was talking and you said something and he stopped me. Excuse me.
well, because he was
pounces on you.
Well, because he got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm
he
saying.
got it. But I didn't know we were going that far with it. Okay.
He took it to a level.
I
didn't
thought-
have to go, but you got to give him credit for performing. I mean,
I thought for a second that he was just doing the bit, and I was messing with him, and this is funny. Next thing I know, man, the way he grabbed my wrist.
Do you realize in today's world you could have filed harassment against him?
I mean, but it's almost like, I ain't gonna say that. Boy, he clamped down. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could have made a mess of the studio and got him off of me. You know what I mean? I could have started slinging chairs and throwing him all over the studio, but I didn't know until it was on my eye.
Yeah,
I didn't know.
I mean, you could have got mad and really made it ugly,
right?
Of course, that would have been.
I
fun
will
to
say
watch
this
too.
though, he has quite the grip.
He's pretty strong for a little guy.
Wouldn't
let him up.
Yeah,
that's funny. I'm telling you, I was
got a lot of those.
I'd like to see you honor him at some point today.
Yeah.
In the next 4 hours.
What if we had a stray dog and let him lick you? Just something.
A straight,
you know how
want
they
a stray
lick each
dog
other?
to lick my eye.
Rick and Bubba.
This has been floating around the internet for some time too. Strange but true facts, and strange. And this is there's some real insight here to some things that I didn't know. So you said strange but true. Strange but true. We have traffic back there. That is what that sounds like. That is very traffic-like, isn't it? It's 5 clear now. Yeah. 65. Did you know? Now, this is strange, y'all. This is really strange. Stay with me here. Okay, I'm with you. If a statue in a park of a person on a horse has both front legs in the air, the person died in battle. If the horse has one leg in the air, it means the person died of results of wounds received in battle. And if the horse has all four legs on the ground, it means the person died of natural causes. Did you know that was the rule for having a statue in the park? I had no idea.
You're kidding.
I had no idea.
If it's two legs up and he died in battle.
Right. If he's reared up, one down would be died of wounds he received from the battle. All four on the ground died of natural causes. Wow. Isn't that something? No word in the English language rhymes with mouth, orange, silver, and purple. So if you're writing a song or a poem, you might want to stay clear of those at the end of your sentence.
What are they again?
Mouth, orange, silver, and purple.
Mouth?
Yes.
South?
That's what this sentence.
What are they?
Okay, you know what that was? That was subliminal belief. I was trying to figure out why I was so hungry.
Put something in my mouth.
Or it tie into that last story. I don't know. Did you know?
There's no word to rhyme with mouth.
Okay. Everybody on Bubba. Clans of long ago wanted to get rid of their unwanted people without killing them. So you know how they used to get rid of them? They would burn their house down. Hence the expression, to get fired. Have you ever thought about that?
That's not true.
How that's what it come about. Hence the expression.
Fired from work? So if they wanted to get rid of you, they would burn your house down. Speedy, you didn't just say that. That makes mouth a lot.
Thank you for taking me off the fire. Thank you so much.
That's a joke.
Canada is an Indian word for big village. Well, that really doesn't mean much to us. Did you know that there are 2 credit cards for every person in the United States?
2 for every person?
Yes.
Could we say it takes a Canada to raise a child?
Yeah.
But anyway, so there's 2 what for every person?
2 credit cards for every person. Now,
that's an interesting fact.
Now, seeing how my wife has a whole handful of them, that means that somebody's going around with none.
That's right. Sherry and Betty's got somebody's card. Y'all need to come get it.
Y'all need to call and get those cards back. Rick, did you know that only 2 people actually signed the Declaration of Independence on the 4th of July? John Hancock and Charles Thompson, Thomson. Most of them signed it on August the 2nd, but the last signature was not even added until 5 years later. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
The sentence, I am, period, is the shortest grammatically correct sentence in the English language. Did you know that?
No, but I can see that.
Have you ever heard the term 9 yards, the whole 9 yards?
Yeah, well, I've always wondered where that came from.
The term, the whole 9 yards, came from World War II fighter pilots in the South Pacific. When arming their airplanes on the ground with 50 caliber machine gun ammo belts, they measured exactly 27 feet before being loaded into the fuselage. If the pilot fired all their ammo at a target, he would report, hey, they got the whole 9 yards.
Well, there it is.
How about
wow.
that? Did you not know that?
Now someone could just come up with 9 ways to Sunday or whatever that one is.
Yeah, I'm sure it may be in here. We'll keep looking.
Is that the correct term?
The most common name in the world, gentlemen, what would you think it is?
Would be John.
Speedy, as he reads my list, Muhammad.
Did you hear what you just said?
Yes.
That's the common name in the world is Muhammad?
Yes.
Now, world.
You have to think some of these countries, Middle East, everybody's named Muhammad.
I know it hurts to think about it. It does.
Well, I don't know what that one means.
Samba.
Did you know the international telephone dialing code for Antarctica is 672? I bet you didn't know that.
I did not.
The glue on Israeli postage stamps is certified kosher, so they can, send letters during certain holidays. This is kind of ironic, I think. Mel Blanc, the voice of Bugs Bunny. And you know how I feel about Bugs Bunny.
The late Mel Blanc.
Yes, he was actually, Bugs Bunny always chewing on a carrot and all that kind of stuff. He was actually allergic to carrots and couldn't eat them. I find that funny for some reason. All right, now here's an...
It is 6 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour beginning, and we thank you for being here. This hour starts with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day, on a brand new week. Much to cover, obviously, on the program today. The kickoff hours kick the tires on some of it a little bit. That's behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they've already done that for you, and they're here going forward. Eddie Van Adler settles in for his duties on the YouTube channel, both live and archived today. So he'll guide you through that, tubers. Thank you for being with us today. All the different options to get the Rick and Bubba Show on your own time or catch it live. Find it at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into yet another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Trevor Morgan. Bubba, how are you, sir?
Well. What a weekend.
Well, Richard Simmons dies. Dr. Ruth dies. Shannon. What's her name? 90210.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Doherty. Shannon Doherty.
Died.
Yeah.
Battle cancer for you.
Our former president and current Republican candidate almost died. And then people in the crowd. We have one who died, one that's in a coma, and then another that was injured.
Yep.
This is it's sad and shocking enough to report what we have to report and what you've been hearing and diving into all weekend. But it could have been even a more bizarre, dark day.
Yeah, I mean, think about what it would have been like today. Where would we be at?
Yeah.
What would we be thinking? What would we be talking about?
Sure.
And there's so much information out there, and I think once again, so many of our government servants are fumbling the PR situation here to get information out. You know, there was a vacuum of information early on.
Right.
That, you know, allows conspiracy theories to breed.
Oh, my goodness.
And, you know, gosh knows we don't hardly have any of those out there now.
No, not at all.
So, you know, I think one of the things today, let's just break down what we have heard, what we know, what is fact and what's fiction at this point, because those definitions could change over the next few days.
Yeah, you may see us be annoyingly cautious to some of you because we've learned over the years, as we've been doing this a long time, you got to be real careful about pushing all the chips to the middle of the table.
You mean going all in?
Yeah, going all in. I saw that email this week. But because especially now, it's always been a problem. But now when all somebody has to do is turn their phone on and suddenly they're a commentator on social media and claim to be an expert and they know these things. So we're going to deal with the things that are not up for debate, right? That's normally how we go.
Right.
And we probably won't entertain many conspiracy theories today. You're welcome, you know, to say what you want to, either text.
But maybe we need to mention what's out there, and it is just that, a conspiracy theory.
Well,
no fact in it at this point.
And one coming from the left, which is just absolutely bizarre, that it was a setup, so Trump could be heroic. And I tell you, if you're going to do that setup, finding a kid that can just clip his ear,
yeah,
and then of course you also have to tell the poor people that are burying their loved one that they're just part of it. I'm sorry, we're going to have to shoot your loved one to do this, and put another one in a coma, and etc. That's about as weird a conspiracy theory as I've ever heard, because all you got to do is just stop for just a minute and think for just a moment before you tweet, before you speak, before you do a video, of everything that you're saying when you're saying that somehow it's actually the right to set this up for the benefit of Trump. That's as bizarre as I've ever heard.
Look, I know.
Walk that out a minute before you speak.
I know that's a great plot in a movie.
Right.
It's a great plot in a TV show.
Right.
You've probably seen it a dozen times.
Right.
Where they can just imagine all kind of things at the studio.
Yes.
But in real life, I just don't think anybody would pay someone and allow them to take a shot at them with a high-powered rifle from 130 yards.
I don't think so either.
I just don't see that.
That one doesn't. No.
I'm going to have a hard time buying in on that one. Hey, Rick,
yeah.
that is not all in. That is hold.
You know what? You can probably sell me on faking the trip to the moon before you can that one.
Yeah.
So, but
or a flat Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we will look at all that today. You certainly can be part of it. Now, of course, you can. If you can't call us, you can text us. We have that now too, and we can see those. We had fun with that on Friday for the first time. So we'll look at that. And if we, there's a lot of show, but there's also a lot to talk about. We do have things that are not near as serious that we can hit on from the weekend if time allows. If not, we'll just come back and do it tomorrow. But we'll weigh in on all of this, and I know you all want to weigh in on it as well. So also Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today in Sweet Home, Alabama, benefiting Wounded Warrior. And you can go to all the participating locations today. They also have that all-you-can-eat boneless wings, which really are chicken nuggets dipped in wing sauce, but you know what I mean. And that'll help a great organization today as well. So enjoy that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And up until 1965, driving was done on the left-hand side of the road in Sweden. The conversion to right-hand was done at a weekday at 5 p.m. All traffic stopped, and people switched sides of the road at exactly 5 p.m. What? This time and day was chosen to prevent accidents. Now, you think, how could that be?
Gosh.
That was done to prevent where drivers would have gotten up in the morning and been too sleepy to realize that today is the day we change over. So they changed in the middle of the day at a very busy time. In other words, you just got up in the morning, you forgot, like, hey, today is...
I understand that. But what about the next morning when you forget that yesterday was the day? Why would you ever change?
I know. The very first bomb dropped by the Allies on Berlin during World War II only killed an elephant at the Berlin Zoo.
That's not true.
Rick, I'm just reading the list. I did not research these. I'm simply reporting them. Now, I don't know about this. Rick, I'm just reading the list. Humphrey Bogart, these. I said, play it again, Sam.
I have heard that. I've heard people say that.
Now, how did he get credited with that, or was that from another movie and people thought he said it?
I don't know, but it's very popular. That play it again, Sam.
Sherlock Holmes never said the phrase "elementary, my dear Watson." I didn't know that.
You sure?
Annually.
Oh, come on, that's bogus.
Yeah,
annually,
bogus,
man.
I'm just reading this now. Annually, more people are killed by donkeys than die in airplane crashes.
Now do you hear what you just said?
I'm reading this off the paper.
You mean to tell me there's more people kicked to death by donkeys or bitten or run over than are killed in airplane crashes?
You're correct.
Bubba. I mean, I could understand more kicked to death by snakes or some weird thing like that.
Donkeys?
So donkeys kill more people than poisonous snakes do. Some weird thing like that.
Donkeys? Have you ever heard the term, it's all fun and games until someone loses an eye?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Do you know where that came from?
Yes, my kindergarten class.
No.
Okay.
Ancient Rome, the only rule during wrestling matches that were held in the Colosseum was no eye gouging. Everything else was legal. You could throw dirt, bite, kick, whatever. But the only way to be disqualified was by poking someone's eye out. You have all heard the term, "I'll be back in a jiffy."
Yes, I have.
Yeah. Did you know that is actually a technical term? A jiffy is the scientific actual unit of time for 1/100th of a second.
I knew that.
A jiffy.
No, you did not.
In other words, it takes 100 jiffies to make 1 second.
So really we're all lying.
And somewhat contradictory with the term Jiffy Lube.
Yeah.
It takes a little longer, not much.
Yes.
A little bit. We have Jiffy Lube down the street.
Cards and letters.
Yes.
You used to go there.
The average person falls asleep in how much time? Gentlemen, would you like to guess?
Are you average or not?
No, I'm not average.
Gosh. An average person goes to sleep in 30 minutes.
7 minutes.
7 minutes?
Oh, well, I didn't know. I thought she was already gone. What was she going to say?
I was going to say 12.
No, 7. I fall asleep in about 30
seconds.
Yes.
I love this when he reads. I do too.
He's
not even conscious that he does it little loud when he reads it.
Hershey Kisses. Do you know how they got their name?
I can imagine.
Have you ever wondered?
Yes, I have.
A little Hershey Kiss pyramid-looking round.
Yeah.
How did that get to be called a kiss?
I don't know.
The machine that makes them looks like it's kissing the conveyor belt as it squirts them out.
Oh, I can see that.
Isn't that funny? You've all heard the term paper money. Did you know that money is not made out of paper? You know what it's made out of?
What?
Cotton.
It is not.
Yes, that is cotton. Green. Did you know that money is not made out of? Look how fuzzy it is around the edge.
Well, it is fuzzy, you're right. Did y'all see they do $20 bills, man? I don't like we changed the money. Don't get me started on that.
Have you heard the term rule of thumb?
Yes, we have.
Do you know where that came from?
No.
That is derived from the Old English law, which stated that you couldn't beat your wife with anything wider than your thumb. I'd heard that before. It's a pretty big stick, boys. You know, that you couldn't beat your wife with...
So it was okay to spank her with something else?
As long as it wasn't wider than your thumb. Oh.
Wow. Spank her with something else?
As long as it wasn't wider than your thumb.
What's that, Bubba?
Skinnier things hurt the most. A stamp.
Look, you switch calories. I have no idea. That's terrible.
1/10.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. A lot going on. We'll update you on that from this past weekend, but no story bigger. And we all talked about it. Sherry and I, we had a little gathering Saturday night with some friends that invited us for a birthday. By the way, it was one of those escape room things. Good night. We try to do that on team building, you know. And for somebody who has an aversion to puzzles, that's a night. I was absolutely zero help to the entire group. Zero help. I did not contribute one thing. Much like the time we tried it. But anyway, so I mean, we're literally going out the door saying, "Hey, we got to go," and then Bubba sends the thing to the group text. Sherry's, doing
Was I the one that got the word to y'all?
I think so. Sherry was doing her final, how they go look in the mirror and do their final hair thing, whatever. And I just happened to look down at my phone. And I said, hey, whoa, hang on. And so and then it started. So let's just go back. And again, there's so much information, so much bad information, so many. Right now, everybody can talk and has a platform, which makes it very, very bizarre. You don't know what to believe, not to believe. We're going to try to deal with the things that are not up for debate.
Yeah, the former president was shot once. It looks like through the ear,
or skimmed his ear, or
right in that area, top of the ear.
Yep.
A few centimeters, a half an inch, totally different outcome in this. It's about as close as you could get and still miss from an assassin's bullet. As word came out about this, and what we know now, the shooter was an outcast.
Always.
Yeah. He did not even make the rifle team at his school because they said he was such a bad shot.
I saw that.
Other than that, he had a pretty clean record from what I am reading so far on this. He worked at Bethel Park Nursing and Rehab Center, where he provided food care for post-hospital older folks. They said that he passed all the background checks, no problem there. The gun was legally purchased by his father, if I understand that correctly. And Rick, I think the real story on a lot of this, there was a rumor too, and I had sent it to you guys, that Trump had been shot a second time in the side.
Right.
Apparently that's not true.
Yep.
And I'll base that on the fact that if he was, Trump would have mentioned it.
Right. Yes.
But there was a picture where it looked like there could have been a hole. I don't know if that was a spot. I don't know if he tore his suit when he went to the ground. Whatever, but
we know he lost his shoes.
Yeah, there was some assumption that he may have been shot twice, once in the side, but that was not correct. We also had reports that he was being airlifted out. That was not him, but there were 3 other victims, and 2 of those were airlifted.
Yeah.
So there was some confusion about who was on those planes early, and there always is in these kind of things. We knew that the early reports were not always 100%.
So do I have this right? The president, ear injury, he's fine. 1 person killed instantly.
Yes.
1 person in a coma, right?
I think there's 2. There's 1 in induced a coma. I'm not sure about the other one.
And the other had an arm injury or something. It wasn't.
The early pictures, we thought that the person they were pulling up in front of the stage was the shooter, had the bloody hand, but that was not the case.
Yeah,
that was one of the victims.
There was somebody that got hit in the arm, I think.
The man who is in induced a coma is named David Dutch. He is a former Marine, 57 years old, in a induced a coma right now. Induced coma.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we had 1 loss of life, and understand he was a fine, upstanding gentleman who was covering his daughter at the time.
Yep. So that's what happened. Then you get to the glaring fact that has to be addressed, and no one really has an answer for this. Is the Secret Service, when they come to town, they run the town. We've told y'all that before. We know that from people who've been in towns when presidents are speaking. Even one really incredible story about a guy who couldn't take back what he said about the vantage point of his office window.
And he spent the weekend in jail.
So, and they go 7 to 10 days.
You don't get a phone call, too, when they take you.
No, they're running it. The mayor has no say. The governor has no say. No one has any say. They run the town to the president or whoever their garden is gone. So this is a former president with Secret Service. We are hearing reports that they have asked the director of Secret Service many times for more protection because of the volatile times politically we're in for the former president. That has been turned down. But it really doesn't matter. What we keep hearing from everyone that is really elementary is you have a building with a vantage point to the stage with a rifle of any capability. It's well inside the range, and the building was not secure. They didn't have any Secret Service on the building. It was not secure, and it was in a perfect position to shoot whoever was speaking.
Yeah,
and,
Rick,
and,
if you
and
just
no one can explain that.
If you diagram it out, it's almost perfect.
Yeah.
To try an assassination attempt. And we've heard a lot about perimeters. Well, and I don't think some people I think are confused. A perimeter doesn't mean a fence. It means it's an imaginary line where they say we got to have this secure in this. And usually the Secret Service is the innermost loop, and then local law enforcement will take an outside loop or two, I'm told. But this was incredible. I mean, I don't have any training in this, and I could have looked at that and go, we got to have somebody on that building.
Well, and now there's people being interviewed saying, no, the building was acknowledged and said needed to be secured. They just didn't do it. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. We'll find that out. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. In every situation, the Secret Service standard, this clearly met the standard and was ignored. And no one knows why, or yet.
Now, the people inside around the stage, Secret Service, did a wonderful job. They did what they're supposed to do, become a human shield for the president or former president. And, they get high marks in this. Now, whoever drew that perimeter line and was in charge of making sure that building was secure gets a big F on this. I don't know how they get to keep their job.
So we do now have a story that Speedy's got because people kept pointing to the shooter, trying to get somebody to address him. And apparently one of the local law enforcement did go up the ladder, and the kid pointed the rifle at him. And I guess
So he went back down the ladder very quickly.
We have a Daily Mail story in today's prep that's what it says. So that kind of helped me, verify, because there's that Daily Mail story, Fox News has a story, and some others that is, in fact, what happened.
I think when he startled the would-be assassin, the officer, by the time, what I'm reading, he pointed the gun at him, saw it, so he ducks, obviously, and starts down the ladder.
Right.
Well, by the time he got to the bottom to grab a microphone to call for help, the shots were already going off. So the would-be assassin knew he was busted, so to speak.
Right.
And that's why he went ahead and rushed what he was trying to do.
That actually might have saved Trump's life, if you think about it.
Yeah, it sure could have. And
of course, I wonder why he didn't know he was busted when people who knew him started screaming his name, Crooks, what are you doing up there?
Right, and they're saying that helped too, because they were rushing him because he was being identified. I mean, one of them even screamed Matthew, and then screaming Crooks. To your point, what are you doing? Get down.
So, but again, the thing that there's a lot of things that can be talked about, and people go, well, wait a minute, this is not one of them. How a 20-year-old takes a high-powered rifle, walks into the perimeter, to Bubba's point, gets up on
within 130 yards.
Gets up on a vantage point to take a shot at Trump or whoever would be speaking, and Secret Service didn't have that secure. Somebody has to answer for that.
Well,
that's elementary. That's elementary.
A major failure.
Yeah, how can you walk up with a rifle?
And that's the kind of stuff that opens the door to conspiracy theories, and when you do something that elementary.
And what made it worse is we were told yesterday that the Secret Service was going to have a press conference.
Right.
So, boy, we're all ready to go. It starts out, it looks worse than some webcam presentation. You can't hear the guy. And then they say, well, we're not talking about yesterday. We're talking about the Republican National Convention.
Unbelievable.
And we're like, wait a minute. You're not going to mention that? I mean, who is running that ship over there? They don't have a clue. Hey, get out there, and if you don't know something, just say we're working on it, we're investigating it, but let's hear from you on something.
We all kind of felt like Secret Service was a done deal. You're supposed to feel like they're on top of it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of Auburn football fame and, of course, Tennessee Titan fame, Houston Oiler fame when all that was going on. Al is with us this morning. Al, welcome back to the show. It's so good to see you.
Good morning.
How are you, Al?
Good to be back.
We hadn't seen you in a while. You've been busy.
I've been busy with my coaching over at Spain Park High School.
Well, I heard that's what you were doing.
Yeah.
And
what all you coaching?
Jaguars. I'm coaching the kickers and helping out with the defensive backs, and also coaching the boys golf team this spring.
Well, now there's something you can spend a little time working on there, huh?
I just happen to have my clubs when we go out to practice as well.
Well, you have to. I mean, how can you not get out there and show them how to do it?
Well, I try, but my thing is more about
practice.
Yeah, about course management and stuff like that. Speedy will tell you about that.
Like if you hit a bad shot, don't hit a second one. Just get back out in the fairway.
Don't let it bother
take one
you.
stroke instead of 8.
Because I'm so good at that when I play in tournaments. You know?
I know I can hit it between those trees.
Al, I
I'm
know.
so good. That's why I'm in the woods.
I mean, golf and football and all that, that's fine. But, and we're even bringing you in for the week of testosterone, but this bachelor thing last night. Was your wife crying along with ours?
No,
You cried.
My wife isn't a big TV person, so.
So you were the one crying.
I was watching it with my daughter and my sons, and Lisa came down and watched it every now and then. But it sickened me. I mean, there were a few times in my football career that I was very, very disappointed. Well, this was close to some of those. And like you said, testosterone week, it just doesn't match.
I know, and I feel guilty that we're acting like a bunch of girls this morning. But
I feel like a silly schoolgirl right now. No offense, lady.
Well, I'm going to blame you guys because you sucked me into this about 4 weeks ago when I started watching it.
We all did. And I had a lot of friends call and say, hey, thanks last night.
Exactly.
And I say, hey, thanks to Bubba. I wasn't watching. He pulled me in.
I don't know who got me on it, but I'd like to send them a hey, thanks. Whoever it was, Dixie Spice. I mean, the only person I think hurt maybe more than all of us.
Are you okay?
Is Dixie Spice, who declared, I love Brooke. I think she's my friend.
Yeah, I ran into her in the lobby.
Come on up, best friend. Pull the mic around.
I ran into her in the lobby this morning, and she was, of course, in tears, and I put her on the elevator to bring her up. How are you? How are you holding up?
I still love Brooke, but I'm crushed. It was a horrible night.
How you feel about Aaron today?
I don't like him.
Well, now, Dixie Spy, just because he didn't pick Brooke.
Yeah, but
he's this great guy right up to last night? Yeah.
Well, I'm here for her, but she'd be bored with him. He's not fun enough for her.
Oh, here we go. This is where your friends
How
say
about I just, I don't hold any grudges. I hate people that, just change their opinion based on the outcome, but I think he's a loser. If he didn't have Daddy's money. But anyway.
Now, Bubba, I'm going to tell you the snob factor is there for his family, too. I think it's possible. They could go snob on you if they had to.
I feel like I need to drive to Albertville and hug J.D. and Sharon right now. Well, I felt like going last night, but I wouldn't know what to say.
Del Greco, you played for Auburn, so you really have no problem with it. But if you're a Bama fan, he said no to the Bama run.
I'll pull that mic up. I think he said no to every SEC school.
He said no to Auburn, too, in a roundabout way.
Sure. All of Alabama.
Yeah.
The Southern charm, all that stuff, all the good stuff that goes along with being an Alabamian. He just threw it all out the window.
For some girl from Philadelphia.
She's a laugh-ender, Al. She's a laugh-ender.
She's a laugh-ender. The stadium.
She laughs every time she says anything.
The Eagles play on some of the worst surface in the NFL. It's the Ratty Stadium.
If she laughed one more time last night, I was going to go through the TV at it. If you notice,
Aaron picked me.
Everything was a joke too. Before the laugh, it would be just kidding, and then would come the laugh.
And what about the talking while he was kissing her?
Oh, all the time.
And I tell you what was a foul. She put her makeup on, had it like she liked it, all that for the rose ceremony. She never wore that any other time, and that was a foul.
She came in there with her hair blowing in the wind.
Listen, she came in there throwing her best pitch. I will give her that.
You should have heard. Hey, Sherry just screeched, and I said, what? She goes, oh, no, her outfit's cute.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to the phones.
Al, you going to hang around for a little while, or you all right?
Sure, I'd love to.
I'm going to try to drown my sorrow in some pancakes.
Rick and Bubba.
So today's the day. I've got my art.
Minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us today. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out this weekend. Is Michelle Obama the plan for the Democrats? Our guest, Joel Gilbert, this past weekend thinks yes. So anyway, if you didn't catch that, a lot of you did, because I got some feedback from a lot of you. TaxNetworkUSA.com/bigbox. Now, this team has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Are you in trouble with the IRS? The government agencies right now, our founding fathers warned us about letting the federal government get too large, because anything you give them, they will abuse and use against you. Looks like they knew what they were talking about. But anyway, if you'd like to find out that if they can help you, you can contact them at 1-800-245-6000. Never contact the IRS alone. You need an attorney as well, and the attorneys at taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox can help you. They also know which agents to work with, which ones you want to avoid. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts. They even offer the best-in-class guarantee. So would you like your free consultation? Call them now, 1-800-245-6000. Mention the show, or go directly to taxnetworkusa.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So watching the text coming in and seeing that a lot of you are saying, hey, guys, I know the story y'all have says the officer who encountered the shooter just seconds before the shots went up a ladder. Someone was interviewed on Fox News that said he didn't use a ladder, that other policemen gave him a boost or put him on his shoulders or whatever. So if there's no ladder there, the story we have says ladder, but that doesn't mean that's right. But how did, and this is the question before us all, how did it's always this, he was an outcast, people made fun of him. There's a lot of times growing up, I was a fat kid, people made fun of me, but I didn't take one of my dad's high-powered rifles and try to shoot a former president, okay? But anyway, so ultimately, as we know, the person responsible for this ultimately will be the person who decided to take a rifle and try to shoot somebody and end up killing one person, has another person, fighting for his life, and we're not sure about the third person, the severity of that injury, but it doesn't look to be as severe. But anyway, so that's who's ultimately responsible. However, the question that is just hanging over our country right now is we have a presidential candidate who is a former president speaking at a rally, and a 20-year-old takes his daddy's AR, goes to the location, somehow knows that a building 130 yards from the actual speaker is not secure, and is able to climb up on top of it. And really, there's all kinds of things about, the shot, was it a miss and all this. The one that I saw that was interesting, too, they had this giant graph out there where he's trying to show the problem with the border, I think it was. He turns his head to look at the graph at the perfect time. So I got to tell you, whoever made the graph, you got to give them props. Because he turns his head to address the graph, and it goes right by and clips his ear. If he was still looking straight ahead, the shot might have been on. But anyway, so how does this happen? How does this 20-year-old nearly kill, and does kill, people, or a person, and hopefully that's all. Hopefully the others will survive. But how does that happen? How does he just walk up, get on the building, in a place that's supposed to be secured by the doggone Secret Service? We're not talking about secure, by Barney Fife and the gang.
We're not talking about the parade route down at Christmas.
This is the Secret Service, and they don't secure that building, which everybody that has any expertise says, now that part is elementary. All the other stuff we can discuss, but that part is elementary.
Anybody would have said, we need to do something about here.
And some people are now saying they did. They're saying when we assessed the property, we did say that building has to be secure.
Funny, huh?
Now,
the system, somebody's accountable somewhere.
So it has to be, here we go. We always do this. Let's throw out our scenarios. All right, so scenario one, just random act, it's just bad day. Okay, man, just bad day. But then turned out to be, good for the president's life, bad for the man who was killed and the others that are injured. And it's just a random act, Rick. Okay, all right, that one, not real. Well, that's a tough one right there. Then there is the conspiracy. Inside job, they want Trump dead. They found a willing person, and they gave him access to take his shot. He didn't hit the president. He unfortunately did kill someone else and injure others, and it just didn't work out. But that's what they tried to do, and this guy knows he's done. And then there's the third. It's not an inside job. We're just completely inept, and we keep hiring people that are not good enough to do their jobs, and they're just not very good at it. And everywhere you look, you see subpar performance these days because we're trying to reach a goal through DEI, equity, and diversity, and the goal is more important than excellence. Could be that.
There's just so many questions, like you're saying. Like, for instance, let's say there is a ladder, and Adler was just showing B-roll of where the ladder was. How's there a ladder leaning on the building?
That's it. If that's the real shot, he knew there was a ladder there.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't know.
No, you don't.
So,
it's just so many questions.
Because everybody throws pictures out there and claim it.
Be careful chasing stuff on social media.
I'd
be real careful.
The main question is, why was the area not secured?
Let's just talk about what's factual.
Yeah. Two, and I saw this post. I don't know if this is true or not. About I doubt the sniper was online saying that he had the assailant in his scope, but the top brass wouldn't let him fire. I just have a hard time thinking that's really him.
Yeah, because
even if that's the case.
Yeah, this is right here is what's going around there.
Yeah, I'd be careful with that.
Yeah, that looks very, very suspicious.
I saw a sniper that seemed to be level-headed. He said, be careful with that. I think I told you this. He said, the reason why it looks like they have the guy in their sights for a few minutes before he shoots, they're glassing everything all the time. He said, if you're just over here looking for a minute through the scope and come back, and the fact that the way the building was set up, they didn't have a shot till he raised up to shoot. And frankly, the sniper was so good, he shot him right in the face.
Right.
But
they eliminated him quick.
Yeah. He said, but this thing of they were on him and they wouldn't shoot him, he said, I'd be careful.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that one too.
Yeah. Now, let's just go back to the biggest problem. How's he on that roof?
Yeah, that's really where
it all starts. The rest of it, if we just do what we normally do and secure that building, we're not even talking about the rest of it.
Now, the conspiracy certainly will be that he was allowed to get up there. You're going to hear all that.
Oh, I've already heard that.
But honestly, if you're going to allow a sniper in, you're trying to take somebody out, you certainly wouldn't send someone who was a poor shot.
Well, would you recruit your assassin from the old folks' home in there slinging hash in the kitchen? That's the
Greg
guy
just say slinging hash in the kitchen at the old folks' home.
Yeah. Now, Lee Harvey Oswald, if we can look back to him, if we look to the JFK, was a trained Marine shooter who scored very well on his gun test, which the most was 50, and he was consistently in the 48, 49, 50 area. So you could see that. I mean, you could make that argument in that case. But on this one, it just looks like a crackpot. I mean,
and if it's true, because we all saw, I saw the kids saying it, but you know how people say stuff. Also, he was tried to go for the rifle team and didn't make it because he was bad.
And
well, even in the conspiracy world, you have to find willing participants. The great snipers might have said, I ain't going to shoot.
It's a suicide mission.
It's a suicide mission. I ain't doing that.
And then, just if I could, just real quick, another question, because we have a lot of them. So does the Secret Service not use drone security to where they have an eagle eye like above the facility?
That's another question.
Is there somebody not sitting back in some type of trailer that's like got screens and they're got
that was one of the questions people asked. They said, where are the drones? That was asked. Yeah.
I mean, technology now is such that.
I do want to address the texter that just said, well, how did he make that shot so quick if he wasn't already on him? No, I'm not saying he wasn't on the location at one point. Mm-hmm. They may have got to the location, but he did not have a shot at the kid until the kid raised to shoot. That's what I'm saying.
Think about this. He's on an elevated roof, but the roof slants down away from the side of the venue.
Right.
So you could be completely covered.
Right.
Literally pop your head up, scoot the gun up, shoot, and then slide back down and be gone again. But the minute he shot, they saw the flash of the muzzle. They knew where it came from because they were looking in that direction.
Right.
And then they unloaded on the guy and made an incredible shot, by the way.
Right. Well, they're trained to shoot in a very small area at a long, long way, much further than that was.
Oh, yeah. That was probably almost too close.
Yeah.
You know.
But the point, we don't have to chase all that. Right. Go back to what's not up for debate. How is the building not secured? That's where this whole thing lands. Mm-hmm. The rest of it, all it just rolls from there. That's the problem. You got to go to, and that's not up for debate. Right. And so that's factual.
I think we're looking at either extreme incompetence, or malice. It's
That's
either
right.
incompetence or malice.
It's one of those two.
Or maybe a little bit of both from multiple parties involved.
I don't know, but it's
if it's like a lot of these things, once we know everything in the timeline, it'll be a cascade, just a chain reaction of bad things happening that caused it to fall into place.
We'll be back. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. Do you want to go ahead and talk to people now?
Yeah,
All right, let's talk to you, America. The lines are available. We'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Moment with the best of Rick and Bubba on a king-size Christmas.
With quite a little year, 7 wins, 2 losses, .95 ERA, lowest in the majors, 3rd lowest in the history of ERAs.
Well,
at least that's what Speedy wrote on this piece of paper.
That's what. And how about this? And a pretty good guitar player. He and as a matter of fact, he will be
sharing a few chords there.
And what we like to do on the show, in a minute, Chris will play guitar and Damon Johnson will pitch.
That's not Chris, you I mean, up till say a year or two ago, you were living out everybody. I'm saying me too, because I couldn't do it now. But
you pitched a little ball, didn't you?
Yeah, Rick. Back in the day.
You look like a pitcher.
Yeah, well, that was about 150 pounds ago. But I mean, you are absolutely living the dream of I'd say almost every red-blooded American male. I mean, other than the fact of being married to Faith Hill or Shania Twain.
Sure.
That you are pitching in the major leagues for America's team, the Atlanta Braves. You're seen all over the world. I mean, wow. I mean, that has to be great.
Wow, you got some pressure on you now. You never thought of it that way, did you?
I have now. But that is true. Throughout my career, I played with Cincinnati and the Florida Marlins and the Boston Red Sox, and every time the season was over, I'd come back home, and I saw I hear about the Atlanta Braves are the best. I'm like, oh, give me a break. I hate the Atlanta Braves. And the end of last year, the Braves ended up signing me. I'm like, what am I going to do now? I've always hated the Braves.
Right.
But
you realize you broadcast.
Yeah. Okay. You know you're seen in Atlanta, Chris, right?
Yeah. Turner South. That might ring a bell with you, but no.
But now, I mean, playing with the Braves all last year, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, they're the best organization I've ever played for. Bobby Cox, the way he managed our team, we didn't have an argument the whole year throughout our entire team. The whole year. I mean, it's unheard of.
You know, I dressed as Bobby Cox for Halloween this year. I really did.
Did you really?
I was a combination of that, or Todd Jones, who's also a relief pitcher, and he always wanted to be on the Braves, unlike you, who didn't like them. Which
growing up in Marietta, he thought he'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, he grew up in Marietta. He's always wanted to be on the Braves, so I dressed up as Bobby Cox with a goatee, or what Todd Jones would have looked like if the Braves had picked him up. So it was a combination.
I need to see pictures of that.
Yeah, it was good.
That was good.
But you actually are from the area the show is syndicated, but we are based out of Birmingham, Alabama. You actually come from, you tell us, Vestavia.
Yeah.
The Rebels, which is where my children, my 2 oldest children, will be going to school. And actually, my son played on the 120-pound Vestavia Rebel football team this year.
Well, he has a good future ahead of him. They got some good facilities. And
oh, yeah.
Chris, I got to ask you this because I already get an email on it. What is the status of Tom Glavine?
Here we go. Tom.
Let's get that out of the way. Then we can talk Chris Hammond stuff.
Where's he at? We've got him in here in the instant replay.
Yeah, you may give me. Wait a minute.
Give me his number.
I want to do this right.
Give me his number.
Wait a minute. I'll tell you. Hang on just a minute. We don't plan this quite like
Tom Glavine.
Is he under T?
Doesn't Glavine start with a G?
Okay, I got him. I will
204, Rick.
Okay.
I will tell you the status of him will be playing in the golf tournament that Chris is about to talk about.
So he will be. He will be. Well, that's got to be a good sign. All right, listen to this.
Will he have a cell phone with it? 204.
Now listen to this. One.
Hey, this is Tom Glavine. I love to paint the corners. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
Felt a little rushed.
We wanted Tom to give us a little more. He almost, and I say almost,
opened up there.
Was pushed into the Bill Elliott category. You remember? I hate to say this because I love Tom Glavine and he's a great player, but our interview with him did not go as energetic as we would have liked. You know, because, I mean, we call it. I mean, we judge every interview. And
we blame ourselves, not him.
Yeah.
But it just,
Let's
sometimes it doesn't go.
He doesn't sound thrilled to me. Just listen. One.
Hey, this is Tom Glavine. I love to paint the corners. You're listening to Rick and Bubba.
I don't think that's bad. I think that's pretty good. For
Chris, have you ever...
Is he as low-key as he seems?
Yeah.
He is? Okay.
Have you ever been sitting at home watching Tom pitch with that camera over the plate, and that umpire will ring one up, send him to the bench, and that thing was that far outside? Do you ever go, hey, how about me? Can I have that? Can I have that too?
I mean, for the past 4 or 5 years of my career, watching Maddox and Glavine pitch for the Braves, and you're just like, oh my goodness.
Two Hall of Famers, and you're right there in between them.
Even
Come on. All right, so 9 minutes to the top. We've got some phone calls coming in now. So we have someone that is anonymous that claims they can shed some expertise on this. Again, they're anonymous, and we certainly don't know. We have to take their word on this, but they join us now. Anonymous, welcome to the show. Go right ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy. Thanks for calling.
I worked with Secret Service a while back as an analyst. Our job was in situations like this, we're checking out, strategic positions and strategic spots where a potential problem might be. I can say, based on my experience, I would have a hard time buying that this was an inside job. As you guys have mentioned earlier, if we're going to have an inside job, why are we asking somebody who was, as Greg said earlier, slinging hash at the old folks' home?
Yeah.
I think what we have really here is it looks like an ultimate failure. I don't think everybody involved in security there was a Secret Service agent. I do think there were some, particularly those right around the president. I think those were your agents, and obviously some of those probably need to be looked at as well. But I think one of the things I know for the counter snipers, they're when they're positioned, they're typically looking, long range. We're talking, 800 meters out or so, and they're constantly, like you said earlier, Rick, they're constantly glassing and looking in different areas. And I think basically with the position he had, from what I can tell on the footage, obviously I wasn't there, but from what I can tell on the footage, the position he had. I think probably he didn't, when he crested the roof of that building as it was at an angle, I think when he crested, that's when they actually got eyes on him. And if you watch one of the videos in slow motion from the crowd, about the same time that President Trump is reaching for his ear, you see the sniper pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So it happened in a millisecond after I think the visual was made. I think it's just unfortunate and a gross negligence on the part of those around it, not to have secured that building in the first place.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah, that's really classification point A in all of this.
That's the bottom line. So in your expertise, as many have said, there's no explanation for leaving that unsecure other than, throw out conspiracy. Now you're down to, hey, just a terrible job. That's just not getting the job done.
Well, yeah, you're looking at. I mean, we're less than 150 yard shot, and
right.
At any sniper training. I mean, my Lord, you guys know in the South. I spent some time down there as well, and you guys know in the South, you go hunting 150. I'll take a shot on a deer at 150 yards all day long.
Yeah.
And so we're sniper training. You're taught to pinpoint. You're basically if I shoot at 150 yards in sniper training, my first shot hit the target. My second shot, I'm trained to hit that exact same hole.
Yeah.
So if I'm 300, 400, 500 yards out, I'm still hitting center mass of my target.
Yeah, he doesn't even have to be a skilled sniper because the gun will do most of the work if he'll just hold it steady on the target at 130 yards.
Absolutely. I mean, he was well within range, and that range should have never been an opportunity for anybody.
That's the point. And by the way, let's talk about it. He almost pulled it off. He hit him in the ear, guys. Yeah, that wasn't a bad miss.
He was an inch from really being in the history book.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: Secret Service agents, the ones that responded, looked like they did their job very quickly, without regard for their own life. But is it a problem having a Secret Service agent who's got to cover the president that is not as tall as the president?
It is quite a concern. I noticed watching the footage back. We've got 3 or 4 that. One of the alarming things to me, not only with the height, but we've got 3 or 4 that one of which is heard on the microphone asking, "What are we doing? Where are we going?"
Yeah.
That's a lack of training. That's a lack of training. No matter what the situation, if you're in that position, you are supposed to know at all times, if anything happens, here's the plan. And I've read several things where why are we leaving Trump covered up on stage, and why are we keeping him on stage forever? Well, that is trained. That is trained. We've got him covered. We've got 5 bodies laying on top of the man, and we're going to stay here until we get notification that it's clear to move. Because until we hear, that a shooter is down or that the threat has been neutralized, why are we going to stand him up and try to walk him off of an elevated position? We're behind a 4-foot-tall bulletproof barrier at this point. So let's not bring more danger into the situation. But when we do stand up, we certainly need people that are at least relatively close to the same height to be able to do what we're supposed to do and cover this man on the way out.
And again, I'm not questioning the women's ability. I don't know them. I don't know what training they go through. Obviously, they went through the same thing as the men. But if they're just physically not as tall, that looks like that is a problem to me.
Well, and we saw one that they couldn't find the holster. Yeah, there's one that was standing around. She couldn't holster her pistol, and then she brings it around like she's going to say, well, I guess I'll hold it in front of me. Well, let me try again. Some of it just looked I tend to believe, based on viewing the whole scene, and I give full credit to all those that did their job well, but I'm speaking from the top. It appears that whoever is in charge of the Secret Service, we are not trying to hit the level of excellence that is demanded, and that's how it looks. Unfair?
I would 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Is some of it, I mean, I know you said lack of training. Is some of it situational experience where, I don't know, too many that haven't experienced like an attempted assassination on a former president or sitting president? Is some of that just panic, maybe? That I don't know what to do. I'm kind of...
Well, not securing the building isn't panic.
No, I'm talking about just the response to what y'all were talking about.
You can train all you want to. When it's real, it's different.
But you have to be ready when you do this.
And it is different, but they're also...
highly trained,
they're also... we go through rigorous amount of training to pretty much every possible scenario. And in this situation... regardless of whether the shooter was in the crowd right in front of the podium, in the stands behind, or on a rooftop somewhere, the training in that situation is the same. Let's cover, and then let's make sure the threat is neutralized, and then let's get the heck out of Dodge.
Yeah.
Do we know which sniper it was that actually neutralized him? Was it the guy on his knee or the guy laying down?
I don't know. It's a good question. For some reason, I think it's the guy on his knees, but I may be completely wrong about that. The guy laying down may have a better shot.
Yeah, I don't know.
Top of the hour, we'll continue with more of your phone calls and more highlights as we try to unpack what happened over the weekend.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And this year, we sitting in the bullpen, in our little bullpen room. We'd see it on TV, and everybody looks at each other going, that's Glavin for you.
We'll be back in a moment with the best of Rick and Bubba on a king-size Christmas on Turner South.
Chris, do you throw the dreaded circle change or
Not
what?
The circle change. It's a pitch that I can't teach anybody.
Really?
I mean, I've
Don't give away your
Yeah,
who would teach it? I wouldn't teach it until I was done.
I've thrown it like that since I was 7 years old, and I just figured everybody else threw it like that. So.
I knew I recognized you from somewhere.
I had a great pitch, but they just wouldn't let me use it because I had to go to my hair like this right before I threw it. But it was.
Can I tell you this? And I'm not bitter because I don't like to air bitterness on
Sure,
on the
Rick,
show.
and we appreciate your gentle spirit.
But when I was a kid, I really felt like that I should have been throwing the peel, and they didn't use me like they should have.
Look, I was the same way. I was camping out in right field, and I just finally said, hey, somebody has got to let me on the hill up there. I am dying out here in the Bugville.
Can I say this? And seriously, I think it's time to kind of get it out there, and let's talk about it. The year was 1977. I was playing for Oxford Lumber Company. Because, back then we didn't go by the pro names like they do now. My kids got cool uniforms and all that. It's got like, my son, just played for the Diamondbacks and had all the Diamondback gear and stuff and all that. I mean, we played for Oxford Lumber Company, and we had an advertisement on my shirt. Do you remember that? Mm-hmm. So I was like 5'10" when I was, 11 years old. And I'm on first base, where you always put the big kid. But I thought it was pretty standard to let the big kid throw the peel. You know what I mean? And they get in the game, they run out of pitchers. They said, he comes over and says, can you throw the ball? And I said, sure. I've been standing over here all year. You know what I mean?
I'm just waiting, man.
And look, can I say, I got up there.
Now, what's that board at the ground?
Look, I got up there and set them down. Wow. And I mean, I was just throwing heat. But hey, they didn't go to me until like 2 games left in the year. I'm like, I've been standing over here on first the whole year. I should have been bringing the peel.
Yeah, these days, the biggest kid's pitcher.
Oh, sure, that's standard.
Let's see your gun there, Chris. What kind of arm you got? Hold your shirt up. Let's see the gun show there. Well, turn around there. Yeah. I'm confused on TV. Look at that.
Yes, sir. Hey, let's get Charlton Heston in here. The gun show's here.
Get a rep. This is so funny. I wanted to pitch so bad, and I knew if I could throw a curveball, I could get on the hill because nobody else could throw one.
Right.
We didn't know it was bad for your arm and all that stuff.
Sure.
But this is so funny. When I was 12 years old, I broke my right hand, my wrist. I even missed the very beginning of practice because I still was in a cast. And when we got the cast off, I could throw a curveball. And I mean, I could throw them all day long. It didn't hurt. Now, I could loop it around somebody's back. It wasn't the sharpest little twist you wanted to see. But so we got to do a little pitching then. It was fun.
Yeah, that's really the only thing that kept me out of the major leagues. Because I couldn't hit a curveball.
The first time you see a kid bail completely out of the batter's box and the umpire call it a strike and he can't believe it, there's nothing more satisfying than that.
Right. I never could make myself go, that is not going to hit me in the face.
I think if that was true with everybody, there'd be a bigger major leagues.
Yeah, the curveball it's a little hump to get over. And I mean, it is that, to me, though, and what I liked about the curve is it looked so special. When it was coming at you, you went, well, this is the pitch that I'm just going to hit, into the darkness. And then it's just got that spin on it, and you're looking at it, and you go, is that going to hit me in the face? And then you're on the ground, and you're, yeah! You're like, what?
But when you get that good one, Rick, it's where it's coming right down the middle. You think, oh, this is the one I've been waiting for. Hey, where'd it go?
Yeah, right. You swing, and you look, and the catcher's diving out there trying to find it in the dirt, and you go, what? But let's talk about the golf tournament.
Yeah, we got a hawk away here.
Well, look, people want us to warm up to Chris and then talk about the tournament. Sure. They don't want us to jump right into it. If you're going to sneak a hawk on the audience, you got to sneak it on them.
Sure.
If you come out hawking right out of the gate, they'll bail on you.
He has a hawk page.
You got to give them something and then hawk.
Right. See, what we did, we gave them some questions, we gave some Little League stories, and then we slip in the hawk. The Chris Hammond Youth Foundation Golf Tournament at Old Overton Club in Vestavia Hills. I don't guess you and Speedy like playing at Old Overton, do you? Wow. Y'all love it, don't you? Now, this is coming up, Speedy.
Did you ever tell us what's happened to Tom Glavine?
Is he going to sign or not?
Well, I talked to him the other day.
He's scheduled to be at your tournament.
And he'll be there. He's telling the thing with the Phillies. They're going to be going after him. I guess he's their main man to sign. And I called him up, and he's like, I told him, I go, well, if you sign with the Phillies, you buy a bigger house than usual, and we'll both our families will stay there. And so he's like, I don't know. Won't you just sign with the Braves? Then I'll sign with them. So I think he wants to stay with the Braves, and I do too. So hopefully
you want to stay too. I tell Tom's making a little jack, ain't he?
I don't want to talk about that.
He's got a couple of bins, doesn't he?
How about this? He performs.
He deserves it.
Yeah. He gets the job done.
We'd like seeing a little better.
God bless.
We'd like seeing a little better performance in the playoffs, but I won't get into that this year. Oh, I know.
You know, I mean, you could just say, if you want to call me lowest ever, you can.
Yeah, if you want to call me lowest ERA.
Just call me .95.
You know what I'd say? I'd go, this lowest ERA can be bought. Just get the checkbook out. Let's talk about it.
We'll be back in a moment with the best of Rick and Bubba on a King.
We're back 6 minutes now past the hour. We're now taking phone calls about the incidents over the weekend. We're still dealing with the fact that someone tried to shoot Donald Trump, killing innocent people. And we also have, we've got some emails still coming in, people who do work and do have expertise on all this. We're going to get your phone calls right now, but quickly, we have an email from someone we can't name because but they showed us their credentials. They are still currently serving in law enforcement, so their name cannot be mentioned. What we're trying to do today, as best we can, is to keep the things that are legitimate, that can still be talked about, but also at the same time, do away with some of the false narratives that are out there.
Yeah, the fact and the fiction. Let's separate those a little bit.
And one of them is that the sniper had to wait on permission to shoot.
Just totally wrong.
Speedy, the email.
Yeah, it says Secret Service counter snipers do not request permission to take a shot. So that story is absolutely false. It says counter sniper teams are authorized at all times and are the other agents to use lethal force at any time against a lethal threat to a United States Secret Service protectee, themselves, or for that matter, any other person. This falls under the same use as force that municipal, county, or state and other federal law enforcement officers are governed by. So the hey, he's got to ask for permission is totally false. The logic behind this policy is a person if they observe a lethal threat and have to ask for permission to engage, then the suspect or suspects would obviously have ample time to carry out their attack, so they do not have to do that.
Yeah, when I first heard that, I said, if you're trying to stop assassins, you don't have to ask permission to shoot one if you see them.
No,
right.
If you think life is immediately in danger, you're free to do that. That really, in our state, that's your engagement for private citizens too.
Well, when the Secret Service does not have to wait. Hey, I see a guy on the roof. Should I shoot him? He looks like he's got a rifle. And they wouldn't let me shoot at that. So see, be careful. There's enough. Hey, we got enough problems here. We're having to invent new ones.
Yeah, and I know
somebody's got to. All you got to do is say, answer why we didn't secure that building.
Correct.
Separate the wheat from the chaff.
Yeah, I know there's a huge investigation going, and we'll know more. But the big questions are what we've asked so far today.
Brandon,
as to how that was accessed
in Florida. Brandon, go ahead.
Hey guys, listen. I'm a pastor. Addressed this with my church yesterday, and terrible, obviously, everything that's happened. And one of the first things that I read in researching this yesterday morning, to be able to speak accurately to my church, was the response of the father of the 20-year-old young man that attempted to take Donald Trump's life. And this was reported by CNN. When reached out to for comment, the father's response was this: "I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on." Guys, that's as real as it gets. A 20-year-old kid was somehow convinced that his purpose in life was to try and assassinate Donald Trump. How does that happen?
Well, according to ABC News already, it's Donald Trump's fault because he.
Well,
that's not exaggeration.
I understand that.
That's not exaggeration.
And I'm not arguing.
Yeah.
No. And I've seen that, and I'm not arguing that it was any one person's fault. I'm saying that somehow this kid's mind.
Yeah.
And a family is now destroyed. There's a family without a 20-year-old son. I know you guys have kids. I've got a 25-year-old son. There's a loss of life in the crowd.
Yeah.
There's another family destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because lies and rhetoric were taken so seriously somehow that a 20-year-old kid said, I'm going to try to kill Donald Trump. That's the world we're living in. And, fellas, we need some men of God right now ready to fight on their knees and on their feet.
Well, think about it, Pastor. I mean, if this young man somebody had discipled this young man and this young man had decided to follow Jesus, he wouldn't be on the roof trying to shoot ex-presidents and presidential candidates. I think we also, as the church, have got to realize that Jesus is the answer. The Republican Party is not the answer. Donald Trump's not the answer. The Democrats aren't the answer. The federal government isn't the answer. Our nation's not the answer. This is a spiritual battle, to your point, and we've said on this show, Bubba, for 30-plus years, why do we never stop and go, what kind of society produces 20-year-olds that think that their purpose in life, to your point, Pastor, is to shoot an ex-president because they don't like him politically or whatever reason. So we gotta be willing to have those conversations. I mean, and
it's ultimately his decision and his responsibility, but we have to ask the question, what kind of mold produces that kind of 20-year-old?
Right.
And what is society doing right now that would help create this kind of monster in a 20-year-old?
And can I tell the left?
It's got their whole life in front of them.
Right. Can I tell the left, back on the political part of this, when you go to blame Trump about this, that he worked the nation into such a frenzy and has made us so divisive, I notice you ignore all the Democrats who, said he's in the bullseye, that they want to take him out, and if you see people out there in his administration, you should harass them.
Voting to have his security detail done away with.
If you don't want to get into all that and you just want to ignore what people on the left have also done, that's fine. But when you say things like when Donald Trump's saying fight, that he means we should all retaliate, instead of knowing he's saying keep fighting for this country, don't let the giant federal government, they're really after you, I'm just in between you and them, is what he's talking about. Go win this election. And then when this thing about bloodbath, he clearly was talking about an economic bloodbath and our standing in the world. Just be genuine. If you want to talk about some of his flaws and how he does, he calls people names and stuff like that, you can do all that. But don't bring up things and try to pretend he's saying something that he wasn't. We all know that's just not true, and it's so disingenuous. And the bottom line is this. We are, as a nation, in just a bizarre place, and there's all kinds of reasons for that. And frankly, most of them we're not willing to address.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue. Let's go to Julia in Brentwood, Tennessee. Julia, go ahead.
Hi, I told Greg I was going to play the female Greg for him, since as white men there are certain things y'all cannot say or recognize. Once they got him over to the vehicle, and could quit worrying about if he was going to make it or not, I noticed that all of the Secret Service men were at least his height or taller and physically fit, and 3 Secret Service women were shorter than him and heavy. So that detail of Secret Service was at least 3 men down before anything ever happened. And what do you expect when the head of the Secret Service is a female?
Well, she ran Pepsi. Now, let's be clear. She's probably very, very well versed in all this.
A long history of guarding Cheetos.
All right.
Julia, thank you for saying that. We will not comment on that, but your comments stand, and you are a woman, and you're allowed to say it.
Well, we're going to hear from her in the video clips here in a minute. And this is a quote from her. I look forward to a day where diversity is part of this agency and not even thought about.
Well, see, I'm all about diversity, as long as the goal for diversity still, everyone who is diverse must still achieve excellence.
Yeah.
As long as this thing of dumbing down excellence to achieve diversity is the dumbest thing on the planet. You mean to tell me that we can't keep excellence as the goal and still be diverse? See, I don't buy that. And that's disrespectful to you're acting like there's people out there that can't be excellent. What kind of comment is that?
Yeah, I understand what they want to do.
The goal is excellent.
I'm afraid we've got away from the primary reason they're there to begin with. And, DEI shouldn't stand for didn't earn it.
I mean, this thing of we're trying to achieve goals and remove the standard of excellency to get there? No. Matter of fact, that's disrespectful.
Yeah,
and
how was
it's
she
dumb.
not available to make a comment yesterday on this?
I don't know. We'll take your phone calls next. I'm sorry.
Beyond amazing.
We'll do some of the video and audio next and break down some of the other comments from other people right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 877 We Be Big is our number. Our fax line 205-945-3999. The award-winning website is Rick and Bubba, spell out and.com. Go there for all the information you need about the Rick and Bubba show and then some. You can also order merchandise online at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. We walk our way back. I guess this would fall under the category of animal story.
Well, Rick, it's just a terrible tragedy
horrible.
off the CNN.com webpage.
Oh, me.
And I don't know the correct name of this town. Taverns, is that right? Taverns, Florida, T-A-V-A-R,
I don't know.
Taverns?
Just what a horrifying story.
A 10-foot alligator attacked and killed a 12-year-old boy who was swimming near a marina in Central Florida, according to police. Brian Griffin was pulled under the dark water Wednesday minutes after two friends spotted alligators and screamed for him to get out of the dead river where they were swimming.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow, dead river?
See, I don't want to make light, but I'm just saying, to me, just the whole term dead river
I don't go there. Deputies and witnesses saw the alligator surface at least once with the young boy in his jaws.
Oh, no.
But the animal quickly disappeared across the river, the Orlando Sentinel reported in a story Thursday. The boy was under for at least 25 minutes before a sheriff's helicopter spotted him and dropped a buoy to guide deputies who pulled him in. The boy was pronounced dead Wednesday. We saw gators all day, said the 14-year-old Justin Van Gorder, who said he was swimming with Brian. Every time we saw them, we would just get out of the water. Justin said he and the other boys saw alligators and got out of the water, but Brian did not get out. Authorities said they're dealing with more alligator complaints because the reptiles are turning up in and around rain-bloated retention pond, ditches, and canals. And you know, tragedy that it is, Rick.
Well, it's horrible. I mean, not.
You know, the thing is, though, and once again, I have to ask our people, and, you know, I believe in conservation. I believe in management of the species. I know that the gator population was almost extinct one time, and, you know, it's been brought back to a level now that we have just people being attacked constantly. I mean, we get what would you say, an average, a story a week about something like this? Yeah. You know, in the summer more. And it's not just in southern Florida. You may remember here, even in the central part of Alabama where we are today, we had an alligator spotted crossing the road at very close to a amphitheater where, you know, a lot of people are, and there's a creek, but it's not a swamp.
No.
And so, you know, I just question our management on this if we have not swung the pendulum too far the other way, which is what we usually do here in America. If we have a problem, we will completely fix it to the point we overdo it the other way.
Well, and again, here you have to look at, I know these are kids and they're teenagers and you know, you're not the smartest at that point in your life, but the first time, first of all, the convincing of getting me to swim in the dead river is a tough sell. But let's say you get that done, okay, and I get in. The first time we get out because of alligators, the very first time.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
I mean, I'm done, and we're in the car, and we're driving to a nice public pool.
Because if one's going to get me, it's going to have to come on in a swimming pool.
Yes.
Step over a couple of people sunbathing and get into the chlorine-filled water to get me.
He's probably going to have a weapon with him, too, and be a pretty good shot.
Yes.
Rick, it's just,
I mean, that's his world. That's his world.
Oh, I know. They're so deadly, and they're so stealthy.
10 feet long.
If they're in the area, period, you're in danger because they could easily get you without even coming to the top. I mean, they could just, get you from below, and probably that's what happened here.
Oh, yeah.
They don't just always come toward you like a log in the water.
No.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba recapping the weekend. Also today, Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge, benefiting Wounded Warrior, Alabama. Go at all the participating locations in Alabama. And everything you're eating today, 10% of that goes toward this wonderful organization taking care of those that have been wounded in the line of duty. All right, so let's start some of the audio clips that we have, Adler. And do we want to start with Danny Bonaducci? Do we want to start with him? I'm sorry, I know that's not his name. It sounds so much like Danny Bonaducci. Is it Bongino? Is that how we say it? He has a lot of expertise here. It's 3 minutes, but it's pretty precise, his assessment of the performance of the Secret Service and the good, the bad, the ugly.
And this was right after it happened, so some of his stuff is slightly out of date. But what he's got a good, he's former Secret Service, so he's got a lot of info for us here.
So again, open security questions right now, and this is why again I think the Secret Service, the PR, Anthony Guglielmi, has to be very careful about what they put out. He says in his X post, and you can read it yourself. You don't need to hear it from me. That they deployed these extra resources and technology. Okay, well, which ones? You're telling me the best technology you have was deployed and you missed a shooter 130 yards? Say it was 200 yards. The Secret Service CS team, Pete, the counter sniper teams, and I'm not sure those two guys are Secret Service. We have to remember that we don't always. When we go to New York sometimes with high-level protectees, we'll use NYPD ESU counter sniper. So I'm not really sure either way, they'd still be briefed in. The question we have to ask is, if that's the best technology we have, and we had a CS team up there with a shooter that, we're trained out to 1,000 yards in the Secret Service with the counter sniper team, how did they miss someone at most, 1/5 of the way there? It doesn't make any sense. And even worse, it's broad daylight on a white roof. So, again, open questions here. Was there forward-looking infrared deployed? Was there aerial support, drones, helicopters? Something happened too. If you go back and listen to the audio, I want you to listen to this after I get off here. When Donald Trump, after this tragic thing happens, you'll see the Secret Service agents. And by the way, I know some of those guys personally. It takes a lot to run into bullets, divorcing the security failure. So at least they did that part, correctly, and they knew what they were doing after the security absolutely failed. But you're going to hear something if you listen closely. The guy mentions Hawkeye on the scene. He's talking about those two, the black BDU with the tactical gear CAT element, that two-man CAT element. That stands for Counter Assault Team. That's a Secret Service Special Weapons Team, equivalent to our SWAT. So they're there. They all deployed and did what had to be. That the bunting around the front of the stage is probably armor. Donald Trump knew to duck. I mean, most people would. He saved his own life. That's just a fact. The evacuation did not go right. I mean, the rule with the Secret Service is cover the protectee and evacuate. The other rule is maximum to the protectee, minimum to the problem. Why minimum to the problem? Because you don't know that's the only problem. It could be a distraction. There could be another person in the crowd. So if you don't jump on the protectee, you could be looking at multiple shooters. So at least that part, the guys there, stepped up there. But the failure here is absolutely catastrophic. And I got to tell you, the Secret Service should be very careful. I can tell you and absolutely confirm from the horse's mouth, from multiple people, not just one. And I saw Congressman Waltz text this out before on X. There have been repeated requests to increase the security footprint around not just the residences of Donald Trump, but the body itself. and they have been rebuffed. Like I said, I could tell you actual quotes. The Secret Service directors completely failed and candidly should resign today.
Well, let's hear from her, Bubba. You mentioned that here. This is an older clip, but here she is talking about the day that she looks forward to, and that is cut 12. And of course, you hear Dan's calling for her immediate resignation. But Bubba, here's the goal that she has, and we'll hear it straight from her mouth.
So I think this agency does an extraordinary job of developing leaders. From a very early stage, we hire agents and officers, and we put them in positions of authority, and we enable them to make decisions, and that does develop some great quality leaders, and our agency is full of them. And I look forward to a day where we're able to talk about this agency and whoever is leading this agency and not have to distinguish, oh, they're the second female or the fifth or the sixth, and that diversity is just part of this agency, and it's not even thought about.
Would it be okay if excellence was part of the agency?
Yeah.
I sure would love that. Now, if that also achieves diversity, then hallelujah. I don't think the goal is diversity. I think the goal is excellence, securing buildings that are 130 yards from the speaker.
Yeah, direct eyesight.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of time being spent on a lot of things that's not primary to the mission.
Yeah. Adler, tell me a little bit about Cut 10. What's going on here with Cut 10?
I've actually shown that multiple times. Okay. That's when the woman, and you guys mentioned it, the woman's struggling to holster her weapon again, and it's it's not smooth.
Did you ever
it's not
see that,
good.
Bubba?
No, I did not.
Yeah, Bubba, you were asking me about that, so yeah, it's.
I hadn't seen that. Roll it, Adler, one time.
Yeah, do it again because Bubba's never seen it. Bubba, take a look-see here. At,
this is
which one are we talking about?
This is the woman here.
The one that can't holster it.
Yeah, she struggles to holster her weapon several times. The video itself, I got to go back and find. Okay. That's who we're talking about. And she's the one that she's kind of getting raked over the coals. She is the person I think that that female caller that we had earlier was talking about specifically.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's not a good look.
Well, she did look confused, and at one point when she can't holster it, she says, "Well, I guess I'll just hold it and act like that I'm protecting," and then eventually goes and finds that holster, which I can't imagine what you went through, Speedy, watching her trying to holster it.
It's tough.
It was you really were pulling for her to find that holster.
I was.
Yeah, and so we'll. I'm all right with. I love diversity, but I just don't think that's the goal. The goal should be excellence, and then we'll get to diversity by making everybody be excellent. If you're female and you want to lead the Secret Service or be in the Secret Service, then the standard must be met of excellence.
Here we go.
Listen, when I can put weed eater cord in my weed eater quicker than she can put a gun in her holster, there's some issues there.
Yeah. Are you watching this here? Yeah. All right, so keep an eye here.
I'll just hold it.
I'll just hold it.
Very confused.
Not quite sure.
How many chicks we got there?
There's a lot, Greg.
The one in the middle, it looks as if she has no clue what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
don't miss old pal though with the middle finger salute to everybody.
Of course, he was letting his feelings
known.
Yes,
he was.
To the professionals, they're saying the holstering and out that's muscle memory. You don't even think about it.
Exactly.
Boom,
I would think
boom.
I would think.
Hey, I can't find it. Is not
go back and
option.
show that again and watch the middle girl. The middle lady.
Okay. Ponytail.
See, it's a lot different when it's not just an exercise.
Watch
when it's
the
real.
middle one.
Yeah. Well, Greg, that's part of being excellent.
Absolutely.
She looks so confused.
Struggling.
For a minute, when you see these three women in their glasses and in these suits, you think it's a music video.
Yeah. A lot of like putting their glasses on, fixing their jackets and things like that. Yes. Don't worry about your jacket right then and there.
It makes me look fat when it pops up.
Well,
like that.
Greg, that's Greg.
Greg, you're just so.
Right. Do we want to do the raw audio of just the whole?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
We'll revisit it.
How about some of them eyewitnesses? How about them interviews?
The stated, could have been right here. The stated goal by the director of the Secret Service is to have the workforce 30% female.
Well,
that's in their DEI.
That's fine
stuff.
if they're all really, really excellent. Yeah. But not just try to get there so we can have the number.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, when they go under is when they're serious.
Oh, I know.
I mean they're making final approach. And they swim, like you said, very stealth. And the thing, if you hung him from the basketball goal, his nose would touch the court.
Oh, I know. A monster. Big boy.
And he's coming through the water like a rocket. You don't have a chance.
It's a tragedy, and not making light of that, but it's to me, I just feel like, and I don't know who's making the call on this, but I feel like we've missed our call here a little bit on the management of this particular species, because there's too many of these stories. And I guess it won't matter until somebody who has a congressman's ear or somebody who is an elected official loses somebody in their family, and then they'll do something about it. Because, look, I'm just going to be honest with you. I think alligators are more of a threat than cell phones.
Yeah, well,
Personal opinion.
I would agree. And an SUV. Well, you know,
but we will turn cartwheels about that. But we will just let alligators go like crazy.
Well,
Rick, if we see...
Do we even have alligator items anymore, like shoes and purses?
Well, I think so, but they're grown for that on special alligator farms. Have you ever seen those specials where they have like these big Butler buildings and they flip the light on and go in there, and they are just like worms in there? There's so many of them.
No, I haven't seen that.
Woo! Yeah. And I tell you what, the guy feeding them, one word, you better have a good footing, because if you slip, it's over, baby.
Oh, yeah. Hey, baby, you're gone.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to grow anything that could eat me.
Well, and I don't understand this deal of trying not to let an animal go extinct that can take us. See, to me, being the top of the food chain, if you've got one that's giving you a little trouble, you try to eradicate him.
Look, have a few alligators down in the very southern part of the state in a pond with a fence around it. I mean, to me, that's enough. You know what I mean? I know Killer Bees think so too. So
you know that you got to see this video type stuff, the little TV shows that are on Fox News, Fox Sports South, and all that. And they're on any channel. I guess you got to see this. What it shows, like wild videos.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot.
It shows this alligator guy, and I guess one of his stunts is that the alligator will open the mouth, and he will stick his head in kind of sideways.
He deserves to die.
And it shows it, and I'm talking about it zooms in and shows it. He gets that head up in there, and you can hear the guy on the mic. And now, never before, and all of a sudden that alligator, boom, clamps down on that head, and that guy starts like a fish out of water trying to get out of that alligator's mouth, and he finally does, but after about 10 seconds, which I'm sure was just excruciating pain. I mean,
the clamp down is vicious. Now they don't have a lot of muscles to open it up. That's the key. You got to keep them from getting open to start with.
Yeah, but when they start rolling with you,
you mean the washing machine move?
Let me tell you something.
The agitator.
The worst one I ever saw was a guy tried to get one out of a pond. It was, too much in a residential area. I don't know what he was thinking. God bless him, because he's no longer with us. And his plan was, I'm gonna throw a rope in there and lasso him and pull him to the side in a little flat bottom boat.
No.
And he put that rope on him, and that alligator said, "Well, no, I think you'll come in here with me, because I'm real strong in this water. What are you doing?" And jerked him right in, and it was right in front of camera crews from the local TV station and everything.
Well,
is that why he's not here anymore?
Oh, yeah.
It's like this guy that
got him?
Oh, yeah. We got to watch the old roll and his shirt start coming apart and all that.
You saw it?
Oh, no, I've seen the film.
Oh.
No, I wasn't there.
You know the alligator guy, what's his name, Steve?
Yeah.
Or whatever, and all these, I mean,
he thinks
he's on borrowed time, y'all, because you have to be undefeated when you do that, okay?
Well, I mean,
and even the great Boston Bruins and all of that, they eventually will lose a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you can't stay undefeated.
But his obsession with him borderlines on illegal. I mean, he loves them more than a man should, if you follow me. I mean, it's a little bit.
Well, the Australian zoo, it flooded a year or two ago. And one of the big problems was the fencing they had up around the gator ponds. Where it started flooding so high that it was above the fence, and so the gators were just floating out. And the guy that he has run the zoo called him in and said, "Hey, we got to catch these things before they get loose." And it shows one of his buddies getting clamped down on his hip. And how about this? Steve, not even flinching, jumps the fence and starts trying to tackle the alligator to get him off his board.
You see, I mean, the whole idea
world,
here, Rick, the idea that we could actually sue tobacco companies for killing us, the idea we could sue fast food people for killing us, the idea we can sue gun manufacturers for killing us, but yet we're going to let alligators run loose in our neighborhood. Please, somebody, show me the logic here.
Save on your first order or head to rickandbubba.com for a link. we're back. Thanks for being with us today. We got more to cover from the weekend, but obviously the attempted assassination on Donald Trump taking precedent here on the front end of the show. We'll get to some other stuff coming up. We still have some more to cover. Simply Safe, speaking of safe, simplysafe.com/bigbox. Right now, if you go, if you're getting your first system, there's an opportunity for you to join millions of us that have already gone to Simply Safe, but you're going to save yourself 20%. If you want a link to the right, just go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors. If you want to be safe, and we've been talking about that a lot, you need to be with the current technology and with the company that just continues to be awarded year after year cutting-edge technology, customer-first approach. Do you realize with their live guard 24/7 monitoring of your property that when they get an alert, they can actually interact with any intruder? They can get law enforcement there much quicker. They can look and see if the place is flooding, if it's on fire, if there's a medical emergency. There's just no one. And they've been named again, Bubba, best security by U.S. News and World Report. That's 5 years running if you're keeping count. So get this 20% discount on a new system right now by going to rickandbubba.com under sponsors or simplysafe.com/bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX. There is no safe like simplysafe.com. All right, so you want to go back and you want to relive it again? We've seen this footage. For some of you, you'll be hearing this footage over and over and over again, and you never quite can get past what you are seeing and hearing. Again, I got a text from you guys and did not see any of the footage till I was already finished with dinner and all that, and I just sat down and obviously stayed up later than I wanted to on a Saturday night, but couldn't believe what I was seeing and hearing. So here's the full clip for those of you that, I'm sure everyone's seen it by now, but here's the full clip to go back and revisit what took place at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania.
Take a look at what happened.
I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Let me get my shoes. Okay.
Wearing the fact they're keeping the microphone hot.
Watch out.
I know. Somebody turn it down.
Fight. Fight. Fight.
The woman with the mean tweed shirt owns me a little bit.
You know,
wow.
Trump would have finished the speech, I think, if they would have let him.
Probably so.
And that's where the comparison to Teddy Roosevelt came in. You know, he was shot on the campaign trail in the chest.
Yeah, remember we did that
and
story.
Finished the speech.
All right, can I go back real quick? I'm going to get the pointer out.
That's a man, right?
I did. Now, look, there's all kinds of conspiracy people out there. I got that. But there's this woman in the crowd that people are calling for her to be investigated immediately. And it's this woman, right? I believe
it's her to your right. Go right there. Yep, it's her.
All right, so
I'm pretty sure that's what I'm saying the same thing because it is strange.
Watch her reaction
compared to everybody else.
Compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
All right. So.
Starts filming.
She's pretty calm.
Starts filming.
And she starts filming and documenting. She seems very, very calm. Maybe she's just a calm person.
Maybe.
But she got her phone up.
The other person is the guy in the round, I don't know what you call that hat, but to the kind of left.
The barrel
screen.
hat, yeah.
He's well known, by the way. I don't know if he's run for something in the
really?
past.
Okay.
And been involved
He
with
was
some
on
other
full
things.
alert, wasn't he?
And
He's
just watch
scanning.
his reaction, because it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, but he seems to be trying to figure out what's going on. She seems to
no
let me
doubt.
document.
No doubt.
I got to get my documentation going.
Then there's the weird guy in the fedora.
Yeah.
That's
the guy we're talking
that's
about.
such a reflex to a lot of people now. Reach for my phone.
Watch Fedora up there. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't move.
Yeah.
You're talking this guy in the
Yes,
glasses,
that guy.
yeah.
And he's pretty well known for something.
I see. Guy in the middle.
He's behind Trump at several different rallies.
Yeah.
Is something that you see him quite a bit. Rick, the lady that you were talking about too, because if I could find a longer clip with a little bit before the shooting, I think because there was commotion, people were yelling, "Crooks, what are you doing?" to the guy on top of the building.
Yeah,
the guy, the shooter's last name was
somebody
Crooks.
that knew him on the ground.
Plus, with those other snipers, pointed at him, I think that woman might have just been like, "Hey guys, are y'all seeing this? What I'm seeing?" So I don't know if that woman had any foresight.
No, sure.
It may have just been she noticed the commotion before the shoot.
I've never really focused on Trump's head and him turning, but that time I did when he made that one little last second, just a little quarter turn.
Yes.
And that's
Saved
the
his
difference.
life.
Turn shot.
Right there.
All right,
Turn shot.
Yeah.
Turn shot.
Right there.
Yeah, see right there. He's looking at that graph over there.
Turn shot.
Yep.
I know.
Just I'm talking about
That saved the back of his brain
for sure.
from what we can tell.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that is said was kind of confusing because you're like, what is Hawkeye? Who is all this?
Yeah, and we got it explained to us. Yeah.
And spare refers to the spare limousine. I don't know if have we said this already. I've been
not
research.
that part. Hawkeye
Okay.
we did because we got that from Bongino.
Code name for the counter assault team is Hawkeye, and spare is the other vehicle that they were talking about. So if you heard that,
vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah, but this time's the first time I heard a guy say, "All right, we're ready, let's go," and nobody goes.
Yeah, I think somebody there said they weren't sure if there was still an active shooter.
Yeah, well, that's why they want to get him out of there, I would think. And you certainly don't want to stand him up. But anyway, there's so much to talk about. I don't think we really need to. We need to spend the most time because it's the only thing that's not up for debate. And we do. Speedy, read what the guy who's emailing that is currently in. He has served. He sent us his credentials. And he says there's no doubt there's something wrong with that not being secured.
Yeah. He said that someone majorly dropped the ball throughout this investigation. He said he believes those individuals or individual that was in charge of securing that building or whatever, that is going to come to light. And he said because prior to any Secret Service protective visit, they have a protective advance conducted, I should say. And the purpose of the advance is to identify any and all threats, areas that are vulnerable or anything like that, and remove those threats from the equation in time of the event. He said he hadn't been, I won't go into too much detail, but he said the communications gap is a real issue. And this might be why, when some of the eyewitnesses said they told local law enforcement or something, hey, I'm seeing someone up there. And he said the reason there could be a gap in that communication is there's normally one person, a liaison with the local law enforcement that has Secret Service, I'd say clearance or communication, because although local law enforcement are all great at what they do, all of them have not been vetted out. So if they give them Secret Service communication, then there's a bad actor within the group. Now they know everything the Secret Service is communicating about. So normally there's one liaison between local law enforcement and Secret Service, and they are the communication between the two. And it could either be that if there was a threat and a witness told a local law enforcement agent that they didn't radio it in like they should have, or there was a breakdown in communication on how it got into the Secret Service loop. Because that's the big question is, A, how did he get up there, which is a total breakdown, he admits. The other is if witnesses did, in fact, tell someone, we are seeing someone on this roof, why aren't y'all doing anything? And that was not communicated to Secret Service, that could be why.
Or how long would it take? Right. Because even if you said that, a police officer's probably going to look for himself. Right. And then he's going to have to reach for the microphone. You don't know if the channel might have, something on it. Might take a second to call that in. Apparently, when he got startled, it expedited the schedule of this going on. And Rick, we have an emailer, Speed. Let me just say this. We'll go to break and come back. That says he works at the company he was on. So we may can get some answers.
Who works
on
at the
that
company?
later.
What? The building?
The building.
Oh, the building.
Okay.
And this is real quick. All I had to say is he said that you do always have to assume there's more than one shooter. Always.
Of course. Yeah.
Always. So the fact that they laid there as long as they did, they were probably trying to figure out if there was more than one. Yeah. But getting them to the vehicle, he said, was a concern of how they did that.
How do you feel about Melissa McCarthy? Do you say there should be muscle memory?
Yeah, very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
Rick and Bubba.
Hunting season for alligators.
It says Georgia's going to have one. Mary says in Douglas, Georgia. Mary, what's up?
Hey, Rick and Bubba, monkey grass.
Mary, welcome to the program.
Thanks, buddy.
Hey, yeah. I saw in our local newspaper that the state of Georgia is going to have about 2 weeks in July for killing alligators.
See,
the alligator season.
They're out of hand, so they've said, look, we got to get a handle on this again.
Yeah, I was at a meeting at the club yesterday, the homeowners, and they were talking about on one of the holes there, 3 alligators. You can see them 5 out of 7 mornings. One of them's 8 feet long. Just come up there, son.
Now, you're talking about a homeowners association, and is that a golf course you're speaking of?
Mm-hmm.
Rick, they're living on the golf course.
They're on the green.
Okay, on the golf course.
So their fear of humans is gone. They're more afraid of you than you are of them. Doesn't appear so.
No.
Not if I'm in the water. Ann in Hattiesburg. Ann?
Hello, good morning.
Hey, how are you doing?
Monkey grass.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I wanted to let you know that I read in the paper that it reported that these people have been feeding these alligators.
Oh, I'm sure.
Treating them like pets.
I'm sure.
And then they reported that some kids were throwing rocks at them earlier.
Mm-hmm. And the same story?
Yeah, same story.
Well, alligators...
alligators were wild animals.
Yeah, alligators are in the water.
Well, they're probably trying to shoo them off by throwing rocks
No, they
at
were
them.
tormenting.
And the alligator said, how about this? I've had enough of that rock throwing.
That's it.
Well, how about this? Don't swim with alligators, bottom line.
That's it.
Or if where I'm at there is an alligator, I'm going to pelt him with a rock, too, if I don't have something better.
I'm suggesting above-the-ground pool.
Well, if you're in a lot of places in Florida, you'll go out there and they'll be, floating around in
your pool.
You used to worry about somebody peeing in it, and now, honey, call the service. We got an 8-footer out here. Got to clean it up. We got a party.
We'll be back. Killer Bees will join us next. Hang on.
Beautiful day here for homecoming here at Jacksonville State University. Rick and Bubba, the television show, and Bubba, we're standing by with our official driver for the parade today.
Rick, this is E.C. Baldy Wilson. Baldy, this must be a big day for you.
It's a wonderful day. It's a big day.
Now, I noticed you got your car kind of fixed up here just for the 2 sexiest fat men alive.
I did. I had air shocks installed, and I have 110-pound pressure in there.
Do you think that'll be enough?
It may not be. We'll go by the service station if we don't have enough.
Another thing I'm concerned about, Bill, I'm looking at the back of the car here. Is it big enough for our buttocks?
That is a good question.
We'll soon find out. Hey, we're getting close to parade time, and boy, what a beautiful day it is today. Bill, I just can't talk enough about it. People, please, we're filming a TV show here. We're filming a TV show. Please move along. Keep the traffic moving. There's nothing here for you to see.
Stay tuned, because there's more all-new Rick and Bubba on the way.
Yeah, I know.
And you have some people, too, that are squeamish that'll tell you, yeah, but I wouldn't give CPR to a stranger and stuff. It is very rare that we would go on a call where people were not with friends or family when the thing happened. So that's just, just something that, through experience, that I saw go down many times.
Have you seen these automatic defibrillators now?
No.
They've got them in
I know
school.
they have them.
We've had like 3 incidents this year where somebody at school, through one situation or another, that had to be used, and it saved their life. And it's automatic. I mean, you hook it up, and it decides whether they need the shock or not.
Yeah,
and
I was going to say that. That's an important thing. You don't want to defib them unless they need that, because then you do more harm than good.
But hey, they're automatic, and they're going to start. They got them on all airplanes now. They're going to have them, and they're going to market them for homes too. I mean, that first few minutes is critical, as you know.
There you go. The Rick and Bubba Show, saving lives throughout the world.
There it is. I'm going to get one if they ever get it down to about a page your size. Just keep it on your belt. And just keep it wired up, ready to go.
Of course, I'd lose mine.
It's with your wallet.
Yeah. When we come back, Bees got a new CD. It just came out. It's on his website, Killer Bees, and Bees is with a Z.
B-E-A-Z, because I didn't know any better.
Yeah, Save Up is the name of it, and it's out now. We'll come right back and talk about it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so Bubba, you said you had an email from a guy that says he can give some information on the building. The question that'll stay before everybody is, why wasn't the building secure?
Well,
and everybody who has any expertise in this, all saying that is clearly a drop ball.
Let me say this. I'm asking some questions. I don't have the answers I need yet from someone who is close to that situation that can answer them.
All right.
Is that a good way to put it?
So do you want to just pause everything right now? This is very, very important, and there's a lot going on with it, and we can take more phone calls about it. We're looking at tons of text about it. But do we just – I don't want to be insensitive here because that's not our nature, but – are we just going to ignore Richard Simmons' death?
Well, Rick, it was an active.
Speedy had a hard weekend.
Yeah, it was an active weekend.
Right.
And I hated to hear that. He just had put out some stuff on social media about his birthday, wasn't it?
Speedy, are you okay?
A day or two before?
Are you okay, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good.
So
live like you were dying. Hey, it's Richard Simmons, and I'm squeezing my country buns with Rick and Bubba!
God rest his soul.
Let me tell you what, energetic little fella.
Yep.
Energetic little fella.
I hate that he disappeared from the landscape because he was also, so this weekend, Richard Simmons goes on in, and that was Speedy's first difficulty. Then you have Dr. Ruth, who went on in at 96. I thought she had long passed.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
And then Shannon Daughtry, who was Daughtry, Shannon Doherty. I never could say her last name. I know she had cancer. God rest her soul. She passed this weekend, and somebody tried to shoot Trump. It was an active weekend.
It was. Now, I will tell you this. I did take Greg's advice, and Terry did stick her tongue in my eye on Saturday, late afternoon.
In honor
of Richard.
Okay.
But did I tell you, Speedy had an encounter? He said his eye shivered before he ever heard the news. He didn't know what was going on.
I knew something was up.
It's almost like he was prophetic.
His eye was shivering.
What's the deal? He knew something was
a little flicker.
Yeah. So
for some reason, he wanted to wear striped shorts.
Right.
They say natural causes, but then, like Bubba just pointed out, and I heard y'all say in the kickoff hour, he was planning to celebrate his birthday, right?
I think going to sweat
weren't there some kind of he seemed okay, then he was gone?
Yeah, it did seem like he was having a fun time celebrating and writing emails back and enjoying life, and then the next day.
Do you think that was somebody doing that there on his behalf?
I don't know. That is
you can kind of
like we do for the president now.
You can kind of tell. Richard has a certain style to his writing.
He does.
But here's kind of what struck me. He was such a health and fitness guy, and then what he dies. What is the average in our state for a male anyway? All he dealt all those meals.
Yep.
He what was this to the oldies? What did he call it? What was
sweating?
He sweat to the oldies.
Yes, he did.
And he passed just like everybody else.
Well, when
you deal the meal,
when you look at Dr. Ruth at 96, I think I'll take her strategy over Richard Simmons.
Yeah.
Well,
it's always creepy when she start giving advice.
I know.
That just don't sound right.
Must have worked for her, though.
That's what you must do.
96.
You're right.
Yeah.
On to something.
96. It's a big number.
Tell her you love her every day. Try this.
I'll take that over Dillamil.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
It's a big number.
All right.
It's 20 years.
Rick, talk about sweating to the holy.
It's a big number.
Oh, hey.
Sweat to death. So, Speedy, are you okay?
I am. I mean,
we all tried to reach out to you.
A lot of memories. You know,
Is
over
part
the
of you
years.
glad he died so you don't have to hear about it no
He
more?
is
No,
such a
because you're still here.
He's such a big part of the history of this show. I mean,
Yeah, Greg, I think you misunderstood that. You would actually have to pass
That's
for
right.
Speedy to be free of it.
Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
get
what
it.
state he's in.
And
Well, I mean, he'll say he won't.
squeeze your buns and now release.
But
Is
he
that
won't,
Dr. Ruth or Reed?
he
be
won't
the
keep
one there.
coming up though. See, he's not still in. He won't. His name won't keep coming up.
It
because-
won't?
Well, it will
Well,
when I
he's been
think
out of
about
it.
it. But the news
Well,
article.
Greg.
Well,
But the news articles. You know how we get updates on where it's
But Greg,
Richard.
Says the elephant.
Right. But
You'll
Greg,
never
really,
forget it.
really, he's been out of the news for years.
That is, he has. Well, that was the news that he was out of the news.
And squeeze your buns and now release.
Kelly Lover.
All right.
That right
If you
there,
just
bud.
play that,
That
just
right there,
right
licked
there.
your eye.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
Right there. Worse than
yeah.
you thought.
Right. And wow, the email. So you're going to play it again?
I hope so. That's what Speedy was coloring his goat.
You know, in this
The email that came in on his death this weekend was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I think it's equal. I think it's equal to Donald Trump's
You're
first
right.
shot.
Yeah.
You're right.
It was
he won't let me
two-way
go there.
deal.
You know, I forgot.
Yeah,
and
let's talk about this.
Patrick Campbell
Bubba's
reminded
calling
us
time
that, I need a break.
Watch
from
this.
Richard.
I just said I'm gonna just see if I can squeeze his heart.
Rick Burgess. Rick, yeah, okay. Speedy's here.
jealous.
You're right here.
No. What I did, I tried to go in and be. I'll go after him and be more aggressive than he is, and I think kind of freaked him out. He left me alone.
You know, we talked about
He didn't
this.
leave Speedy alone.
We talked about this in the kickoff hour about how did he get to my eye. You know, like what was the
Well,
process? And I thought we were
thought we
honestly
broke that down.
The best part is when he stops, go, excuse me.
He's holding you down. To
I
begin
thought
with.
we were doing a bit, and he was just coming over
He
being
was doing
goofy.
one.
I didn't know. I didn't know it was going to turn into that. You know what I mean?
Patrick in the email pointed out he jumped into Ryan Greenwood's arms, and
He did.
Ryan carried him around the studio for almost 20 seconds.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look, here we go. We're going to get hugs from everybody. I think he kisses Don Juan on the cheek.
He does.
So I mean, there's a lot of kissing going on.
Yeah, but only one person's eye was lit.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is funny.
Just a little hug. Look, you got little braces on.
That's talking to Don Juan.
See, what color rubber band?
Oh, you
Touching his face, touching his face.
He's touching his
Do I need to skip forward,
God, oh my
See, look, he clamps onto you, and you can't let you can't.
Good night.
Hey, listen, he's incredibly strong.
I'm telling you,
Hey, he's incredibly strong.
His grip.
He is.
Oh, wait, hands. Okay.
Rick,
See, I didn't know what we were doing here.
Huh?
No, I mean unless he's live.
Excuse me.
I know. Today, this is a crime.
Yeah.
It's modern day. It's a crime.
You're assaulted, Speedy.
You went back.
Saw this in a UFC fight.
That's a crime. Tap out. We're watching a crime.
I can't watch it.
Rick, you know what Speedy was doing? You know when people are like trying to get in a fight and somebody's holding them back, and you can tell they're letting them hold them back.
Right.
He was letting Richard hold his hand.
Can I tell you?
I'm about to come over.
Let me go. Let me go.
Let me say this to you. I don't know that.
Wow, that's
I
better
don't
every
know
time
that
I watch
you.
it.
If you ever do
Scroll
find
up, see
yourself,
that picture.
if you ever find yourself, Speedy, in need of counseling, don't leave this out.
Can I tell
if
you?
they start asking you
PTSD.
questions, include this.
We talked about in the kickoff hour. I never remembered it like that
Of
until
course
I
not.
saw
I
the
wouldn't have
video.
named
Of course
Trauma.
not. That's called coping.
As long as you couldn't see it in your mind, you could edit it the way you wanted it.
So
to.
you could see Richard getting up, but then they didn't switch cameras until he was already on me.
Could
And with that transition, I thought he was just coming over to mess with me or something. The next thing I know,
now.
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you,
it was
and
assault.
Greg,
There's no other word for it.
Can you define mess with me?
right.
I got to tell you, I think he enjoyed it.
Well,
Yes, he did. Look
I
at
think
you.
he did a lot.
There's no doubt about that.
Well,
There's no doubt about that.
It just looks so much worse than in my mind. I
hey,
had.
he went twice.
Yeah. We talk about
thought it was
security a
over.
lot. Those shorts were not security.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's promoting his new show.
Huh?
No, I mean, unless he's live.
Excuse me.
I know. So
Make it out!
Lady's getting sugar! Lady's
He had his hand. He's groping Speedy! He doesn't have a hand! Look, his hand's down there! Look, his hand!
That was the eye. That was the eye incident. That was it. That was it. That was it. Speedy.
Speedy, I'm sorry. You claimed he had his hand over, but I don't see
no,
that
not
at all.
that.
His hand's holding Speedy's
Yeah,
hand
no,
down
it
by
wasn't
the
that.
chair.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Once he holds
Stop
you down,
everything.
You can't
Stop
get away.
everything.
That's the eyelid.
Go back. This is the eye.
That's the
This is
eyelid.
the eye
It was
incident we've been
famous.
talking about.
It was my left eye.
This is you wiping it.
And he didn't lick it. He stuck it in. Like
Okay.
That's not any
That's
better.
what I thought I saw.
Speedy, you got accosted.
Yeah, see,
Y'all, seriously, in today's world.
At the old Q studio, he got him the first time.
did?
That's the second time.
Yeah, but I didn't know the second time was the eye.
I had forgotten about this
I did
particular
too.
time.
All right, let me say this.
When he stops, he goes, excuse me.
If you'll listen, he's talking about his show that's now on satellite radio, and then he says something, and Speedy says, "What, do you kiss them too?" And that's when he stops and says, "Wait a minute," and he goes after Speedy.
I mean,
because that was the theme all morning. He was running around kissing
And Speedy had his hand
against
over
the
his
law.
mouth, and then Richard takes his hand and
He
holds
does.
it down by the
And
chair.
puts his tongue in Speedy's eye.
I think this requires parental advisement.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
Put
yeah.
the kids up. You don't want to see this.
His wrist strength was amazing.
I bet it was. So
Yeah.
listen,
Wow.
listen off mic. Speedy said, "You kissed them too," and that's when he
that
launched
set
it.
him off.
Yes,
Watch
it
this right
did.
here. Watch this. Okay.
David Copperfield.
Talk to each other.
You kiss them?
Huh?
You kiss them?
No, I mean unless he's live.
Excuse me.
I know this is Speedy.
That's the eye! Look at there's the eye!
He is kissing him.
See, he's got his hand pinned down.
He's pinned down! You're saying he's pinned down?
That's the eyelid. That's the eyelid.
His eye's worse than that dog! It's terrible!
Speedy. That is disturbing.
So Speedy,
in my eye!
That's Speedy, I guess you'll be quiet now, won't you? Will you little comment?
See, I didn't like it. I was like,
Oh
what
my
the hell?
gosh! Good.
Did you see me? Hey, I haven't looked at him. I went,
We
like,
have
what's
it.
up with that?
This incident we talked about for years. We have it.
Do y'all realize in today's world, under today's rules, that would be just
That's an
a crime?
assault.
Yeah.
A crime.
Is that not unbelievable?
God, you so good.
I like when Speedy, but before we showed it, he goes, "No, I had my hand over it."
Well, no, because I misremembered like we do all.
Sure did.
Well, you were protecting yourself. It's like a car wreck.
Maybe the other time that's what he did, but on this, on the eye lick,
He's just,
how about this? He licked your eye for a long time.
he really did. I mean, it's like 3 Mississippi.
He really did.
Maybe that's more like 5.
He could have rushed the quarterback.
Let me tell you something.
Hey, I wasn't too sure about it. I haven't looked at him here. If you'll see, I haven't looked at him like, what's
I'm
up?
sorry when he stopped and went and that look because he's really.
Excuse me.
There he goes. That was. So
I mean, I'm all about a good
He's a
bit.
funny guy.
Oh, listen. He knew his character.
When he
Look
lick
at
your
him.
eye, he will.
He will. Did he go too far? Sure, he did wearing those shorts. But
Well,
You're in shell shock.
Well, I'll tell you what, he dealt a meal for Speedy.
boy, did he ever.
Okay. look.
Look,
My eye's still wet.
You don't know what to do with it.
That's when you were coloring your goatee.
But no, it was just 20 years ago, buddy.
This obesity thing is really, really, really,
Wow, we're
really
fat.
bad. It's bad.
we're fat.
Now, the good news, we have low-fat brownies for you today because we need
Look at perfect hair.
Check it out.
I was going through the kitchen, and it smelled like they had just killed a pig.
Yes.
Roasted it.
Yes, I know.
I slid on the floor. There's so much grease in there. It was like the Cracker Barrel. You know, you go to Cracker Barrel, you just slide your butt right in there and into a chair.
I know.
I'm just dying for a biscuit, though. You know, I am in Birmingham, and I just have to have like one biscuit.
You know, we talked about this before, but you know, let's say somebody's new to the Richard Simmons story.
This guy.
Oh, y'all.
That was funny, y'all.
Now, was it?
He's so lively.
That was great.
Y'all realize that's the eye licking incident.
That's
we have
it.
it.
Well, how many times have I brought it up?
Thank you, Patrick.
First time I've seen it.
I misremembered all that. I didn't.
Well,
I didn't,
sure you
I
did.
didn't know.
That's,
Oh, yeah, you
that's
tried it.
therapy.
It's trauma.
Maybe
That's
maybe it is
therapy.
part of just blocking things out.
Yeah, that's what people do in trauma.
No, they always try to get you to.
But if you notice, I wasn't too much. I didn't know how to take that.
I mean,
wasn't
really,
happy.
if you don't block that out, how do you go on?
Right, how do you even
man,
function?
Got you so good.
No, but for a second I couldn't move.
Gosh, give me a freeze frame when he's got him completely down.
Yeah, we should check
What
it
about
out.
when y'all with his hand pinned?
What about when y'all?
I'll bring on another man who's lost 200, and they can talk to each other.
You kiss him?
Huh?
You kiss them?
No, I mean, unless he's live.
Excuse me.
I know, this is Speedy.
Lady's getting sugar. Lady's getting
He announced he was going to suck one of your eyes out. I never knew that. And he did.
Oh,
Speedy, he actually did.
I can't believe what we're seeing.
I do remember there was some
lot worse
to
than
it.
you thought, wasn't it?
Speedy, you got your
Well, it
feet
had
up
to
in
be.
the air. Your feet are up in the air.
Oh my gosh.
They are.
What?
His feet are in the air.
What a memory.
It was so painful, I blocked it out.
I'm so
What a
glad
memory.
we
Had to.
What a memory.
I mean, there it is. You can't deny nothing now.
Oh. 6 minutes past the hour. Here we go. From the Big Boy Studio, on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. So we've covered Trump. We'll get to more of your phone calls this hour. We've covered Richard Simmons, Dr. Ruth. So we got that. So we've run down all of that. Some things coming up that you need to be aware of this week. Today, if you didn't hear our interview with Joel Gilbert over the weekend about Michelle Obama 2024, that's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So that's out there. Also this week, today, a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge in Alabama for Wounded Warriors of Alabama. So that's the beneficiary as you eat today. They also have all-you-can-eat, I think, boneless wings today. So look for those participating locations. Coming up this weekend, Friday night, Speedy and Greg will MC Nashville to Birmingham, Stories Behind the Songs. One of the songwriters has decided, since he's found out Speedy's going to be there, a tribute to Richard Simmons.
Sweat to those. That's how we're going to open it up.
Yeah.
Sweating to those.
So anyway, that's at the Finnick downtown Birmingham, and there's only a few tickets that remain, and the benefits go to Rainbow Omega. On Saturday, Lord willing, Rich Wingo and I will head to Orange, Texas, and we'll be there for their Man Church One Day. They're starting the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. They've been doing the curriculum, but now they're going to bring us in for kind of an event. Breakfast is provided, and then you'll hear Rich speak, and then I'll speak as well coming up on Saturday, the 20th. Find those details at themanchurch.com under events. So Bubba, we've covered the real big serious things. I did get an opportunity last night. You know, when you start thinking about, okay, so what's the answer to our problem? And our problem isn't this thing of we got to be united and all that. Hey, that's not the problem. Bubba said it 1,000 times. This country, the periods of times that we're united since its inception.
We wasn't united then.
The founding fathers weren't united.
No.
The Civil War, we weren't united.
No.
So the problem is always, it's a spiritual problem. Our country has continued to turn its back. Our pastor yesterday, the first thing we did before we got into the heart of the message from the book of Ephesians, he said, I sat down today, this morning at 4:30, and I wrote down there's 7 things that nations do that removes the hand of God from them, and we're doing all of them.
Mm-hmm.
And so as we've turned away from God, the more depraved the society has become. So I know it's tedious, and I know sometimes you hear this. The answer, as we said earlier, isn't the Republican Party. It isn't the Democratic Party. It isn't the federal government, even though we should vote and try to have the best economy and the best nation and the most secure border, all that certainly that's important. But that's not going to change the state of people. The state of people is we have always only been transformed and changed by Jesus, period. And so last night we kind of took that attitude in Wetumpka, Alabama. It was Village Church. and they had a men's gathering, as we say, with our men's ministry, themanchurch.com, disciple men, change everything. And so last night, with all this dismay, I actually got to watch probably the thing that helped me the most over the weekend, other than worship on Sunday morning, was to watch these men repent and decide to follow Jesus. Now, there's always on our show, even when something as serious as men repenting to follow Jesus, this show, we always have to bring up just these things of a fallen creation. They're just kind of funny and humorous. So when I got there, there's always the thing when you go to speak somewhere, they kind of give you let's take a tour of the facility. Let's test your microphone. Let's do all that. And, they were very, very organized. They did a super job. I want to thank Patrick, the pastor, and all the people that were working there, the wonderful job they did. And it's like a church plant that meets in a school. So it was at a middle school, and they were using the facilities like they do every Sunday there. So I noticed pretty quick that in front of the stage, because you're going to see that, Bubba, is a child's pool, kind of like the pool that Greg kept his puppies in.
Really?
Yeah.
And it had water in it.
Yep.
And I said, at first I think to myself, love our COC brothers and sisters. I said, are y'all Church of Christ? And he said, no, but we have baptized some people this morning. We say if anybody, which I have no problem with at all, it's clearly in Scripture that we're all to be baptized who repent and follow Jesus. He said, if any man wants to be baptized tonight, we'll just go ahead and do it. I said, so the pool stays? And he says, yes. Well, as I kind of started scanning the audience, Bubba, we tend to put it this way: the Rick and Bubba store, we struggle to keep XXX.
Sure.
We do.
Sure.
And I scanned the audience and kind of like the movie Jaws. I told the pastor we're gonna need a bigger pool.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some
kiddie pool.
There's some big fellas here.
You'd have a hard time sprinkling them in that pool.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And so anyway, the response last night was incredible. And so they were men that stood up and said, I want to repent and follow Jesus, which is wonderful. And I thought, well, will any of them really want to be baptized tonight? But the Holy Spirit was moving in such a way, I started seeing, which was incredibly exciting, men were getting baptized on the spot in their full clothing.
Shoes and all.
Really?
One guy got in with his shoes on. You know what he said? I can get new shoes. I just got a new life.
Oh, wow.
And,
Really?
And so they start getting in the pool. Now, we did have one. I felt so bad for the pastor because there ain't no way we could get him under. Okay, they just wouldn't anyway.
Yeah.
And at one point, the pastor took. Bubba, have you ever
gracious.
seen anybody be baptized forward? Like instead of going back. Finally, the pastor just took the back of his head and just pushed him down in there. There was no way to take him back. There was no room. I mean, he took up most of the pool, and so we. But you know what? We're not legalistic about this.
No.
I mean, it's symbolic of dying to self and being raised to a new life. And I guess you could fall forward and die, and because this is just showing what Jesus has already done. I know some of y'all don't agree with that, so email Speedy. But it was just it was a beautiful gathering and just incredible to see that. And I thought to myself, on a serious note, this is what the country needs. Look, we all should vote, and we need to vote. And there's certainly political ideology that we think is more healthy for a thriving nation than another. Okay, I'm not ignoring that, and that's important. And this is one of the things that we thought. And Bubba, you actually touched on this when I got here today, and I agree with you. So there's been a lot of talk about God's protection of Trump. And certainly we do know that God gives and takes life, and he's completely in charge of that. He's totally sovereign, and he is in control. And the scriptures tell us that he knows every day that we're going to live and the number of our days before we've ever lived one. They're all written in his book. But have any of us ever, and that may be, I'm not ignoring that. Of course, now you're going to have to talk to the family that their loved one got shot.
Mm-hmm.
So God let that happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to look at all of it. You can't just look at what happened to Trump. So just be careful with that, because these loved ones, these people will say, so our loved one doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Well, of course he does. God's in all of that. the good outcome and the bad outcome. But have any of us thought that God did this so Trump would repent and would decide to follow Jesus? I notice you're praising me right now because you nearly got shot in the head, and I protected you. Would you like to now be right with me?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the thanks? Have you ever thought that, because I guarantee you, Donald Trump, with all the stuff he's saying, there's moments when he thought, what if I had died today?
You have to.
Where would I spend eternity?
Mm-hmm.
So there's some grace and mercy in here that's being delved out that's bigger than a nation, bigger than a candidate.
Bigger than an election.
It might have been God trying to get Donald Trump's attention. Because, you know, I don't see any fruit of redemption. Now, he's not an enemy of the church, and his candidacy and that party provides more freedom to the church. But I don't think any of us would say we see the fruit of redemption and transformation. But maybe we'll see that change. Maybe that was part of it. There was a lot going on. But just when you're talking about God, and, you know, I've heard people saying angels wrap Trump in their wings. Look, I don't have any problem with that because God is the giver and taker of life. But be careful because there's also a family, their loved one got shot in the head.
Yeah.
Okay? And then there's another one that's in an induced coma right now. So you got to think about all of this. So is God only in this one but not in the other? Now, he's in all of it. But what he's doing, I assure you, is bigger than what we're thinking.
Oh,
it always is. Don't you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe that's what that was about as well. And there could be multiple things all going at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But don't leave that one out.
Right.
There's a lot circling him and spiritual issues. Obviously, I don't think, you know, probably where we would like to see him be, maybe.
Yeah.
But he also stood up, moved the,
of course,
you know, the embassy to Jerusalem.
Right.
When we had great Christian men who have been president who didn't have the stomach to do it.
Right, and God has used leaders that did not spend eternity with him, but he still used them in his plan.
Yep.
And but ultimately, you don't want to be a person who moved the embassy to Jerusalem and then still not repent.
Oh, yeah.
You know.
I know.
So ultimately,
it's a complicated thing.
Donald Trump needs to come to Christ, no matter how the election goes.
Yep.
And don't miss that message God may have been sending as well.
Yep.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and we'll take more of your phone calls when we return. There's much to comment on and still much to cover today. If you'd like to get your opportunity to chat, now's your time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 15 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. I be Rick.
And I be Bubba. Good morning and happy Friday to you.
Killer Bees is with us. If you are listening to us or watching us in Huntsville, he is going to be there this weekend, Saturday night at the Hilton in Huntsville. If you can get your tickets at the Hilton, of course, or at Railroad Bazaar. Two shows coming up tomorrow night, 7:30 and 9:45 Central Times for Killer Bees. His new CD is out. On his website, Killer Bees, and Bees is BEAZ.com. It's probably a link off our website, too.
Yes, it is.
At Rick and Bubba.
Under comedian.
I'm a betting it is.
I bet it is. And then, you know, here's the thing, though. Your battle cry has been Save Up.
For many years. I bet I've been doing stand-up for 21 years. I bet I've been doing Save Up for about 18 of it.
I have
a
twofold Save Up question.
Okay.
Number one, how did you come up with Save Up?
Well, it was an easy thing. When I started stand-up comedy, I lived in Jackson, Mississippi, and as I would travel, I'd ask people if they'd been to Jackson. Of course, they're like, what the heck for?
Right.
And I'd say, if you've never been, save up, go for that second honeymoon.
Oh, okay.
So I would do it to open my act each time. So I was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin one night, and did my save up line, and a few minutes later, I was talking to a table up front to a couple there that was married, and the lady said that they had 5 children, and a woman in the back of the showroom yelled, "Save up!" And the place just went nuts and went, that's it right there. So I used it about 20 more times in that little 15-minute segment right there. So it has become kind of a catch-all phrase now.
21 years you've been using the phrase.
Been using it about 18. Been doing stand-up 21.
All right, so 18 years
It's
you've
funny,
been
my
screaming.
mom has been screaming that for almost 40 now.
Telling you to save up. So 18 years you said save up.
Correct.
And 2003's CD is called Save Up. You just now decided to call a CD that?
Yes, I did, as a matter of fact. And here's the thing about
where I'm
this
going.
CD.
You just now came up with that?
Well, and here's the thing about this CD. We recorded a similar CD, a lot of the same material, in about 1995 when I was under contract with Sony Records on the Columbia label. And that CD was never released, and then I had to wait 7 long years to regain ownership of that material.
How about record deals?
And
my gosh. How about
record labels, man? I love them, bless their hearts, but they're kind of like loan sharks.
Well,
if you know what I mean.
We're going through that too.
It's good, it's bad. It's good, it's bad.
You understand what I'm talking about. So all these years later.
Well, try this, Killer. What if you put that CD out, it went very good, and then you just never got a check?
Yeah, how would you like your distributor to go, well, to say they're going bankrupt, but they never really have, but they won't send you a check, and you've sold about 15,000 copies?
Well, who knows how many times that happens, man, because all the stuff, your advance that you get when you sign and all that comes out of it before you get any profits. You know?
Well,
as a matter of fact, way back, I recorded a song called Save Up with the Leonard Skinner Band, a racing song, and it is currently on a website. There's a website that has NASCAR jokes on it, and the music bed under it is that song with me and the Skinner Band. And me and Ed Keene, the guy that wrote Sweet Home Alabama, and Mike Estes, one of the guitar players for Skinner at the time, wrote it. And I never saw a dime from that one either. And so it's, the record business is a pretty weird thing. Showbiz, what the heck were we thinking?
Well, what's weird is when you're where I'm in Walmart now, and I find myself trying to keep people from buying that CD. I feel weird. That's a strange, because it's going to somebody else who's never going to give you your money.
I tell you what was cool.
I tackled a woman yesterday who tried to buy it. I said, no, get it off the website.
Yeah, was she cute? Was she cute, Rick?
Not really.
Well, don't tackle her. When the dog's gone, they bruise easy. But
and they're harder to bring down.
Yeah. You gotta roll when you're tackling, make them follow you. What was I going to tell you just then? I have no idea. I have no darn idea.
CDs, Ed King.
I have a question.
And it was going to be great too. Whatever.
I have a question.
I got Napstered. That's what I was going to say. And was so flattered.
Yeah,
somebody commented, please listen to this, and played it. I got a Napster. I was like, yes. Everybody goes, well, weren't you hacked off? No, man, I was flattered.
Well, that's like us. The CD thing is not it's not the bulk of the income. And we were like, hey, I just got your stuff off Napster. I was like, what?
Yes, same here. I'm like, I can't believe somebody loved it. They love me.
How did I get there?
Yeah, so that was real cool.
Well, we kind of did the same thing. We just let people have the CDs and never got paid.
Right,
so it's really the same thing.
Yeah. Really, we did Napster a different way.
Yeah.
we were Napstered in stores.
Yeah.
But listen, we got to give credit.
First Patriot Mobile phone troll of the day. Excited to chat with you. Lines are available. Calvin Speedy Wilburn on the phones right now if you want to join us. 30 seconds a pop. Remember, barriers are a blessing, and we'll get more folks in. You can make a comment. You can bring information to the table. No shameless plugs. No meaningless shout-outs. And, of course, some of you are texting as well that can't call. We're looking at that, too, and seeing your responses as they come up too, and thank you. Those help us a lot on the fly. So let's get started. We'll start with Dorothy out of Huntsville, listening to 100.3 The River. Dorothy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi. Hello. Well.
Yes, you have.
Yeah. That's a building. I think. Well, the woman in charge, she needs to be fired when it was appointed by Biden, and I think that whoever's decision was to not cover that. I believe it was done on purpose, just to leave it open for chance. Now, this guy, I'm not hearing it talked about a lot, but I saw an interview where some kid said he was on a rifle team with his brother at school. He was a loner, and he got bullied a lot.
Yeah, I saw that. We covered some of that, but I appreciate you calling. Thanks. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Lee standing by. Lee, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, man, good morning. I spent 23 years in the Army, traveled the world. All the training you do, it becomes instinctive. You get in a moment of that's the time that you got to respond. that training comes to bear. Secret Service will flop. They just flopped.
So you're saying the most obvious, there's a lot of opinions about procedure, but the one that we're just kind of focusing on is how is that building not secure? I mean,
not only that.
Yeah, I mean that one.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Until that's answered.
Yeah, that's classification point A in the whole argument.
Anna, Hattiesburg as well. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I just have 2 words to say about Saturday afternoon. Keystone Cops. Thank you.
Well, Anna, I guarantee Greg's her favorite member of the show. There's no doubt
absolutely.
about that.
Absolutely.
We'll continue. Rick out of the free state of Florida. Rick, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm just weighing in right quick about that boy with the headshot on Donald Trump. Reckon why we don't try to shoot a deer in the head? Because he's moving it all the time. And nobody moves his head more than Donald Trump does, especially when he's giving a speech. If he really wanted to kill him, he'd have shot him in the chest or waited till he was still.
Well, are you
so
saying
it's totally inexperienced?
Right, I was supposed to say, is it possible
when he got rushed?
Yeah,
too,
he got rushed. He was.
So this guy was disappointed in his choice of.
I guess.
And I don't know, but I would suspect he's probably wearing a bulletproof vest.
Yeah,
anyway,
they say that's pretty standard now.
Yeah, he needs to.
Alan in Asheville. Alan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I noticed in that video, if you'll watch it real closely, there's one service agent there on the bottom right corner of the stage. He kind of crouched down after the shooting, was kind of in a hidden position instead of jumping up and running like the others did towards the president. He waited until the others went to moving before he stood up. And I just wonder if that was protocol for some reason or if he just froze.
Yeah, I don't know, sir. I don't know the answer to that, but thanks for bringing that up. Bobby, welcome to Rick and Bubba in Alabama. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, one of my questions is, what if Trump had actually taken a round to the body or the head? Do you think that detail could have actually carried him off that stage? I don't think so. I mean, just by the makeup.
Yeah, it's a good question.
DEI wouldn't have let that happen, I don't think.
Yeah, it's it's one of the things that I had never really thought about when somebody was talking to me about my physical health, and they asked me a hard question one time. They said, "Do you think if your family needed you to carry them out of the house, you could do it?" And I thought, I think that would have been an uphill climb unless those, there was enough of them and enough men with them that they could have done it. Jeff in Athens, Alabama. Jeff, go ahead. 30 seconds. Jeff?
Yo, Jeff.
Athens?
Y'all hadn't seen that footage before that Adler was just showing. Have you seen that?
What was the one?
From one of the photographers up right in front of the stage as he was going off.
Right here?
Yeah, this was.
That one's brand new. I saw that started coming out yesterday, but that's.
It's unreal. Some of the pictures they had right after it.
Oh,
well, you got to think everybody there had a camera.
Right, yeah. Well, that shot that they got of him holding his fist up and the American flag is above him.
Yeah, no.
What about when he's face down, nearly mashed, and you can just see his head between the bodies?
Yeah.
And speaking of that flag, Rick, see how it's waving in the wind?
Mm-hmm.
That's the direction in which the bullet missed.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
So that wind could have very well saved his life as well.
Bill in Mississippi. Bill, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, there's a slow motion video close up of Trump when he grabs his ear. Immediately after that, his elbow comes in and he kind of hunches over like he got shot in the ribs. And then there's another picture showing what appears to be a bullet hole in his chest coat. Just curious. Nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, we actually did. We talked about that earlier because that was a report that came out, in the confusion.
Early on.
The
the very first one we had was he'd been shot twice, once in the side and once around the ear.
But that doesn't appear to be accurate because he
I think he would have mentioned it.
Yeah, and even with the bulletproof vest on, the power of that bullet still bruises ribs and none of that happens. So
probably knocks you down.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. Jake, Pike Road. Jake, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, guys, I know how to fix this DEI stuff. If you can't rep 225 on the bench press at least 10 times, you're not qualified. You got to get out, go do something different.
Yeah, and maybe they did. I don't know what all of them have to do. I'm just not for lowering the standard just to achieve diversity. I think we can still have diversity and keep the standard at excellent.
The question we have to answer first, who did the site survey and why that building wasn't covered.
That's step one.
That's the big one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This CD was recorded
at the Ritz Theater
in Florence Shoals, Alabama, where you hear us on 103.5, and we always tell people to scream "Stay in it" at any show,
but not inappropriately.
Not inappropriately at the appropriate time, which this person does. Not while they're trying to do their act, but when everybody's laughing or clapping. If you can get a "Stay in it," then of course we give you props. Now we got to find out who this guy is. So if it sounds like you, we want to hear from him. I'm listening to B's new CD, and I'm laughing and I'm enjoying it. And all of a sudden, he says something really funny. Everybody says one of those where there's a laugh, and then there's
a rolling laugh.
A rolling laugh. And all of a sudden, you hear, "Stay in it!" I mean, just as clear as a bell.
Is that too cool, though,
on
man?
the CD.
And that happens a lot. Now, do you have that?
I got it.
Can we hear that?
Yeah, here it is, right. Listen close. You can hear "Stay in it." Everybody will be laughing here. Do you hear
there it was?
I mean, you got to admit, that's pretty good.
That's pretty cool, man.
And
he had good lungs.
Yeah.
And you did not know that was on there, and you just heard it. So I guess that put a grin on your face, didn't it?
Yeah, I was just listening to it. And, then the first time I hear it, I go, well, I just think I hear that.
Yeah.
And I backed it up, and I said, no, that's clear as a bell.
Well, we had done a couple of shows, and when we edited it down, because we had spoke once before about people yelling "Stay in it" and stuff, and so we had the option to use that or not, so we went ahead and used that because it was a kind of a tribute to our listeners,
I thought he was saying he bent it. Yeah, it's right. I thought it was like a fork issue.
Well, if you'd heard that bit, that might have been it, but no, it's no, it was.
Yeah.
And Bees, you said this is probably the cleanest one you've ever put out.
Yeah, I would give this a PG-13 rating. That's what I would say on this, and I believe you would agree with me that it is not an offensive.
Oh no,
CD, and it's a fun one too.
Well, I mean, we're not prudes. I mean, we're Christians, and I know that we all share the same beliefs. I don't believe in being nasty just for the sake of being nasty. But that there's things in life that are funny, and you don't have to be prudish about it. So my level is probably I have much tougher skin than probably a lot.
Yeah, there's some adult content in there.
Is,
but that's basically the disclaimer for those of us who are not far enough along in their walk-in.
Right.
So,
but there was nothing on there that I went, I'm going to send. I'm sending Bees an email. How dare you get on here and promote that product?
Yeah, well,
so
we did that on purpose.
It was nothing like that. It actually, there's some of it, and what I like about it, it's on track. So if there's a track that you go, that's a little much for me, you go to another one. But
and I think when we sent y'all the copy, did we not put a label on that pointed out which tracks were appropriate for all formats?
I bet there hasn't been a long time in your career where you could sit down and type that many tracks. I mean, because it says these are all radio friendly for any format, and it's a bunch of them.
Isn't that neat? Well, we did it on purpose, man. That's and a big tip of the hat to my wife Terry, my wife and manager Terry, who owns the company that books me.
Yes.
And actually did so much of the producer work on that, and just weeded through all the hours and hours of tape, and put the thing together. So she really had done quite a bit of the work on that, so she did a real good job. And as you know, there she is right there, gorgeous as all get out. Well, so that's my little baby doll right there.
Well, and that's what I like about it too. That's good quality. How sometimes when it's live concerts, the quality you go.
It's a different mix for the electronic media than it is PA. And Rick was bragging on how good this was.
Yeah, well, good deal, man. I appreciate it. I like that Henpecked Hero song.
That is pretty
fun. That is on the theme. That is a fun. It was co-written by me and a guy named David Lee Murphy, a country artist. Jimmy Hall from the Wet Willie Band sings lead vocals on it. And yeah, exactly. And Ed King from Skinner does the guitar work on that. So
we'll play that coming out of the top then.
Oh, well, cool, man. That'd be great.
Because
that'd be
really, I listened to it in the car and I was kind of jamming along to it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it cooks, doesn't it?
It really does. It's got a good hook. The chorus is real good. You know how you got to have a little hook. You find yourself kind of want to sing along with it, and so you did a good job finding. Who wrote the hook?
David Lee Murphy.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Street Corner Serenade.
I say, did whoa, won't you feel all right? We'll come back.
And my boys have their black belts in Kung Fu.
We got to talk about that.
Yeah, we do.
We'll ask about that. Bubba is thinking about...
How's that dragon on the arm? Did it heal up pretty good?
Yeah, actually, they've got a chameleon
Chameleons.
They're young.
Chameleons on their arms because they're little. That's good. We'll be back with Killer Bees. His new CD, Save Up. Get it at killerbees.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 35 minutes now past the hour. Well, I know that you're like us as we've put a little age on us, got a little gray in the beard and the hair, and you got the first time that AARP contacts you, you're like, well, I'm officially old now. Well, then you go, well, look at these benefits, but then you see their Washington lobby, and you're like, what? That doesn't represent my ideology. That doesn't represent my point of view. So that we went a while thinking, well, I guess we just won't do it. I mean, you can't even have an AARP. But now there is a better option. It is called the Association of Mature American Citizens, and their membership is booming. Why not? You don't want to be part of an organization that supports agendas and bigger government and things you don't agree with. Enjoy true independence during the month of July. You can sign up for 1 year for just $1 right now. 1 year for $1 by going to amac.us/bigbox. Yes, you'll get the restaurant, discounts and insurance discounts and movies and cruises and theme parks and shows and car rentals and hotels, but you will not be supporting a lobby that leans to the left. No, quite the opposite. So if you'd like to spend that $1 and join amac.us/bigbox, do that now, or you can go to the election year special, and that's 4 years for $30. And both of these include the magazine. That's amac.us/bigbox. By the way, free Social Security and Medicare advice as well. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, walking through some of the other audio and video that we haven't played yet, obviously the attempted assassination of Donald Trump is the prominent story today and all that surrounds that. So we knew it wouldn't take long. It seemed like that Sniffleopolis and ABC were the first ones to come out and let us all know that Donald Trump was nearly assassinated because of him. That he's the only one that does rhetoric.
Right.
He's the only one that whips people into a frenzy. He's the one that made people feel like he's dangerous.
He's really the only one that appears to be alive.
Right. Babylon Bee's headline that after Trump survives attempted assassination and now leaves us with only one dead candidate.
Yeah.
That was insensitive, but it sure was funny.
Yep.
All right. So here is the breakdown of ABC and what they said, and then we have a CNN commentator
they
respond.
wouldn't say the word assassinated. It was an hour and a half later before they'd ever used the word.
You mentioned Stephanopoulos, Rick. Do you want to hear that quick clip?
Yeah, let's do that first, okay? And then we'll hear the response from a CNN reporter.
President Trump and his
Oh, wow, so quiet. Oh, it's so much louder on my phone. Sorry, when I'm screening this up, let's try to...
President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well.
Well, absolutely, George. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things that former President Trump has said. He warned last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump in January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And of course, in March, he said, now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath.
That's right after.
Referring to the economy.
That was the economy. And the bedlam and all that is the state of our country that he keeps saying that. They know this.
Ridiculous.
It's all a bunch of propaganda. But we all knew this. Every one of us could predict it. Like
it's
you can
word cherry picking.
It's just like the sun coming up and the sun going down. We all knew, well, you know why somebody tried to shoot him? Because of him.
Oh, yeah.
Now, they've left out all the things that the left has said. I mean, the president, which we have here, today too. Literally just finished saying that Trump's now in the bullseye, and then the stuff that Maxine Waters hollers out, Pelosi hollers out, Chuck Schumer with his threatening words. Now all of that, you won't hear ABC play any of that. Okay, the left has not contributed to the state of our political environment at all. It's only Trump, and they all know that.
Right.
But anyway, absurd. But even Scott Jennings, a commentator for CNN, can't take it. He's going to, believe it or not, call this hypocritical. So here we go.
Here's where I thought it was lacking. He said the political rhetoric's gotten too hot. We got to cool it down. And what I wanted him to say was, and you know what that means to me too. Donald Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat to everything America stands for. And a few days later, it's time to put Donald Trump in the bullseye.
Yep.
Now, if the President of the United States had said, I bear some responsibility here, and I'm going to do my part, this would have been a home run. He didn't do that. Instead, he spread it all around, which I guess is as far as he's willing to go. But let me tell you how Republicans are going to take that. They're going to take that as a president who has repeatedly said, I want to heal the soul of the nation, and the buck stops here, but with an unwillingness to acknowledge some of the things that he has said to bring us to a place that he says we're in.
Yeah.
And a prime example, you had Biden saying we have to stop violent rhetoric. And at the same time, his Instagram post, the caption at the top is a picture of Donald Trump, and it says, we must stop him.
Yeah.
It's pinned across the top of his Instagram.
He's going to do, because they keep saying we're a democracy, which we're not. He's going to destroy democracy. He's going to take over and put everybody in jail who opposes him. Yeah. He's going to be a king, a tyrant.
Joe Biden had a post of Trump with his face, the top of his head cut off, that said Donald Trump vows to be a dictator on day one.
There you go. But yeah, they bear no responsibility to this at all. None.
Right.
But then you get down to the Secret Service and how was this building left unsecure? Here's footage, video 3, Adler. Here's footage of the 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks opening fire before being shot. But you can hear a woman in the background yelling, you know, that he, what are you doing? And calling him by name. So you see him up there?
She's yelling crooks.
Yeah, and
get over here. What are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't see how anybody would recognize him and call his name. I mean,
it's a small town. He's a recognizable kid.
I thought he was
man. Excuse me. He's a man, y'all. He's 20 years old. Let's not call him a kid.
I don't know. I think she was something else.
Do you think possibly, because I don't know if he just showed up and climbed up there, or was he there hanging out with people and then kind of snuck around or snuck off? Maybe
got away from the group.
And then that's how she knew. But I'm with you,
like
Greg.
An hour away.
Yeah,
I mean, I just don't. The odds of somebody looking over and knowing him and calling him by name, I think she's yelling at somebody.
That makes me think that maybe he was part of that group or something at first.
It sounds like to me she's calling law enforcement over there.
Could be, yeah.
But here is him crawling on the roof, Bubba, the one you were talking about.
Yeah.
And he's being pulled out. And you can clearly, video 5, Adler, you can clearly see him crawling and really but now that doesn't mean that the snipers can see him yet.
Yeah. Right.
I'm not saying that. But it is why this building should be secure.
Well, that should have been.
So look right here, Bub. So
many people looking around like, what's going on?
Right.
As the caption on the screen says, I'm not showing that all the way, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
There are.
Adler, can you go back and freeze that at the beginning where you see the building? I wanted to look at that because we had been asking about how he could have got on top, and apparently there was a way that you could do that. Let's see. You see, keep going back. Right there. Hold on just a minute. You see, there is 2 buildings connected by a breezeway.
Mm-hmm.
The breeze, there she went. The breezeway to the roof is an easy hop. If you can get on that roof right there, which is only the height of a door, that's an easy get up, and it looks like there's an air conditioning unit right there behind a wall. So, and again, depth perception, we can't tell exactly how far it is, but you could see, you could jump up and get up there.
Yeah, he's got to get his weapon with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That'd hinder you some.
There was that image of the ladder. I know you guys were thinking that's kind of weird, but
where did you
to
see
me,
that
looked legit and like a good option as far as getting up there.
If that's where did you see it at? I didn't see it.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, we showed it earlier.
There's actually even footage of him crawling that's even closer to that. I mean, you can see him literally crawling with no problem whatsoever.
Let's see it if we got it.
And somebody made a good point.
I thought that was it.
Somebody made a great point about how the shooter is on the I guess if we're just looking at this right here, it would be the south end, the close end. There's the ladder there.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the ladder there.
How do you know there was a ladder?
It looks like is it made on what? Can you see?
I don't think
Probably
so.
for people.
Really? I thought it might have been people, like you said, accessing air conditioning units.
Buildings do have ladders on.
Yeah. Can we see it again, Adam?
Here's sorry, just to a lot of people are saying that the gunman was here. Yeah. And what we just saw showed that his gun was actually here, with the counter sniper team being on this building that we've seen in the background of Trump. These trees are in the way. If the shooter's on this side of the building, I guess it would be the east side of the building. This is where the ladder is that we had just discussed. And with the counter sniper team being here, with the trees being in the way, that may explain why there was the delay in the snipers taking out the shooter.
Go back to the picture previous where that had the ladder, because it's in between two buildings just with a very narrow walkway.
Yes.
So it would be conceivable you could go up that without being noticed.
Yes, it looks like an extension ladder.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
And then it looks like it's an easy hop on the building.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure.
And there's multiple pictures of that ladder, which makes me think that was there and that's real.
Yeah.
So how's that not secure? What in the world?
It's unbelievable.
All right, so we'll come back. We'll continue working through this today with all of you. We got other stuff to cover, too. We've covered some other things, but...
And, it didn't just miss him. It grazed his ear.
Yeah, I know.
This is insane. We live in a crazy timeline.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All up in the house.
Ain't nothing but a poor regular guy.
Up in the Florence, Muscle Shoals, Alabama area during the recording of Save Up.
At the luxurious Ritz Theater.
Beautiful place.
By the way, beautiful place. It's in an antique area, a historic area. I mean, it went to heck a while back and ain't fixed it up yet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
that's also translated old. But Killer, how's the family? I understand you were telling us your sons are now black belts.
Yeah, we've been following this. When you came in, you would tell us now Bubba's thinking about, where do you begin with a 5-year-old? What's the best one?
Right.
And somebody calls and said, well, Bees will know.
Yeah, my advice about that is and this is a 5-year-old you're talking about, right? Right. I would, for one, not do the grappling arts, because you don't want to stress those joints as they're growing and stuff.
Grappling arts?
Write
down the word grappling.
Jiu-jitsu, stuff like that, the arm locks and stuff. But the main thing that we found out as we went to different schools in Mobile was we found that the way to do it is go to a school where the parents can be involved as well. There were some places we went to where they...
I don't want to get flipped.
Yeah,
I don't know
if this is for Bubba.
There's places where we would go and they would take the kids in and close the door, and the parents just had to wait outside. Where we ended up going
I like that format.
Well, see, we don't like... We like what we found out...
We call it the hand grenade. Here, you take it.
What we found out was by going to West Mobile, Gym Fitness, and Kung Fu, they have a viewing area, bleachers. The parents sit there, and you get to watch the children as they and you learn along with them, kind of, and that gives you something to do with your child.
Now, is that code name for your son kicking you in the groin? I mean, what is that? I mean,
I bet you've taken some kicks, haven't you?
Oh yeah. Well, see, the thing is,
because the Power Rangers will get you kicked,
and it gives you something to be able to share with the child. As you watch them learn their different forms and stuff like that. They practice them at home and stuff, and you've been there watching the instructor.
Right. So you kind of know how
to help them out and stuff, and that's the way to do it.
You're going to get kicked into growing's what he's telling you.
Yep, that's a code name for growing kids.
Mommy, me and Daddy was in there playing. Now he's laying in the fetal position saying, come get you.
Again. Oh, yeah. Oh, and you do not want to hold a cookie sheet up in front of your growing and let them hit it with a rubber noonchuck. Because they have a wooden dowel center, and they will bend that cookie sheet. I found out we still have a bend. Remember that pan, honey, when I did it? Here, so bam, like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. That's kind of stupid right there.
That's pretty good, son. Well done.
Yeah, but our kids have done it for about 4 years. Skylar, our youngest, started when he was 4 years old.
So how old are they now?
Trudy's 13, Skylar's 8.5.
And they're both black belts.
That is correct. So what you want to do, you want to find a school that makes it fun for the kids, and it gives them little goals at a time that they can achieve, and that is that's what you're after right now, is them building self-confidence and respect. You know,
yes, you had a call, I understand. Yeah.
You had a caller from Dothan that was you had a caller from Dothan whose child was in a Christian-based karate school, which I thought was real cool. That's neat. But see, that's what you want is something that is very child-friendly, not so much the egotistical instructor, the iron fist guy, you know. And we ran into some
Karate
of those.
Kid. We saw Karate Kid.
Yeah, we ran into some of those as we looked. But you want to go where they, go where they treat the kids like kids. Yeah, and let them have fun. And let them have fun. Well, that's what it's about. You know, let them have fun with it, and that way they'll develop the mind and the body.
Let me ask you this: if they're like black belts now, and you're laying there asleep at night, and you hear something you think is a prowler, do you go, honey, get the black belts up, and you roll back over?
Do you
or
see your 13-year-old in there?
No, because now I tell you what, Truett, he's 13 now. He's almost my height, and he is absolutely a wizard with his kicks. I mean, he is a monster. He's one of these guys that is stretched out like Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he can, and he's got kicks over his head.
Wait a minute. What do you do? Let me ask you this.
Good.
I mean, well, don't you kind of have to learn it too?
Well, now, see,
because
you're stretching, B.
And
I don't want my 13-year-old going.
I know your jeans are a little tight, but what can you give us today? Can you stretch out?
I'm gonna take that belt away from you, Dad. How about that?
Yeah, well, I tell you, it's hard to whip a young and knows how to block.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
You know,
instead of them calling DHR, you're calling it.
Yeah.
Hey, my kid's whooping me. Get somebody up here.
But see, I studied Shotokan karate way back when I was growing up, and actually when I went to junior college for the 3 months that I went to.
Eight minutes to the top of the hour. So we've covered it, the story. We see you texting at 866-932-3244. Normal data rates will apply. Do you say data or data?
Data.
Are you data or data? I kind of go back and forth.
Yeah, it just depends. Sometimes
the mood I'm in. All right, so a lot of you are texting and emailing about the pastor that supposedly said what we're about to play on April the 18th. I don't know whether that's true or not. Biggs, what's his first name?
Brandon Biggs.
Brandon Biggs. I don't know where he's a pastor or what his background is.
This is weird.
But apparently this was said on April the 18th. I'm not even sure who he's talking to here, but a lot of people are putting this out on social media. They're emailing it to me. We don't know anything other than this is what we hear and see here. So I don't want to put too much in it, but also don't want to act like it wasn't said. So
but you don't know.
Yeah, let it stand on its own.
But I don't know the background with this person or anything. But here is something interesting, to say the least. Blazing in a Hawaiian shirt. Here is the Pastor Brandon Biggs.
Yeah, and it says here the top 3 prophets explain 3 American solar eclipses, April 18th.
Of course, this is not so.
About all that.
Okay, so this is back during all this.
Trump, and I saw a red wave coming out of Michigan, and then I saw Oklahoma, and there was embers of people, and they were all on these. They had torches all throughout Oklahoma, and they were raising up these torches that looked like fire, and they were bringing forth a new patriotism upon the nation, and it was being birthed birthed, and it just kept spreading like fire all throughout America, all throughout. And I saw Trump rising up, and then I saw an attempt on his life. This bullet flew by his ear, and it came so close to his head that it busted his eardrum. And I saw he fell to his knees during this time frame, and he started worshiping the Lord. He got radically born again during this time frame. I'm talking, people say he's saved now, but he becomes really on fire for Jesus, for what I saw coming. And then I saw people interceding when I saw him winning the presidency through great. The Lord showed me it would go clear into the summer. Great persecution would come on him through the judges and through the law and all these people trying to sue him and all this stuff. But there would be a stop to it, and things would start to break free come toward the fall. And then I saw him winning the election through the Patriots coming out and voting, and then there will be a great economy crash. Yeah. I saw they had.
Okay, then. All right. So
don't like that part.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
I don't know anything about this guy, so I'm just going to kind of.
A lot of people said that Trump is going to be assassinated. Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, a lot of people have talked about this. That guy threw out some even the correct ear. It was even the right side, which is very interesting. But he also threw out some stuff that made me think that he wasn't being.
We're not endorsing it. We're just saying it's out there and people are talking about it.
And could I correct myself too? We're just trying to work through this information as it comes. A lot of people have said that the footage that we played last segment, in which the bystanders see the shooter on top of the building, and the woman on the tape can be heard. What I thought, and many people on the internet said, "Crooks, what are you doing, Crooks?" And Greg was like, "That's weird that he would be recognized," which is I agree with that as well. A lot of people are saying she was saying Ross, what are you doing? Talking about someone in her friend group. Get away from that. All that being said, we don't have to watch it or anything, but this is 2 minutes of bystanders seeing the shooter on the roof, pointing to him. What's going on? What's going on? A full 2 minutes goes by of Trump's speech before shots ring out. So regardless of if the people knew him or not, those bystanders do see the shooter on the roof for a full 2 minutes before the shots are fired, and then the counter snipers take out the shooter. This is
we're about 30 seconds now.
30 seconds in, people are like, "What? Hey, there's a guy up there."
Well, there's no doubt people were saying that. Yeah. See him right there above the name. See him crawling. That's the one I saw. You can really see him crawling now.
So he did jump up on that.
He did jump.
He's on the roof.
See?
Yeah, you see his head up.
Now
see him crawling.
He's moving up.
See him moving up.
You know, that roof had to be hot too, though. Didn't it?
I know.
I
bet it was hot.
It got a lot hotter too.
So now we're about the 1 minute mark now.
Yes.
Access to that chart that I love so much.
See, I think the chart.
You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you?
Oh, that saved his life.
Because these teleprompters are so boring. I try and explain that. Oh, there's it. Wow.
But right
you
there.
Guys are doing it.
So he turns back to see it on the other screen.
And the shot is going to happen right at the 2 minute mark.
Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow?
We're at minute 20 now.
So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country.
So 20 seconds to the shooting.
And we have multiple angles, that's why it's echoing.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit over that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see
people running towards it.
And there's the chaos.
Yep.
Trump is still down. Speakers are being hauled down quick. Multiple angles. That's why it's kind of echoey. Trump is still down 30 seconds after, by the way. I did not realize how long he was down.
By the way, it's the first time I've heard reporters start hollering, "We have breaking news, breaking news." She's trying to get on the air.
Look, and see, they're pointing to the crowd where somebody else has been shot in the head.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
horrible.
Awful, awful.
Unbelievable.
My gracious.
I bet this is now 20 seconds since Trump has been down. It's probably an eternity. Felt like an absolute eternity.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back. Top of the hour. We got more of your phone calls. We're reading your texts as well.
Oh, man.
When the Rick and Bubba show continues, if you leave us, you can grab the archives today on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Higher education fought on the karate team, so I was already in love with the martial arts.
You fought on a karate team?
Yes, they did, as a matter of fact. We were a junior college and came in third in the All-South Intercollegiate Tournament one year. And we fought Texas A&M, LSU, and
don't you know Bees
and all that. So it was
he was that little fast guy you couldn't really get a handle on. You know.
That's right.
He was that butterfly guy.
I was good at not getting hit. I was good at not getting hit. So
all right,
but,
is that right, Terry? Is he that good, really?
What's the deal?
Or what's going on here?
Little Truett was in the back seat, and he was pinching Skylar and stuff. We're driving along, and so I'm trying to reach back and pop him on his leg.
Yeah, like a mom
got
should.
The blocks going. Yeah. Boy, we'll pull this car over.
We're driving down the road. She's trying to spank him, and he's like,
So, did you have to say young Jedi? You must choose when you use the Force.
Yeah, well to me, what
Mama
do you
doesn't
say?
play that.
Yeah,
So that's a whole different
She
ball
fights
game.
dirty. She makes you look bad when you box her because she's left-handed.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I feel like I can outpoint her, but in the ring she's unorthodox. Makes you look bad. So
She just pulls a haymaker out from the left.
You have to go
from
straight.
nowhere. Yeah, you're like, that's not a proper punch. How did you black my eye with that?
Well, and then with the kids, you go, look, don't think I won't pull this car over and try to convince you to stop blocking and whip that leg.
And get this. When they got their black belts, the instructor awarded them kung fu swords. So now, and look, with a kung fu sword, you don't just poke with it. You twirl and spin and stuff, and it's how do you discipline a kid with a sword from a distance?
Yeah, I mean,
so that's why they invented cell phones. It's like, hello, son, it's Dad. I'm in the kitchen. Put the sword down. That's my head by the fruit bowl. I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
You know, it ain't you'll push your brothers out. You'll chop his head off.
Let me tell you something. Somebody's going to get their head chopped off in here.
And you know how kids always go.
Somebody severs a limb.
You know how kids will go too far, and you come in and everybody's shirt's got a Z on it, you know?
Man,
that's an 8 shirt this week, son. Come on.
I'm telling you, look, we have nunchucks, we have swords, we have big staffs all over the house. I mean, it's like if a burglar come in, we would be sued because he would trip over so much crap and break so many bones, you know. That.
Well, how about picking the Bee's house and the whole family, including the kids, just attacks you and starts wailing, you know.
And he's screaming, get that 8-year-old off of me.
And we've got a dog named Tsunami, a little Maltese poo, half Maltese, half poodle. She's from a mixed family, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, Maltese poo?
Yeah, her name's Tsunami. That's Japanese for wets on the couch.
Yeah. And has a lot of water.
So it's a dangerous house, man.
Can you imagine some thief comes back and says, man, I don't know what happened. I found this big house. It's kind of like a castle down in Mobile. And
we had a moat. The drawbridge was open.
And I got in.
I swam across that. And it was full of alligators.
Then I got in there, and all of a sudden the lights came on, and it was like I'd come into the Power Rangers house.
Yeah.
And look, and the kids.
Power of the Eagle.
The kids will get to scrapping, you know, and we'll go back there, and they'll both have a knot on their head from headbutting each other. He headbutted me, did not, and they both got big old knots stuck in their head. I'm like, man, what, don't y'all get enough of that done at class?
Really? How can it still be in you?
Yeah, so I highly recommend it. Get them in a place that is very kid-friendly, that loves the kids, because they'll eat it up, man. And it's a good program wherever you go. Any style's good as long as the instructors are into helping those kids believe in themselves. That's what it's about.
KillerBees.com. Catch him tomorrow night in Huntsville at the Hilton. Thanks for being with us, Bees. Terry, always a pleasure.
May the force be with you, Killer.
7:30
guys,
and
man.
9:45. And get it on KillerBees.com.
And Bobby in the spotlight.
Did any of you see the interview with Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown? I think she was stoned in the interview.
I think she was, too. She had a touch of sweat going, too.
If you're being accused of doing drugs, don't say, when you get a little upset, can I have a minute I'll be right back.
Yeah.
What you need to say
Not if you're trying to beat that rumor down.
What you need to say is, I need a minute. I'll stay right here.
Right.
I'll compose myself.
Yeah.
By the way, Bobby declared last night he's the greatest entertainer of all time.
Of all time.
After he told us he still smokes pot every other day.
He's got to have it.
Yeah. You know how he ended up in the interview
with a handful of chips.
You know, he ended up in the interview. He walks in and starts shouting stuff from the couch. Finally, Diane says, "Well, heck, come sit down."
She asked Whitney if she said, "Are you jealous? Is Bobby Brown jealous of you?" And she said, "Yes." And
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And then from the side, you hear Bobby say, "Never,
never,
never,
never."
Stay tuned, because more Rick and Bubba's coming.
Six minutes past the hour, a brand new hour. Thank you for being with us today. So we got breaking news. Some of you have texted us to it. I love this new text option. We get things pretty quick. Then we looked up, and sure enough, it was on the news. It looks like, Bubba, that one of the cases against Trump has been dismissed.
Wait, you might need to play that pastor again, what he was saying about his legal trouble going away.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
The classified documents case against Donald J. Trump has been dismissed by a federal judge. The federal judge said that the special prosecutor had been illegally appointed. And that's all we know.
That's all we know. So that's happening. That's one.
That's on the Mar-a-Lago documents that we had the big raid on and all that.
And then you told me that MSNBC's not letting Jimmy Neutron on today.
Yeah, it appears that the first love couple of news was asked and are told not to be on the air today.
Scarborough not on today.
That's what this story says. And I haven't flipped over there to see, but they said there was concerns about some comments that could be made pertaining to the news going on that could be negative for the network.
Okay. And then Adler was telling us how absurd some of the reporting was. You know, of course, Babylon Bee had a field day with that. When we have an attempted assassination on a political candidate who is a former president and is going to be the nominee for the Republican Party, they started reporting like he fell down.
Yeah.
Here's one. Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after he falls at a rally. Yeah. Now you see blood coming down his face. Yeah. And they say that he fell.
That's CNN.
I don't know that even to this point, President Biden has said it was an attempted assassination. Has anybody on the left uttered that? Did he finally say it?
Yeah, he did.
All right, good.
Yesterday.
Now, they would not say it until about an hour after the whole ordeal. Fox was already calling it that, of course.
Trump escorted away after loud noises at Pennsylvania rally. That's one from the Washington Post.
Loud noises.
If you try to shoot a presidential candidate, that is called an assassination attempt.
Secret Service rushes Trump off stage after popping noises heard at Pennsylvania rally. That's NBC News.
Hey, y'all are on it, news agencies. Way to go.
Look at this one. Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startles the former president and the crowd.
Yeah, sound of a bullet
nice
through your ear.
story
Will
there,
start.
USA
That's
Today.
USA Today. That way go David
Now,
Jackson.
now keep in mind when you see these, these are the same people every day that tells you about what's being done and how it's being done and what's right and what's wrong in our government. Just keep that in mind next time you read their story where they're telling you that Trump's bad for the economy.
ABC
or Biden
News
is good for it.
ABC News,
Bigger
Bubba,
lie.
Donald Trump escorted off stage by Secret Service during rally after loud noises ring out in the crowd.
Golly.
Loud noises.
Loud noises.
Yeah.
So,
Meanwhile, on X, we can see it all unfolding. We're watching exactly what happened. We're watching video of it, and this is not. He survived. That's not good. This makes him look brave and big and cool, and they didn't want to cover it.
Let me ask you this, speaking of X, because I saw some people posting thanking Elon for buying Twitter because they could all actually see what was really going on.
Yeah.
If he hadn't have bought that, I wonder if we would have.
I don't know, but I just saw someone, and I agree, texting us right now. They said they've got the record option set for the view.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
Can everybody even remote? All right, so let's predict. The View will say he causes
he
this.
brought it on
He
himself.
did.
Brought it on
And
himself.
they'll bring up guns and how he fights for guns. And
January
look, a
6th.
gun was used on him.
Yeah.
Have
You'll
you
that.
noticed there has been no mention of gun control from the Republicans or anybody involved with this?
no.
Trump, anybody else? Not one word about it.
Do you think Joy Behar will be disappointed saying, no, I'm the one who wants to shoot him?
I know. Or can she keep a
probably.
straight face? though?
Yeah, she'll be upset with the lack of accuracy.
Another possibly
You're right.
breaking news story today. Of course, the Republican National Convention is going on in Milwaukee. Donald Trump will announce his
That's a big
VP. They are saying there has been an increase in Secret Service protection at the home of J.D. Vance, which is leading some people to believe he may be going to be announced later today as the VP, seeing how he has had extra security show up at his house. Now, that may just be standard for this and them going to the event. Who knows?
Yeah,
But that is
that-
being reported.
They did say J.D. Vance has been assured by Secret Service that he's safe within 100 yards.
Yeah.
Good.
Really.
Rick Burgess.
Well, I'm sorry. We can't. This was a big miss. Somebody's got to explain why we don't have that building secure. I mean, that one just
Rick,
keeps on hanging around.
Rick, that's
how about
question
how about a
one.
press conference from somebody at Secret Service saying we're investigating,
Right.
we're gathering the facts? I mean, nothing.
Who would y'all like to be the vice president? You like Vance? Everybody have? I'd be fine with that.
You know, there's several of them. I think any of them could do a good job. They're, a diverse group to say the least, but I think any of them would do a good job.
I thought Trump asking Michelle Obama was, maybe that was kind of a new strategy.
Well, Rick, I don't know if you know us. We figured it out during the break when we were talking about that person with the funny hat on, and this is true. That is the guy that QAnon claims is RFK Jr., because he's not really dead, and that Trump's going to name him VP.
It's not? You're saying it's not RFK Jr., Greg?
You mean JFK Jr.?
I meant JFK. I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. Because
Not,
RFK,
we're not whisper voice.
Right, okay.
The
Hit me that
QAnon.
again.
Okay, the QAnons. This was years when all that was going on. With the red shoes and all that.
Okay.
They claim, and he's at these rallies. It's that guy, by the way, in the hat, and that he is that is.
That's
JFK
That's JFK
Jr.
Jr. Okay.
Cool. And that
the plane
will be
crash was a fake.
And Trump is going to name him VP.
Now I will say this.
Well, if that happens,
I meant Jeff, not
we
whisper,
got us
not the
something.
snake handler.
No. I'm glad we brought him up, even though that was a misspeak. So I'm trying to get in front of the news, which I normally don't do anymore because this is a big one. I've been to a birthday gathering. I'm now home. I'm now sitting down, and I'm ready for my updates. And doggone it, if I don't turn, because Sherry won't let me put on CNN because she said it makes her too mad, so I can't do it, or any of the others. She said I just can't look at that.
But it is fun to go over there and scan every now
Well,
and
I
then.
told her
just
that.
to see.
She said, let me tell you, it's no fun for me.
look
She
at
said
the
all it
contrast.
does is anger me because it's just so ridiculous. But anyway, I turn on Hannity, expecting to hear a voice of reason, and let Hannity update me. And he's got RFK Jr. on there.
You can't listen.
Rambling on, and I'm just like, God, night. And so I switched to another news source. Sherry goes, "What are you doing?" I said, I can't listen to this guy talk. I'm sorry. I don't even know what he's saying. I can't. It doesn't matter to me. I can't do this. And Sean, I love you, buddy. You left him on way too long. That was a long conversation. He had the floor for a while. I mean, this is a pretty big story. I don't want to hear from him. I know it was like, let's show how we can agree to disagree and be civil, and I'm glad that was.
Yeah, but I'd rather not be civil than talk like that.
Well, just say it. I don't have to hear it. You know what I mean? Just say it. So just that that's a lot of talking.
It is.
And so anyway.
And did I see a headline where someone asked him? I don't know if he's been accused of sexual harassment. They said, are there other women that are going to come out? And his answer was something like, well, we'll see, or something. It was something.
RFK Jr.?
Yes. It was a headline.
Well, he's not catching rattlesnakes anymore, is he?
Well, that was
disturbing.
That bothered Bubba more than anything.
Hey, let me tell you what Bubba did. Here's what Bubba did that day. He put the big X through there.
Yeah, he sure did.
Phone calls are next.
And we have a little bit more detail. I know we're jumping around here, but it is happening quickly this morning on the case against Trump being dismissed.
Okay.
Got a little more info on it.
All right. We'll hit that, and then we'll try to get some of your phone calls in as well. If not, then next segment for sure. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We are back. 16 minutes.
A heart attack this past Friday, a week ago, has been in the hospital, has had open heart surgery, had triple bypass, and we think he now joins us from his hospital bed. Mickey Dean.
Hey, y'all.
Mickey, what are you doing? Oh, my gosh.
I just got through eating a delicious breakfast.
I bet it
was... man, you sound good.
I've been walking the halls since yesterday. This is incredible. I got to start out, and you know, Rick, your father went through this. The care over here.
Oh,
and
man.
The things that they can do for you now is just incredible.
Well, I even heard that you got a call from my dad as a pep talk the night before they went in.
Well, it started out as a pep talk, and then the more he talked to me, the older I felt.
You still got it, man.
He said, you know, before they operated on me, I couldn't go to the mailbox. And now I can walk through the woods all day. I said, yeah, but I don't want to walk through the woods all day.
Right, yeah.
He said, well, you can come over and get my mail then.
Yeah. Look, he still got it from the hospital bed.
Mickey, it's, you know, we've been trying to update the best we can. We've tried to give you your rest that you need because, let's face it, as you found out when you walked probably yesterday,
wow.
It's amazing how this affects your body and how you've got on the road back, isn't it?
You know, they said, we want you to walk right down there to that nurse's station and back. I thought, well, I can skip down there. I can run down there. Halfway there, I thought, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. But, yeah, it's been quite an experience, and I want to apologize to everybody, but thank them also for all the prayers and the cards and all the people that did get to come and see me. It got overwhelming there for a while, and I just get real excited when people come to see me.
Yeah,
so they decided maybe it'd be better not to.
Well, it's like your daughter-in-law, you know, it was like she was trying to be as nice as she could by telling us, y'all don't come up here and make trouble. You know, it was like, I'm like, hey, do we need to come see Mickey today? Why don't you give it a couple days?
Yeah.
You know, well, I knew when, Rick, they made you draw numbers and we were 231.
Yeah.
That, you know, it was best we just stayed away.
Sure. It was a lottery, and you know what? They finally, what we caught people doing now, people are they're really clever. They come in here, and they won't tell them what room I'm in, but they walk out to the board, and they look, and they see my room number, and then they come on down. So my name is now Mickey Smith.
Well, that's hard to figure out there. You never see that coming.
No,
Well, Mickey, we're just glad you're doing well, and keep resting. Anything we can do for you?
Well, just keep remember me in your prayers, and I think once again, thanks to everybody. Goodness gracious, you know you got a lot of friends and you got a lot of family out there, but until something like this happens, it was overwhelming. And I've heard from so many people that I haven't seen for a long, long time. And if you got to have it done, this is a great place to do it.
And you know, it's obvious that a lot of folks are in this business just because they're special people. Do you remember a lady by the name of Hilda, Mickey?
Yes.
at Walker Baptist,
Yes.
where they originally took you. Do you know? She's just a nurse now, or I guess I don't know what her job is, but she was in the process of helping you. Instead of just getting you in and out, she is still calling me once a day, getting updates on you.
Wow.
I mean, so they're really wanting to make sure that you're okay, and so I want to thank Hilda and everybody at Walker Baptist for. That's where you originally went when you were not in good shape.
That's right. That was my first stop, and down they put me over here with Dr. Gitter. He's from, I believe, around New Orleans, and you know what he said, y'all. I was trying to make this. They make it matter-of-factly. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I mean, they make it sound like, oh, we're just going to do this. Maybe they do so many of them. And I said, are you really going to stop my heart? He said, yeah, I got to stop it for a little while where I can work on it. I said, how do you get it going? He said, I'll just thump it a time or two.
Well, Mickey,
Doc, I don't want to hear thump.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
Ain't you got a little machine that shocks it or something? He said, nah, just thump it.
Funny. Mickey, a lot of folks are wanting to send you email, cards, plants, visit.
Wow.
I have just started telling them not to do that, and when you come back to buy a ticket to a show.
We'll get to some of your phone calls. 20 minutes past. Bubba, more information on the dismissal of Trump's classified documents case in Florida.
Yeah, we have the actual order. It says President Trump's motion to dismiss indictment based on unlawful appointment and funding of special counsel Jack Smith is granted in accordance with this order. The superseding indictment is dismissed because special counsel Smith's appointment violates the appointment clause of the United States Constitution, and they cite the references on that. Special counsel Smith's use of a permanent indefinite appropriation also violates the appropriations clause, U.S. Constitution, and they cite it too. The court need not address the proper remedy for that funding violation given the dismissal on appointment clause grounds. The effect of this order is confined to this proceeding. So that will basically end that lawsuit.
Bubba makes the point, ABC News having no problem at all showing pictures of the judge, which is normally not done.
Right.
That's so everybody, the all-loving, all-feeling left can be nice
Well,
to her.
they're doing, again,
Right.
exactly what incited this violence we saw this weekend. They're showing you a target.
From the
You
text
never
option,
see the pictures of the judges.
From the text option, see if we can confirm this. ABC has announced The View will not return next season.
I don't.
Oh, no.
And you know what's interesting? That pastor predicted this too.
He did. Ricky said right after he gets shot in the ear. Somebody
I'm
gonna pull
not
Joy
seeing-
Behar's
I'm not
wig off.
seeing anything on that may be a stretch.
That may be a stretch.
That may be some.
That's from
having a little fun.
That's from text. Let's go to the phones. They're available. Helmsley's taking them. James in Union, Mississippi. James, go ahead.
Hey, yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
All right. I just had a thought about it. After I saw the president my first thought was, what an accurate shot. I mean, this kid, everybody pointing at him, he's already been confronted by an officer, and he still has the coolness to get off that kind of shot. Just that's accurate as could be.
Well, Well, back to this again, though. These weapons, and I know what he was shooting, maybe not so much as like something like a 308 or a 300. If you can hold the crosshairs on the target and squeeze, the gun does most of the work. So if you can just get in the general vicinity and hold it steady, it'll give you an opportunity. But still, understand your point. Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Teresa out of Huntsville. Teresa, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. This is my first time calling,
Thanks
but I
for
love
calling.
listening to you guys.
Thank you.
My question is, how did that kid know that no one would be on that building?
Well, that's the question.
And how did no one see him walk across a field, the fairgrounds with a rifle? I mean, I know they saw him after he got up there, but
no, he
how did he know no one would be there?
He probably came in from the other direction of the buildings, which he wouldn't have entered the fairgrounds. He would have been way outside the fairgrounds.
Well,
even though
true.
that building is close to the fence of the fairground.
Right. Yeah.
And there were other people around that building. It looked like they were picnicking or sitting over there.
Yeah.
So it was in, earshot of that. So
Wow.
I don't know though.
Did you say earshot?
Well,
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I got you.
Yeah, I didn't mean it that way, but they could hear the PA. You could see it in the videos.
Ken, Birmingham. Ken, go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. How are y'all?
We're good. We're good.
I didn't know if anybody had brought up. I was a little late getting into the show this morning, but about after all the 6 or 7 shots, there was a 10 or 15 second later shot. Has anybody heard? Is that when they shot the guy, or I just
that's a good question because I can't tell the difference initially. Of course, I hadn't really sit down in a quiet room to listen to it.
Yeah.
Between the initial shots of the gunman and the response of the sniper team.
From what I can find, the gunman, the shooter, got 5 shots off. One striking Trump, and then the others, hitting the bystanders before the counter sniper team shot him.
So we know 3 people were hit. We know that did the one that had the trail on it? Was that the one that hit his ear, or was that just one it missed?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't
Oh,
know.
the vapor trail.
Yeah, in that photo that's behind him. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Was that? I wasn't sure if that was that legit. By the way,
No, they're claiming it's a vapor trail off the bullet that was caught.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know, but
and they said because of the high humidity that day, it would be more apt to show up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's go to.
I don't know.
Let's go to Mason out of Boone, North Carolina. Mason, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to tell Adler you can actually go on Google Maps and do the street view from behind that building and kind of see where he could have easily jumped up there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Why wasn't it secure? See, let's not leave that. The reason why it should be secure is all the reasons y'all said it wasn't hard for him to get up there.
Close, great shot, easy to get on, unguarded is the question.
Lynn in Wetumpka had a chance to be there last night. Lynn, welcome.
Hey, good morning, y'all. I'm not trying to change the subject, but we need some laughter today.
Yes.
But Rick, I got in that man church last night.
You snuck in, didn't you?
I had a blue Jesus Loves You and I'm Trying shirt on. I talked to you, but I'm just kidding. That was my son.
Okay, I was about to say, what a disguise. That was as good a disguise as I've ever seen.
That's funny.
Yeah, no, I did meet your son.
He told me that you are a fantastic speaker, and I want to thank you so much for what you do.
Well, thank you. It went really, really well last night, but the power is in what's being said, not who's saying it, because it all comes right out of the Word of God. But thank you for that. And it's one thing the pastor said last night. He said, what we're seeing here tonight is available to everybody in this room. Everybody in this room. It's the Holy Spirit is what's making this happen. And if when he said to all of us, be disciples and make disciples, and I'll give you the power to do it, it's available to anybody. We continue. Let's go to Bill in Nashville. Bill, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm a long-time hunter here. I just wanted to let you know that even when I'm sitting in that green field and it's very quiet, I get the jitteries. This ain't no normal guy. He crawled up there and pulled them shots off. It's 8 shots, Alan. I thought, got 8 shots. That guy got some balls of steel on him. I tell you, I don't know who you no normal guy. I tell you.
Or he's crazy and evil. Did you notice though that everybody who said that they were with him on the rifle team that he wasn't a good shot? Did you miss that part, Bill?
Maybe he's practiced since.
Right. Yeah.
He sure has.
Yeah. But let's go to let's see, Jason out of Selma, Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. How are you today?
We're good. How are you?
Doing pretty well. You're getting close to the last 100 shows, and we're losing
How close?
special guests like Richard Simmons. I don't know exactly, but we're getting real close. But we've lost Richard Simmons. We've lost James Gregory. I'd like to see some special guests come in and wrap up these last 100 shows with a bang. What you think?
Well, I looked at Bubba's had the same experience I have. I'm looking at these Turner South replays in the break. A lot of folks have gone on in.
Yeah.
There's if we went looking for special guests that have been a big part of the show over 30 years, the number
it's
slim.
The
not
number.
good.
You get thinking, hey, let's get Tim Wilson. No, can't do that. Let's get Mickey Dean. Can't do that.
Yeah.
Let's get James Gregory. Can't do that. Let's get Richard Simmons. Now we can't do that.
Andy Spinozzi.
Closing Tony.
School closing Tony.
Man.
I mean, the list.
Wheelchair
Traveling
Clay.
Todd.
Yep.
I mean, it is a long and distinguished list.
I'm sorry.
Bob Denver.
And I was afraid of echoes maybe amplifying the number of shots, but the caller was right. It's looking like 6 to 8 rounds were shot from the shooter before a Secret Service sniper shot and killed him.
So we know all those shots were from him, and none of them we hear are from the snipers that are shooting at him.
It's looking like between 6 and 8 rounds were shot by the sniper.
How many did the snipers return fire with? Do we know?
Great question. I'll look into it.
Rick and Bubba.
When you're at the comedy club over Thanksgiving.
Yes, we'll do some kind of. We'll do.
You okay?
We'll do.
Bubba, what have you done?
I know Bubba's making it laugh.
Bubba, you just threw me into a spasm.
Okay. Or come to Fat Fest and see him.
You realize Bubba said that Bruce had called him in a panic because he didn't know who to book for Thanksgiving now.
Oh my goodness! He said we're gonna have Mickey and a bunch of other comedians.
Oh, Mickey, be careful.
There it is. We're making him laugh.
A bunch of other comedians and the and coming back, Mickey Dean.
A Walker Hospital is a good hospital, but you know, anytime a small town, and I know y'all from small town, everybody kind of makes fun of the small town hospital, don't you think?
Oh yeah, always.
They say, oh, the good doctors, they go to New York or they go to Birmingham or Montgomery. Well, I had to have something come out of this, right?
Right.
I'm in Walker. I barely know what's going on. I think at this time they'd already given me some morphine. They were doing the arteriogram, and they wanted me to look at it. Well, I didn't want to look at it, okay? For some reason, I don't want to look at a wire going up in my heart.
No.
But I did hear one doctor talking to another doctor, and he said, ooh, that one right there is completely stopped up. Boy, that one really looks bad. Look at that one right there. It's got to be 90% stopped up. And all of a sudden, one of them said, we need to get this man to a hospital.
Oh, my gosh.
This man needs some medical attention.
Mickey, that's great to hear, isn't it?
Yes, it is. No, but thanks to them,
I'm breathing.
They patched me up and got me on here. So many people to thank. You just can't do it. You know that, Rick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Gosh.
Just because when my dad was in this, the outpouring of support and everybody trying to help you, it makes you realize that people, for the most part, are good and they want to help any way they can, and it really is a warm feeling. Now, let me ask you this: have you learned everything you could possibly ever want to know about JT since he's in a bed next to you now?
Well, is JT coming up?
Oh my gosh.
Well, he was, but he said he spilled breakfast on the seats of his car and he had to clean it up.
Did you?
I got a coupon.
Yeah,
when you go through a successful one, they'll give you a 20% off coupon,
for the next.
Which it comes to about $43,000.
Well, Mickey, we were concerned too. You know us; we like to look very closely at the process, and we know they have to get, veins from other parts of your body to do the bypass. And you're such a skinny fella. Your legs are real skinny. We just didn't know if you had enough veins in your legs to to go, but we didn't know where they were going to get the vein from.
Well, all I'm going to say is a nurse looked down after they pulled the sheet off them and said, wow, why don't you get it from right there? Bob?
You set him up there,
thanks for the setup,
Yeah,
Bob.
all the way to the hospital, man.
Yeah. Bob, you'd have thought we had that planned.
Yeah, sure.
They took it out of my arm.
Go to joke 6.
Out of your arm?
They took it out of my arm. It's from about my wrist almost to my elbow.
Oh, my gosh.
But most people...
I'm guessing probably your right one.
Left.
No, okay.
Left.
Well, the good news, it was a good tan vein. You just got back. So.
Y'all going to make me bust a stick.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to stop.
Mickey, this is where we need to end this. We're just glad you're doing good.
Hey, how about I just throw out a big blanket? I love you, everybody out there, and if I can do anything for anybody. This changes your whole outlook now.
Hey, Mickey, God ain't done with you yet.
That's right. I don't think he is, And I'm not done with him yet either.
And I'm gonna tell you what, and once we get all the soap opera that's been going on out there in the weight room worked out, we're gonna get you back on the right track.
Thank you, buddy. I'm gonna kill y'all.
I think you've got plenty of folks to drive you home though.
I'm gonna tell you like the old man. Did you know I had an altercation in the hall a while ago?
No. I can't believe that.
Guy got my walker.
Well, you can't have that.
I went down the hall with my walker, and I had to use the restroom. I came out. He had my walker. I said, "You see that says Smith on there?" He said, "Your name's Dean." I said, "No, that's my second name." And he just didn't want to believe me, so I popped him.
Well, Mickey's back. He's all right.
Hey, Mickey, just keep your stress level down.
Hey, Mickey, I'm not trying to say that Michael Reed is a good friend, but I know he's been there supporting you. And once I heard him go through the weight room going, "Everybody's mad, I'll give you a ride."
Oh, my goodness. Lordy mercy. I love y'all. Thank you so much for listening to the show.
I just keep repeating. They won't tell me anything either.
Mickey Smith, good to hear from you.
Thank you, buddy.
It's almost like there's a fight to see who can take credit for putting him there. All right, hey, Mickey.
Mickey, you have a good day.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, as we work our way back. My O's Israel. When you're thinking about help needed everywhere, you're probably like us. Our country certainly needs help, but the people of Israel, our most powerful ally, also in great need, as they are war-torn again. And if you're ever wondering what you could do to help the people of Israel, there's a great organization, My O's Israel. Their website is israelneedsme.com. These are Messianic Jewish people who help their fellow Jewish people, whether they are believers in Christ as Messiah or not. They are helping them, showing them the hands and feet of Jesus and taking care of their own people. And boy, do they do wonderful work. They have the highest level of integrity. Your money will be stewarded well. And they have helped so many people in Israel who have great need because of the ongoing war with Hamas. So if you're looking to help them regain hope, rebuild their lives, have the necessary food and medical supplies to survive, the children, of course, getting them in schools that are safe, having to rebuild some of those, they can certainly use your help. So go to israelneedsme.com, israelneedsme.com, or just find that direct link to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we do have a brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out over the weekend. Saw a lot of people giving us feedback on that. We interviewed Joel Gilbert, who has done the documentary Michelle Obama 2024. He's written the book. He claims that the plan is to make her the new candidate. He says they are a little surprised that the Bidens will not give up the White House. So that I don't know how that's going to work out, but you can catch that wherever you get podcasts today. And there's another Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge today, participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea, and then Buffalo Wild Wings Go in Vestavia and Northport. And all those are participating today.
Another story. I know these things, it seems like we're sitting under an avalanche this morning of things that have been happening.
Oh, yeah. A lot going on.
There's a post by Matt Wallace, who is the CEO. Let's see, what is he? It's some group. He said that, I thought it was one thing. I read it again, and it's something else that I'd rather not repeat.
Right, yeah.
But is this true, this interview?
I thought Matt
with
Wallace
Trump?
was a golfer.
Do you know Adler? Have you seen this?
I saw
Jackson
Hannity last night,
weighing in on it.
and Hannity actually interviewed a Washington Examiner reporter or something like that, and she said that he has taken this opportunity to rewrite his speech to incorporate a lot more unity and
that's what this is saying. He said he was prepared to give a humdinger but said in light of this happening that he has decided that he is going to give a whole different approach and is going to focus on national unity. Now that's what the story.
I do want to point out
Who
that
knows?
this is not the Matt Wallace that played golf at Jacksonville State. He's currently on the PGA Tour.
Okay.
Not him.
You don't
It's
never
not
know.
that guy.
He may have
Not
a little
him.
political side to him.
Is it true that he mailed the Biden administration a piece of his ear?
Rick
Burgess.
Well, you never know. I mean, this is the so maybe does anybody think that Trump, after nearly being assassinated, is going to bring calm? No.
I don't know.
It's just hard for me to.
He's going to continue pumping that fist.
It just doesn't seem like his base
go the other
personality.
way.
But you know what, Rick? Being shot in the ear
now.
by an attempted assassination could bring some some adjustment in your.
It would
the way
humble
you're
some
moving.
people, but
Yeah,
I don't know if it's going to have that
I know.
effect on him.
I know.
Well, like
We'll have
all
to
of
see.
us, right here, sitting right here, it takes supernatural change, and supernatural change can work on anybody if one is willing to submit to the authority of Christ and say, hey, change me. But do I think that Trump can do this of his own strength? I do not.
No.
Right. So
Now, if it's a God thing, anything's possible.
sure, absolutely. And so, I mean, we may see radical change.
Yeah.
Who knows? But it will be a. And how about this? Do his supporters want him to go that route? Because you got to galvanize the base.
Yeah, well, I think they're pretty galvanized right
That's what I'm
now,
talking
so.
about. And now there seems to be a more. I'm no longer going to support him silently. I'm now going to support him publicly. You tell me about that over the weekend.
Yeah, a lot of folks come out over this weekend.
So I mean, I know I'm talking about just
What we would call non-traditional supporters.
the normal Trump, the normal Trump. Again, I don't know what took place. This might have been an awakening for him. Certainly, prayerfully hope so. But the normal Trump, his whole existence has been: if you have the opponent down,
put them out.
You put him out.
No, he's not. But Rick, is that what he's doing with this speech?
I don't
Does
know.
he realize that there's still, if you look at the polls, he is beating Biden, especially in the battleground states. But it ain't by all that much. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. If they replace him,
shouldn't this be a homecoming game at this point?
you would think, right? Considering the man can't put a sentence together.
Right, and he'll still get, I will predict, 48% of the vote. So is Trump decided this is the time right now, everybody's eyes on, I need to win that 4 to 5%. That's who I'm going after.
Okay.
Without insulting the base. The base is already fired up.
Base doesn't need anything.
The base is solid, Rick.
especially after
if
this
it ain't
weekend.
solid now, it's never going to be.
Yeah.
So, do you get those that don't like all this by being calming? Let's throw a little on the coals. Let's calm it.
Oh, I think anything like that would help.
Right.
I mean, that's why he lost the soccer moms last time. The mean tweets, all this stuff, the aggressive behavior. And you saw he was different. Now, he hadn't changed completely, but he definitely had a different approach in the first debate.
Well, I go back to the rules.
Will that be amplified now?
Well, the rules that the
Right.
left put in play, that was they played in his favor.
Right.
I predicted that was actually going to be better for him.
Yep.
Because it keeps him from being, who a lot of times, well, with all of us, our worst enemies ourselves. So that
So
would,
true.
yeah, and so that helps if somebody will take yourself and kind of box it a little bit for you.
Yeah, help you out. Box in my bad parts. Yeah, that's good.
I see Adler. Somebody is just
Rick, you and this thing over here.
Well, look, I'm having the time of my life.
We're just having a serious conversation, and I look up and see that.
We look up and we see Blue Belt Adler, which is hilarious from one of you that text us. So that's yeah. So there he is.
They put me in wrestling gear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he looks ready to go, doesn't he?
Oh wow,
it's a good look.
It is. So I don't know. We will see. But the convention starts tonight, right?
Yes.
In Milwaukee.
Yeah,
but Trump's not scheduled till Thursday, right?
Well, now, last time he was not scheduled till Thursday. and he showed up on Monday night and did a little mini speech to fire everybody up. They expect him to do the same tonight.
Somebody referenced that rally in Huntsville, and all I could think about was Bubba just getting everybody stirred up.
Right in the middle of it. Cranking them up.
I mean, that was an empty tank when you were done that night. Huh?
It was kind of late.
Yeah, it was because I mean you had nothing left. You left it all.
Good thing you had them overalls on when you got the crowd going. When you had your hands up, getting the pump.
Oh man, you had them working.
Everybody started holding their phone up.
Suspenders.
I was on Fox Live. Okay, let's move on.
Right. Well, I tell you what. Yeah, I tell you what you were going to do is build that wall.
That's right. And lock her up.
Yep. Yeah. That's
a great stump speech. By the way. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, that's VP. That's VP Bussy right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, sir.
I thought that was.
No, that's when our current
the VP
president.
that the president referred to.
Yeah, exactly.
Couldn't even get his vice president's name right.
Adler, I got one other clip here I want to show you if I can get it to you in the break.
10-4.
So we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll check anything else left on the table. And we pretty much, it should be about not a lot of meat left on that bone. But we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, it got crowded here time today. That's all I'm going to say.
Bye, mate. We love you.
Love you, man.
Hey, what's your name?
Love y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Working our way back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Don't forget, coming up this week, Nashville to Birmingham is what it's called. Stories behind the songs. Songwriters in the Round experience. Nashville's songwriters coming to Birmingham to help raise money for Rainbow Omega. Speedy and Greg will be there this Friday night. So be sure and check Rick and Bubba upcoming events. A few tickets still remain. If you'd like to join them for this, should be a great night together with Speedy and Greg coming up this Friday night. So check that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. All the details are there. Or you can use our text number and text SONG, right?
You can.
SONG.
Yep.
Bubba, what is this picture of you right
That is a picture that was from the night in Huntsville at the Trump rally.
Oh, my goodness.
And I had a picture made with this young lady and her son.
Yep.
And Speedy, scroll up just a little bit, and it'll tell you what her name is.
Didn't know if Adler was going to zoom in on it.
So this is from the text number? They sent this in on the
Tracy,
text number? Just heard you talking about the Trump rally. In 2017, saw Bubba leaving the Trump rally and was able to get this pic.
Yeah, that's in the outside ring there. Yeah. Tracy Walker. Yeah.
I see, yeah. So there it is.
Yep.
Fire them up. Fire them up.
Have you been contacted about the convention this week?
No. No, I have not.
Milwaukee? Can you imagine?
I'll be watching it in my recliner like everybody else.
I want you to imagine the hysteria in that room if he walks in there tonight for a little kickoff.
I think you're going to see that.
Yeah.
I think he will bring you a little teaser message, and there's nothing like getting the delegates all fired up, right?
So the attempted assassination. And the fact that it was not successful. Of course, we can't forget that there is a family that is burying a loved one this week that was killed by the evil sniper, and then another one that's in a medical induced coma right now, and then another one that was injured. But so it certainly galvanizes the base. Is there something about it? Why do you think that has got some people saying, "I'm going all in with him now," and I'm coming out and being bold about it. I'm going to donate some money now. Why do you think it, no pun intended, triggered that? What's the play?
I don't know. Yeah. I really don't know. I was surprised reading some of the stories about some of the people that came out and publicly endorsed Trump this weekend. Just, I guess, caught up in the emotion of this and saying, look, this guy, he's been, he's been prosecuted, he's been convicted, he's been this, he's been that, he's been shot, and he's still holding his fist up fighting. So
well, I'll tell you one thing that I take away from it. I know that the propaganda of the left always tries to cast them as the all-loving, all-caring, but it appears that if the left gets really, really mad at you, they'll come shoot at you at a softball game or at a rally. I mean, it seems that they can be quite angry.
Yeah, looks like it.
And so,
Adler, did you get the email I sent you with that little comment? This is one of the other incendiary type comments that we've heard lately from people on the left. Did you get it? The email I sent you?
I got the email, but it just had pictures and. Is it supposed to be a video?
Yeah, it was a link to a video story this morning.
So what was this about?
Well, it's a congressman who's on there talking about Trump and the fact that he has to be eliminated.
Oh,
right, yeah. Well, that and some of the things Maxine Waters said. Good gracious, and Pelosi. I don't understand why there's not more violence, and but now they'll conveniently look. You've already seen it.
Here it is.
The fact that he was almost assassinated will be no one's fault but Trump's.
Oh yeah,
today.
Sure.
So
this has made its rounds here.
Okay, all right. So here we go.
It's just unquestionable.
Who is this person?
This is from the Inside with Jen Psaki show. This is
oh yeah.
Democrat.
For just a minute, it was Kirk Cousins.
It does look like
Kirk. He does.
Oh, you really don't like him.
This is Democrat Congressman Dan Goldman. Just I guess a month or so ago.
Okay.
And here you go.
It's just unquestionable at this point that man. It's just unquestionable at this point that man cannot see public office again. He is not only unfit, he is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Oh, wow! Oh my goodness! Oh, wow. No, we're not a democracy, by the way.
Right.
I get so tired of hearing that.
Did y'all see the tribute to the firefighter that lost his life by the sister and the daughter? It was really sweet. 50-year-old firefighter Corey Comparatori, which is tough for me to say. He died protecting his family, and he was an ultimate girl dad. He was a firefighter. He went to church every Sunday, and he will be greatly missed. He was my real-life hero. He was a hero that shielded his daughters, his wife, and it's the tribute. It brought a tear to my eye this weekend as I read it, and it's tragic. He lost his life.
Yeah, and I know that that his life, as Bubba had mentioned earlier, I didn't know all those details. I just knew that he was a guy of great character, and like I say, died shielding his own family. Like you said, also the other guy in the medical coma is a former Marine, or is a Marine veteran. They're not former ever. Sorry, David Dutch. And so, it's awful that you can't just go to a presidential rally and with your family and not end up having to shield them and give up your own life for them. But this is the climate we're in. Now, I know The View here in just a minute is going to tell me it's all Donald Trump's fault. ABC's already told me that.
You can get ready for that.
Yeah, and all that. But I think, I know the left is not real big on people taking responsibility for their own actions. But, there really should not be anything that is done that anyone who has an ounce of good in them that, and none of us are good naturally, but to say, well, I think what I'm going to do is go shoot this person. We got to get to the point where we just say that's a problem.
It's not a video game.
There's no justification for that. There's no blaming others for that. We don't like it when the left always loves to blame somebody else for the actions of the individual. That's not my game. I don't do that. What I always say, it's the fault of the person that did it, period. However, why are they like they are? Now, you can go and look at some of the things we do and all that. Like we said many times, we're not willing to address those things. It's bigger than political disagreements, I assure you. But the bottom line is this, is that we have to get to the point where every time somebody does something wicked, we have to come up with some excuse for it. It's almost like we don't want to think that
they could just be that wicked.
Yeah. Just he's 20 years old. Well, apparently pretty wicked.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I don't blame people that may or may not made fun of him. That's bad behavior, but it shouldn't lead to this. I don't blame his parents, even though I don't know, how the gun ended up in his possession. He's 20 years old. It belonged to his dad. I don't know. Ultimately, the responsibility of this and these people's, the one man who is dead, the other who is injured badly, and then the other not injured as bad, and the president nearly assassinated, ultimately it's that person's fault. Now, we need to realize that people like this exist, and we don't leave a building like that exposed. Now, if that's your job to secure the place in case someone's wicked, now we do want to hold you accountable for not doing your job, because you're going to share in some blame too, because I think we can all say, no matter how wicked this person was, you don't give wicked people 130 yards access to a presidential rally, Republican or Democrat.
Right.
Not if you're the Secret Service. Mm-mm. That's pretty elementary and pretty standard. So we keep hearing this cone of silence. Is anybody going to come out and take ownership of that and explain it?
Probably not.
Probably need to.
Yeah. Also, just noting some of the other fallout from this weekend, Congressman Bernie Thompson from Mississippi had a staffer who put out, did you see this text they put out, Rick? Or a Facebook post, I should say.
I think it's Benny Thompson.
What did I say?
Bernie.
Benny Thompson from Mississippi, stating, "I don't condone violence, but please get you some shooting lessons so you don't miss next time. That wasn't me saying that," unquote. And she has since been relieved of her duties.
Wow. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.